crafting an immortal race with daily hexagrams. If you enjoy the content on this channel, join me on Patreon to get faster updates and suggest novels you'd like to see. Chapter 1. Anyang County, Jinlia Village of Yu Country. In August, the scorching sun blazes down on the earth. On the village path, Shen Yuan, wearing a straw hat, dressed in hemp short clothes, with pants legs rolled up, is heading towards the threshing ground under the blazing sun. Behind him follow two children, one big, one small. Dai is lying, there isn't even a cloud in the sky, how could it possibly rain? Shen Wengxing, about 7 or 8 years old, holding a wooden box, shields his eyes with his dirty little hand, tilts his head to look at the cloudless sky and mumbles. In the distance, the little one, only about 3 or 4 years old, is pinching his little water hose, aiming at an anthill and watering it wantonly, laughter ringing out. Shen Yuan stops, looking at the mischievous little one with a helpless smile. Anu, don't be naughty. Be careful when you sleep at night, ants crawl into your bed and bite your butt. The stream of water suddenly stops, the little one looks back a little scared, takes 2 steps back, then turns to spray a circle at a big tree nearby and, satisfied, shakes himself before running to catch up. Dai, will it really rain today? Shen Yuan takes off the straw hat from his head, places it on the little one's head and nods. It will rain, so we need to hurry and harvest the grains, so they aren't washed away by heavy rain. The breeze blows, the straw hat too big, the little one quickly presses it down with his hand, then excitedly turns to Shen Wengxing beside him and says, "Big brother, after the rain stops, take Anu to the pond to catch frogs." Shen Wengxing, avoiding Shen Yuan's gaze, quickly shakes his head, "No, mother doesn't allow playing with water, if she finds out, my butt would be whipped." Anu, pressing the straw hat with one hand, pulls Shen Wengxing's hand and whispers, "Then let's go secretly." Before he finishes speaking, a slap lands on his little butt. "You little brat, do you think your dad doesn't exist? Stop dawdling, hurry up and gather the grains." The little one, having received the slap, doesn't cry, and naked, scampers off to the threshing ground. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuan can't help but raise the corners of his mouth, his thoughts somewhat drifting. Sometimes he feels like he's dreaming, a very real and long dream. In his previous life, after graduating from university, he entered a major company. To settle in Hang City, he worked overtime desperately, and at the age of 30, with his parents' help, scraped together enough for a down payment. Sadly, before the promised housing was delivered, he died suddenly from overwork, unexpectedly arriving in this place, becoming not quite an ordinary commoner. He is not considered ordinary because, compared to other villagers, the Shen family is relatively affluent. His great-grandfather joined the army back then, beheaded 3 barbarian race warriors, and was granted a title. The Great Yu dynasty employs a military merit title system similar to the Qin dynasty in his previous world. On the battlefield, killing 3 enemies grants the title of Ju Zanyang, with rewards of 2 houses, 2 hectares of fertile land, 1 hectare 100 mu, and 40 mu of mountainous land. The title inheritable, downgrading with each generation. By Shen Yuan's generation, the family's title has already been stripped, but fortunately, 60 mu of fertile land and 10 mu of mountainous land were left. To the west of Jinlia village, 200 miles away, lies an immense mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, named Hidden Dragon Mountain. Hidden Dragon Mountain acts like a natural barrier, keeping the western wilderness barbarian race at bay. However, even with such geographical barriers, small bands of barbarians still cross Hidden Dragon Mountain, raiding and pillaging within Great Yu's territory. Therefore, Emperor Yu ordered the establishment of mountain patrol captain camps along Hidden Dragon Mountain a few years ago, and since then, barbarian invasions on neighboring villages and towns have been rare. His wife, Hu Yufen, originally a young lady from a wealthy family, accidentally ended up in Jinlia village 8 years ago due to a barbarian calamity. After being rescued, they fell in love over time and became husband and wife. In the years following their marriage, Hu Yufen gave birth to 2 sons. The eldest, Shen Wengxing, nicknamed Shi Tiu, is now 7 years old. The second, Shen Vinian, nicknamed Anu, will turn 4 after this year's festival. With a wife and children, guarding 60 mu of fertile land and 10 mu of mountain forest, Shen Yuan feels that living such a simple life is quite good. Yet, half a month ago, while fishing in the big river with villagers, he accidentally picked up a mysterious turtle shell like white jade, and inexplicably activated a daily divination system bound to the family. Every day just past midnight, the system randomly refreshes a new hexagram. Today's hexagram piece, rain at Shen time, starts sufficiently at U time, 2 feet 3 inches 41 points of water gained. The hexagram clearly displays in his mind. Sometimes Shen Yuan thinks, with this system, he could totally play the part of a shaman or minor deity, just talking and earning loads of money. But unfortunately, for half a month, the hexagrams given by the fortune-telling system had no pattern, and wanting to specially deduce a particular matter required consuming his longevity. In his previous life, he exchanged his life for money, ultimately ending up with neither wealth nor life. In this life, he definitely didn't want to do something so foolish. After the initial excitement passed, life continued on in this mundane way. For half a month, the system did bring him quite a few little surprises. For example, a few days ago, the hexagram showed that there was a nest of wild boars in the forest of his family, and Shen Yuan immediately set traps in the forest according to the hints, capturing 7 piglets and 1 adult boar, which counted as a small fortune. And today, with a clear sky, no one could see that there would be a heavy rain in 2 hours. The large threshing ground was drying the newly harvested grains of his family. If he waited for the rain to come and then scrambled to collect them, the grains would not only be washed away by the rain but also become moldy and sprout, which would be considerable damage. "Boss, the grains have just been turned over." The old voice interrupted Shen Yuan's thoughts, as a bent, bare-chested, skinny old man hurriedly greeted Shen Yuan upon seeing him. The old man was named Fu Gui, a short-term laborer he had hired. Fu Gui was an ordinary common person from the neighboring village. Years ago, his only son went hunting in the mountains and accidentally fell. To gather money for his son's treatment, he sold all his family's fields. Although his son's life was saved, he was left disabled, without land. Fu Gui could only earn a living by working as a short-term laborer for others. "Uncle Fu, bring the things over, and let's hurry and collect these grains." Fu Gui was a bit astonished, looking at the sky. "Boss, the sun is shining bright, and it's the best time to dry the grains, if we collect now." Shen Yuan bent down, scooped up a handful of grains, and examined them in his hand, smiling. "It's about time already, go ahead and collect them quickly." Although Fu Gui was puzzled, the boss had spoken, and he dared not delay. He immediately fetched tools like sieves and brooms and began working busily. Nearby, 2 little ones also each picked up a wooden push, helping to gradually push the grains from the outside toward the center. Shen Wengxing was already 7 years old. Although pushing was somewhat strenuous, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. But Shen Vinian was under 4 years old, with clearly much less strength. The little one pushed 2 steps, and when the grains piled up in front of the wooden push, he simply couldn't push anymore. "Iya! Ouch!" With small hands wrapped around the wooden push and little feet kicking in vain, he lost balance and the wooden push slid off the grains. The little one fell right onto the ground. "Young master, are you okay?" Seeing this, Fu Gui hurriedly ran over to help him up. "Uncle Fu, don't mind him, let the brat have a fall and toughen up." Shen Yuan spoke, the tears swirling in the little one's eyes slowly withdrew, and he got up, dusting off the grains and dirt sticking to his body. He picked up the wooden push again to help. After trying several times, he realized he could only push 2 steps at a time. The little one stood there in contemplation for a while, then suddenly laughed. He stopped insisting on pushing all the grains to the center, instead pushing 2 steps each time before changing position. Seeing this, Shen Yuan smiled reassuringly. Fu Gui, observing this from the side, clicked his tongue in wonder. How clever the young master is, the boss is truly fortunate. After the 4 of them labored for over an hour, all the grains on the threshing ground were piled up in the center. By this time, the sky was no longer as clear and windy. Large clouds were swiftly drifting over from the distance. Shen Yuan and Fu Gui hurriedly fetched a large amount of thatch and rice straw to cover the grain pile, then surrounded it with mud levees to prevent rainwater from seeping into the pile. Before they were done, the sky turned ominously dark. After several rumbling thunderclaps, large raindrops fell with a pitter-patter. The 2 sheltered themselves from the rain, checked carefully to ensure there wouldn't be leakage, and then hurried into the nearby cooling shed by the threshing ground. Fu Gui wiped the rain off his face, looked at Shen Yuan in astonishment. "It's truly incredible, how did the boss know it would rain today?" Shen Yuan smiled silently, already planning in his heart to hire more short-term laborers for summer plowing and sowing as soon as the rain stopped. Chapter 2. The rain poured down heavily. Shen Yuan glanced at the wooden box beside him and said, "Shi Tou, take out the pancakes your mother made for Grandmaster Fu. Shen Wengxing hurriedly ran over, opened the wooden box, and took out 2 pancakes, a small dish, and a bowl of thin porridge, handing them to Fu Gui. Grandmaster Fu, please eat. Seeing this, Fu Gui's eyes became slightly moist. Ever since his farmland was sold, he had been doing short-term work for others. In the past, the employers hardly regarded them as people, let alone provided meals. Thank you, master. Fu Gui bowed respectfully, carefully accepted the food, and began to eat. Shen Yuan looked at him and shook his head slightly. This old man was also a pitiable person. His wife, kind-hearted, after learning that Fu Gui only had 1 meal at home in the morning and had to endure with cold water at noon, always made 2 extra pancakes for him to bring along. Shen Yuan intended to stop her but, considering Fu Gui's diligence and responsibility at work, never slacking off, he said nothing more. After finishing his meal, Fu Gui meticulously cleaned the dishes and placed them back into the wooden box. The two chatted idly about various topics. As the early evening approached, the rain gradually stopped, and the dark clouds in the sky slowly drifted away. The summer rain comes and goes quickly. Seeing the sun emerge from the clouds, Fu Gui rushed barefoot to the threshing ground to check. Master, no water seeped in. Once this area dries a bit more, we can bring everything home for storage. Shen Yuan nodded. This year was a prosperous one, and after paying the taxes, there should be plenty left over. When the time comes, they would sell some, store some, and life would become much easier. Shi Tiu, go home and have your mother bring the ox cart. All right. Shen Wengxing responded and ran towards the village. Not long after, an old ox slowly pulled a cart from the village, and a woman wearing a floral long shirt with her hair in a bun sat on the cart. Even after having 2 children, Hu Yufen's figure remained the same, and her appearance was still graceful and charming. As the ox cart arrived, Hu Yufen got off and smiled at Shen Yuan. When did my husband learn to read the weather? Shen Yuan raised his chin proudly and said, your man has many skills. Nonsense, Hu Yufen rolled her eyes at him, then turned to Fu Gui, thank you for today, Uncle Fu. Madam, there's no need for such words, Fu Gui quickly clasped his hands, it's my obligation. And I should thank Madam for always thinking of me, bringing meals through the master. After some polite exchanges, he shifted the topic, Master and Madam can rest for now, I'll start loading the grain onto the cart. Let me help you, Shen Yuan offered. The two carefully uncovered the straw and hay on the grain pile, and seeing the dry grain inside, they began scooping it onto the cart with a winnowing basket. Hu Yufen did not rest either, using a bamboo basket to pick out the grains touched by rain. They all worked until dusk, when it got dark, and finally transported all the grain back home. After washing briefly with some well water, Shen Yuan looked at his wife. Yufen, it's the end of the month, get some money to pay Uncle Fu. Hu Yufen acknowledged and went into the house. Please wait, Madam. Fu Gui saw this and hurriedly clasped his hands. Master, Madam, I have an impertinent request. I would like to use this wage to buy Master's grain, what do you think? Buy the grain? Master's grain is plump and of superior quality. Fu Gui felt a bit embarrassed and guilty. From his perspective, the rice from Shen Yuan's grain, once milled, would be comparable to fine rice. Porridge made from fine rice is far more nutritious than that made from inferior rice. Sure, let's calculate it at the market price. Shen Yuan saw through his little scheme but didn't mind. The reason his family's grain was of high quality was because of the abundant fertilization. All this fertilizer was produced using the fermentation technique from his past memories, utilizing straw, leaves, river silt, and manure from humans and animals. This old man worked earnestly and had insight, so letting him benefit a little was no harm. Thank you, Master. Fu Gui thanked again and again, bowing repeatedly. He had intended to purchase at 10% above the market price. But estimating that Shen Yuan's grain would sell for at least 30% above the market rate at the town's grain store, he was hesitant to speak up. He didn't expect Shen Yuan to be so generous, willing to sell at market price. After some calculations, Shen Yuan had Hu Yufen bring a cloth bag to pack the grain for him. Uncle Fu, there's no need to come for the next few days, just come back to help with the planting later on, and the wages will stay the same. Fu Gui, carrying the grain, was taken aback. He thought his petty greed would displease Shen Yuan, who would then not employ him in the future. All right. All right. When it's time to plant, I'll be here. Master, I'll head back now. After sending Fu Gui off, Hu Yufan went to the kitchen to prepare dinner while the eldest, Shen Wengxing, helped with the stove. Once the family had a simple meal and cleaned up, they lay in bed. In this era without television or mobile phones, sleeping right after dinner had become the norm. Late into the quiet night, the two little ones, exhausted from the afternoon's activities, fell asleep early. The couple lay on the bed, lying close together. Shi Tiu is 7 this year, do you have any plans, husband? Hu Yufan shifted slightly, resting her head on Shen Yuan's shoulder. I saw the lady in the backyard preparing provisions today, saying she'd send her son, Danu, to the town's teacher for enlightenment when autumn arrives. When you sell the grain in town, do you want to inquire about it? Shen Yuan gave a soft hum. At 7 years old, he'd already be attending primary school in his previous life. Over the years, through hard work, the couple had saved some money, allowing them to live moderately. It was time to plan for their children's future, they couldn't let them remain farmers forever. Scholar, farmer, industrialist, merchant. The Great Yu dynasty too had its social classes. Alongside the scholarly class, there was also the warrior class. Great Yu esteemed martial prowess, and once a foundation was laid in childhood, joining the military and earning distinction in battle could lead to titles and honors. He knew his child well. Compared to his second son, Shen Vinian, the older Shen Wengxing exhibited more patience but lacked cleverness. Such a person was more suited to a martial path, as pursuing scholarship and entering officialdom might not be ideal. How much silver taels do we have at home? The pursuit of martial arts was costly, proper budgeting was essential. 160 taels. This season's grain will also sell for a lot. Hu Yufan, adept at managing the household, had everything in order. Hearing this, Shen Yuan frowned slightly. 160 taels might not be enough. He had privately inquired, the local martial arts hall demanded a gift of 20 taels for accepting disciples, and monthly herbal meal plans required another 10 taels. Though not mandatory, Shen Yuan felt that if choosing this path, full support was essential, half-hearted training would be pointless. Let me think about it, it's late, let's sleep. He turned over, letting his hand roam over Hu Yufan. In the heat of the moment, Hu Yufan turned over and whispered seductively, "Husband, you've worked hard today, let me take care of you." Afterwards, Hu Yufan fell into a deep sleep. Watching the system panel in his sea of consciousness, Shen Yuan pondered deeply. The divination system was bound to the entire family. Currently, the Shen family consisted of only the 3 direct bloodline members, categorized as a junior clan in the system. He wondered if more descendants would cause any system changes. Listening to the summer insects, holding his gentle wife, he thought about future matters, and time swiftly moved to midnight. Hexagram has refreshed. Today's hexagram auspicious. While passing by the black water pool, you unexpectedly find a Centennial Blood Toad shedding its skin. The shed skin holds immense medicinal value and can be sold for 200 taels of patterned silver. Chapter 3. Black Water Pool. Looking at the flickering hexagrams in his sea of consciousness, Shen Yuan felt a bit excited. This black water pool, also known as Black Dragon Pool, is located just 20 miles outside Jinlia village, covering hundreds of acres. One must pass through it to travel from Jinlia village to Yunshui town. It is said that the bottom of Black Water Pool has a spring connected to a mountain spring inside Hidden Dragon Mountain, with many dangerous currents and whirlpools. There are sightings of Tuo dragons and giant pythons, and even a terrifying black dragon lurking within. In the early years, when Anyang County suffered from a severe drought and the Leshui River flowing through the entire town dried up, the water level of Black Water Pool showed no sign of dropping. Back then, villagers from the surrounding areas came to draw water from Black Water Pool, and many were devoured by the Tuo dragons and giant pythons in the pool. He wasn't sure what the Centennial Blood Toad was, but the fact that its shedding could sell for 200 taels of patterned silver was quite unexpected. 200 taels of silver, equivalent to a decade's income for his family. It seems he must visit Black Water Pool tomorrow. Carrying a heart full of excitement, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, at dawn, when Shen Yuan awoke, Hu Yufan was already up. Through the window, he could see smoke rising from the kitchen chimney. Shen Yuan dressed up, went to the courtyard, fetched a basin of well water, brushed his teeth with a willow twig, and headed for the kitchen. Hu Yufan brought out reheated pancakes and eggs from the stove and asked, "Not sleeping a bit more? Have to go out in a while." Taking the pancakes and eggs, Shen Yuan sat down by the table and started eating. Hu Yufen scooped 2 bowls of porridge and sat beside him, asking, "Going to the town?" Shen Yuan placed the peeled egg in Hu Yufen's bowl, then picked up another to peel. "It rained heavily yesterday, I want to check by the river to see if I can catch some fish to nourish Shi Tou and the others." In those days, it was a luxury for the common people to have 3 meals a day. Eating meat was almost unimaginable. Only because Jinlia village was close to Leshui River, they could catch some fish and shrimp in the river in the summer to satisfy their cravings for meat. Hu Yufen nodded slightly and said nothing. The two finished breakfast in silence. "When Shi Tou and the others wake up, have them cut some grass to feed the pigs, later, teach him to read, he can't just play aimlessly every day," Shen Yuan remarked while tidying the fishing nets in the courtyard. Children from farming families didn't have much of a childhood. By the age of 7 or 8, they were already helping with chores like cutting grass and collecting firewood. Before escaping to Jinlia village, Hu Yufen was a lady from a wealthy family, well educated. Teaching the 2 brothers to read was not a problem for her. "Okay, you be careful." Watching him leave home, Hu Yufen busied herself with waking the 2 little ones for breakfast. The Leshui River was to the south of Jinlia village. Shen Yuan left Jinlia village and walked westward, towards the direction of Black Water Pool. He didn't tell Hu Yufen about going to Black Water Pool to avoid worrying her. "Brother Yuan! Brother Yuan!" Walking along the field path, Shen Yuan heard someone calling from behind, and he stopped in his tracks. A thin young man jogged up to him, curious about the fishing net on his shoulder, asking, "Is Brother Yuan going fishing?" Shen Yuan grinned. "Shi Tou has been craving meat these days, making a fuss for it." The young man looked at the direction and asked suspiciously, "Brother Yuan is going to Black Water Pool?" Shen Yuan nodded. "After a heavy rain, the Leshui River's flow is too rapid, better to fish at Black Water Pool than risk losing the net in the river. I'll try my luck at Black Water Pool." Hearing this, the young man showed a hint of disappointment on his face. "I thought you were going to Leshui River, wanted to tag along and help, hoping to get 1 or 2 fish to satisfy my craving. I'm not going to Black Water Pool. Heard the Tuo dragon there has been very fierce lately. In just over a dozen days, 3 people from the neighboring Blackstone village have already perished there. You need to be careful, don't go too deep." Shen Yuan smiled slightly. "I'll just try my luck at the outskirts, if I can't catch any, I can buy a couple in town later." After bidding farewell to the young man, Shen Yuan continued on his way. About half an hour later, he arrived at the location of Black Water Pool. Though Jinlia village was 200 miles away from Hidden Dragon Mountain, it was located on an offshoot of Hidden Dragon Mountain. Black Water Pool was situated between 2 ridges of Hidden Dragon Mountain, with exceptionally lush forests. In the blazing summer, stepping here brings a noticeable sense of coolness. Were it not for the threat of Tuo dragons and giant pythons, it would certainly be a great spot for a summer retreat. The divination systems panel indicated the general position of the Centennial Blood Toad, but it wasn't very precise. After wandering around the banks of Black Water Pool several times, Shen Yuan roughly determined that the Centennial Blood Toad was nearby. Yet surrounded by dense water plants and shrubs, he could not spot any sign of the Centennial Blood Toad. After a moment of thought, he set down the fishing net on his shoulder. Since he couldn't find the traces of the Centennial Blood Toad temporarily, he decided to cast a net first. Even if he couldn't find the blood toad's shedding, catching some fish wouldn't be a loss. After all, the fish from Black Water Pool were famously fat and delicious. Organizing the fishing net in his hand, Shen Yuan grasped the net rope with his left hand, and with his right hand swung it out fiercely. The large casting net formed a giant circle as it fell into the water. The loud splash of the net hitting the water echoed through the forest. Suddenly, Shen Yuan caught a glimpse of a flash of red in the distant shrubs. That was... Focusing on the swaying shrubs, Shen Yuan squinted his eyes. Blood Toad, it should be red, right? With this thought, he tied the net rope to a tree and cautiously picked up a thick branch as he approached the shrub. Shen Yuan walked very lightly and cautiously. Black Water Pool housed many Tuo dragons and giant pythons. Encountering either one could mean the end for him. Holding his breath, gripping the stick in his hand, Shen Yuan soon reached the shrub. Carefully, he poked at the outer branches of the shrub with the stick, ready to retreat at any moment. Rustle. The branches shook, but no other movements came from within. Seeing this, Shen Yuan became slightly bolder and tapped a few more times with the stick. Whoosh! There wasn't much movement from the shrub in front, instead startling several wild ducks hiding in the distant shrubs to burst out frantically. Sweating nervously, Shen Yuan took a deep breath, verifying that nothing unusual was in front of him, only then did he step closer, using the stick to part the shrub. A hint of bright red faintly revealed itself from within. He hurriedly used the stick to clear the shrub blocking his view, finally seeing the thing in its entirety. It was a patch of toad skin, about the size of a palm, entirely bright red, vivid and lifelike. Blood toads shedding. Staring at it, Shen Yuan's breath quickened. He knew, this was likely the Centennial Blood Toads shedding just as the system had mentioned. Worth 200 taels of silver, the item was right before him, but Shen Yuan didn't rush for it impulsively, instead, he cautiously attempted to lift the thing using the stick. Carefully avoiding the surrounding shrubs, Shen Yuan picked up the blood toads shedding from the bushes and quickly grasped it in his hand. The touch was slippery and soft, devoid of the usual slimy smell of ordinary toads, instead carrying a faint fragrance. Under the sunlight, it glistened. A good find indeed. The appearance alone hinted at its exceptional quality. After examining the blood toads shedding repeatedly, Shen Yuan quickly took out a piece of cloth from his bag and cautiously wrapped it up. With the Centennial Blood Toads shedding now in hand, he's achieved his purpose for coming. Storing it securely, he returned to where he had cast the net, untied the net rope, and slowly pulled the fishing net back out of the water. Plop! Plop! Splash! As the net was being pulled out, a few splashes of water rose, with faint signs of fish struggling beneath. At this, Shen Yuan beamed with joy. Quite a commotion, must be a big one. He quickly steadied himself, speeding up the process of dragging the net onto the shore. Chapter 4. At the bottom of the fishing net, 3 fish with bluish-grey backs and white bellies were unwilling to be caught and struggled desperately, making the weighted net rustle. Shen Yuan picked up the fishing net and moved to a spot far from the shore. Seeing the 3 plump green fish, he slightly grinned. These 3 green fish weighed about 3 to 4 catties each. If bought, they would cost at least half a tael of silver. But those are just ordinary green fish. The fish from Black Water Pool are not priced so cheaply. The elders in the village often say that Hidden Dragon Mountain and Black Dragon Pool both contain the word dragon because there is indeed a divine dragon buried in the mountain. The water of Black Dragon Pool comes from Hidden Dragon Mountain, and the creatures in the pool are all tainted with dragon chi. Such rumors are mostly just imagination, and Shen Yuan didn't pay much attention to them. He, however, believed that the reason the fish from Black Water Pool tasted delicious was primarily because the pool's water might actually be spring water, rich in various minerals. Also, due to the deep water and high pressure, the fish that live there have firmer and more delicate meat. Carefully removing the 3 green fish from the net, Shen Yuan took out a hemp rope, skillfully threaded it through the fish gills, and hung them together on a tree branch. Next, he needed to organize the fishing net, ready to cast a few more nets while luck was on his side. However, it seemed that today's good luck had been exhausted by the blood toads shedding, as he only caught a few palm-sized grass carp in the following nets, without significant harvest. Seeing the sun high overhead, Shen Yuan tidied up the fishing net and stopped there. He carried the fishing net on his shoulder and the fish he caught, heading home. As he reached the village entrance, he saw from afar an old man in grey leading a donkey walking towards him. Sitting on the donkey was an old man in a scholar's robe, with white hair and a beard. The scholar-robed old man was named Liu Ziwen, who was said to have been a great scholar at the County Mansion Imperial Academy. He came to Jinlia village 5 years ago, bought a piece of land at the village entrance, and built an elegant cottage to settle down. The old man in grey was his servant, named Uncle Ye. Being a high-minded scholar, Liu Ziwen generally did not interact with the villagers. When met like this, the villagers would respectfully call him Mr. Liu, and he would just nod slightly in return. Mr. Liu, Uncle Ye. Upon meeting, Shen Yuan cupped his hands in greeting. On the donkey, Liu Ziwen slightly nodded, while Uncle Ye politely smiled. As they were about to pass each other, Liu Ziwen noticed the few green fish in Shen Yuan's hand and suddenly asked, "Did you catch those fish from Black Dragon Pool?" Shen Yuan stopped his steps, raised the fish in his hand, and nodded. Mr. Liu recognized them. Liu Ziwen dismounted from the donkey, walked over, bent down to take a closer look, and stroked his beard, saying, "They say the fish from Black Dragon Pool have dragon chi. Even after being carried this way with their gills pierced and exposed to the sun all the way, these few fish still have such vitality, truly remarkable. To be frank, younger brother Shen, I am a great lover of fish, could you part with them for me?" Would you sell them to me? Buy fish? Shen Yuan looked at the fish in his hand and then smiled. It's not about parting with them, Lu likes fish, I would simply give you 2. With that, he untied the rope and handed over 2 of the larger green fish. These 2 are for you, but I need to keep the rest to make soup for the 2 little rascals. Lu Ziwen did not reach out to take them. Uncle Ye, on the side, hurriedly came over, gestured at the hemp rope in Shen Yuan's hand, then pointed to the 2 green fish, making a series of gestures. Shen Yuan realized, immediately snapped the rope, and helped him thread the 2 green fish. Uncle Ye grinned and accepted the fish. I am not carrying any silver taels, but I'll have Uncle Ye deliver them to your place later, Lu Ziwen cupped his fists and said. Evidently, he did not want to owe a favor. Seeing this, Shen Yuan's heart stirred slightly, and he immediately cupped his hands. Lu, I dare to request an opportunity through these 2 fish. Oh. Lu Ziwen smiled slightly. Younger brother Shen, do tell. Shen Yuan cupped his hands again. I heard that you once served at the County Mansion Imperial Academy as a great scholar. I dare to request an opportunity for my son to apprentice under you. After saying this, Shen Yuan felt a bit anxious. This Lu Ziwen was famously aloof. When he initially settled in Jinlia village, many gentry and wealthy families from Anyang County had offered significant gifts, hoping to have their family members apprenticed under him. Even the county magistrate personally visited. But without exception, all were turned away by Lu Ziwen. Now, Shen Yuan was merely trying his luck, not holding much hope. If successful, exchanging 2 fish for a chance to have his son apprentice with a contemporary great scholar would be a great bargain. If unsuccessful, given the old man's temperament, he probably wouldn't take advantage of 2 fish but would likely return them or pay for them. They were not much acquainted, so he wouldn't be at a loss either way. Lu Ziwen said nothing, and the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Holding the fish, Uncle Ye looked at his master's expression, already preparing to return the fish to Shen Yuan. I select disciples based on fate, younger brother Shen, if you truly wish to try, bring your son to my place at the end of the hour of the hare tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan was momentarily stunned, then immediately cupped his hands. Thank you, sir. Regardless of the outcome, these 2 fish are yours. Lu Ziwen smiled and waved his hand. Not appropriate, these fish should be considered as your son's admission gift. If I do not accept him, I naturally cannot accept this gift. If there truly is no teacher-student fate, I would purchase them with silver. Seeing his insistence, Shen Yuan said no more, cupping his hands in respect before heading home. Once he was far away, Uncle Ye made gestures with the fish in his hand. Lu Ziwen smiled faintly. Wealth and possessions are external objects. If there truly is a talent akin to fish and dragons, what does it matter if he comes from a humble background? Uncle Ye, let's go back. If the fish dies, it won't be fresh anymore. When Shen Yuan returned home, Hu Yufen had just finished preparing lunch. Ah Dai, you're back. Seeing him enter the courtyard, Shen Wengxing hurriedly ran over to take the fishing net off his shoulder. Little Shen Vinian excitedly tried to carry the fish in his hand. Unexpectedly, the green fish, after being exposed to the sun for 2 or 3 hours, was still quite vigorous, and as the little guy approached, the fish instantly whipped its tail, slapping his belly. Slap! Ouch! The little guy stumbled from the hit, almost falling. Off to the side, Hu Yufen was surprised. That fish is quite fierce. Shen Yuan laughed and patted Shen Vinian's head. Fish from Black Water Pool, it's normal for them to be a bit fierce. You went to Black Water Pool? Hu Yufen asked with some concern. Unraveling the rope, throwing the fish into a wooden basin, Shen Yuan washed off the dirt on him, speaking, if I hadn't gone to Black Water Pool, I wouldn't have happened upon a great deal. He recounted his encounter with Lu Ziwen. Hu Yufen was incredulous upon hearing it. Back then, the gentry and wealthy families in the county hauled boxes of gold and silver to Jinlia village, yet they couldn't even make it past Master Lu's door. Did you truly secure a chance for our child to apprentice with just 2 green fish? Shen Yuan nodded. After we eat, find sister-in-law Zhao for help to get these 2 rascals a proper outfit. Surely they can't go bare-bottom to their teacher tomorrow, right? Hu Yufen quickly agreed, not bothering to eat, and hurried back inside to look for suitable fabric. That is a contemporary great scholar, and just being granted an opportunity is a blessing from the heavens. Regardless of the outcome, they mustn't be impolite. Chapter 5. The three of them were having a meal when Hu Yufen brought out several pieces of cloth from the cabinet that she had procured from the town before the new year. These were originally intended for Shen Yuan's clothes, but since things were urgent, she could only use them for the two children now. Let's eat first, there's enough time. Seeing her busy with measuring the fabric, Shen Yuan came up and spoke. Hu Yufen continued measuring the cloth by herself. Master Lu is a great scholar, and this hard-won opportunity requires attention to every detail. Seeing her looking so tense, Shen Yuan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. This scene reminded him of when he was lucky enough to get an interview at a big company in his previous life. To prepare for that interview, he emptied his pockets to buy a suit and tie. On the day of the interview, however, the interviewers were all dressed casually in sneakers. If Master Lu chose students based on clothing, this opportunity wouldn't have come to his two sons. I'll go to the front yard to see if sister-in-law Zhao is busy. Shen Yuan wiped his mouth and walked toward the outside. As he was about to step out of the courtyard gate, he glanced at the tub with several palm-sized grass carps, picked up a hemp rope, and strung them up to take along. The family living in their front yard was surnamed Zhao. The man was a couple of years older than Shen Yuan and was named Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan's wife's surname was Wang, and her name was Wang Ying. The couple had two sons and a daughter, all honest and simple people. With the grass carp in hand, Shen Yuan knocked on the courtyard door, and a tiger-headed young boy about Shen Wengxing's age opened the door. Uncle Yuan. Seeing Shen Yuan, the little boy called out, then quickly ran back into the courtyard. Dad, Uncle Yuan is here. Inside the courtyard, Zhao Xuan came forward holding a bowl of rice, shirtless. Yuan, have you eaten? Your sister-in-law made millet porridge, have a bowl. Hey, dear, serve Uncle Yuan a bowl of millet porridge. Millet porridge is a kind of millet and meat porridge. A while ago, Shen Yuan set traps in the mountains and caught a big wild boar and 7 small ones, which were difficult to transport down the mountain. After enlisting the help of Zhao Xuan and a few others to bring them down, the big wild boar was slaughtered on the spot, and some of the pork was sold to the others at a low price, with the rest preserved by Hu Yufen as salted meat. Brother Xuan, don't bother, I just finished eating. Shen Yuan waved his hand, raising the fish in his hand. Caught some fish this morning, brought you guys a few, don't mind if they're small. Seeing this, Zhao Xuan quickly put down the bowl in his hand and examined the grass carp. So fresh and shiny, Yuan, these aren't from the Leshui River, are they? From the Black Water Pool. Zhao Xuan was a bit surprised. You went to Black Water Pool. I heard the Tuo dragon there has been ferocious lately, better not take risks next time. Shen Yuan nodded, then turned to Wang Ying and said, Sister-in-law, are you free after the meal? Wang Ying smiled and said, the crops are mostly done, not much to be busy with. Yuan, do you need anything? The two families had a good relationship, often helping each other with daily matters. Additionally, with Shen Yuan bringing fish from Black Water Pool, Wang Ying was very gracious. Yufen got some cloth, wants to make decent clothes for Shi Tiu and Anu, sister-in-law, you're so skillful, if you're free, could you guide her? The little compliment made Wang Ying quite pleased, and she quickly replied with a smile, I'm free, I'll head over after I'm done here. Shen Yuan nodded, handed the fish to Zhao Xuan, and said, Brother Xuan, you guys finish eating, I'm heading back. In the afternoon, Hu Yufen and Wang Ying were busy in the courtyard making clothes for the two little ones, while Shen Yuan slaughtered fish by the well nearby and picked 2 good pieces of wild boar meat, cutting them into strips and wrapping them in red cloth. Even though Lu Ziwan said 2 fresh fish could serve as the apprenticeship fee, going empty-handed the next morning wouldn't look good. The wild boar meat was completely wild and tasted great, bringing 2 pieces would look good. Besides, with Lu Ziwan's character, if he didn't accept Shi Tiu and Anu, he wouldn't accept the meat either, so they wouldn't be at a loss. Yufen, wasn't this cloth meant for making clothes for Yuan? On the bamboo mat, Wang Ying carefully sewed the fabric while casually asking. Hu Yufen nodded with a smile. Shi Tiu and Anu are visiting Master Lu tomorrow morning, no time to fetch new ones from town, so using these for now. Hearing this, Wang Ying's needle paused slightly in surprise, and she looked up. Visiting, Master Lu? The old curmudgeon in our village. Hu Yufen suddenly realized she might have let something slip. It was rare for Master Lu to agree to give their children an opportunity. If the villagers knew, they would undoubtedly pester him. Master Lu liked peace and quiet, if he got angry. Seeing no response from her, Wang Ying grinned and continued sewing, saying, Yufen, can't you trust your sister-in-law? What goes into my ears won't be passed on, rest assured. Hu Yufen awkwardly smiled, thank you, sister-in-law. The two of them stayed busy until evening, finally finishing the clothes for Shen Wengxing and Shen Vinian. The two little ones quickly washed up with the hot water in the courtyard and eagerly changed into their new clothes. They fit perfectly. Thanks to sister-in-law for suggesting to tighten the shoulders and waist a bit, otherwise they wouldn't look as good. A person relies on clothes as a horse relies on a saddle, and the two little rascals had been running around bare-bottomed since summer. Even when they occasionally dressed, it was just shorts, and they were always covered in dirt. Now that they were washed and dressed in new clothes, they looked much more presentable. Sister-in-law, Shi Tiaoyu's dad has prepared the fish, I'll start cooking it now, call brother Xuan and the others over for the fish soup later. It was already dark, and since Wang Ying had been busy all afternoon, Hu Yufen quickly invited her. No need, Yuan brought us a few fish during noon, I'll head back and cook those, said Wang Ying with a cheerful smile as she left. At night, the family of four drank fish soup and, after washing up, sat in the courtyard to enjoy the cool air. Dai, why is the moon sometimes full and sometimes a crescent? Anu lay beside Shen Yuan, gazing at the moon which was as bright as a jade plate and curiously asked. That's because a heavenly dog bites it. It's like a flatbread with a big bite taken out. Before Shen Yuan could speak, Shen Wengxing chimed in with an answer. The little one sprang up and asked, then why does the bitten moon become full again after some time? Shen Wengxing was stumped by the question, hesitating as he didn't know how to answer. Mom, what do you think? The little one looked towards Hu Yufen, who was holding a palm fan. Startled by the question, Hu Yufen looked at her youngest with a bit of a headache. This little guy was only 4 but was absolutely a question kid. Though Hu Yufen wasn't a talented scholar, before the family suffered misfortune, she had read many classical books. Yet many times she couldn't answer Anu's questions. Seeing his wife stumped, Shen Yuan gently smiled. Shi Tiaoyu, go grab 2 plates. Curious, Shen Wengxing got up and brought 2 plates from the kitchen. Shen Yuan took the plates, holding one in front and the other behind it, moving them slowly to simulate the change from a full moon to a crescent. Understand now. The little one watched the movements without saying anything. Shen Yuan didn't dwell on explanations, but placed the plates down and, while ruffling the little one's hair, said, to understand this, you need to study hard, once you've read more books and thought more, you'll know. Shen Vinian nodded, half understanding, then asked, does the scholar know this? Hu Yufen sensed her husband was using this moment to encourage learning, so she jumped in to continue, Master Lu is a great scholar, the most knowledgeable person, of course he knows. Anu, make sure to perform well tomorrow and strive to be accepted as a student by the scholar, okay? Shen Vinian nodded. Hu Yufen then looked at her eldest son, Shen Wengxing, and said, Shi Tiaoyu, you have to perform well too, if both of you can become the scholar's students, your father and I will be at ease. Shen Wengxing nodded as well, and the family of 4 sat quietly on the bamboo mat, gazing at the full moon above. Chapter 6. The sun rises, and the mist gradually dissipates. At the break of dawn, Shen Yuan got up and called for the 2 little ones to rise. After a simple meal, Hu Yufen personally helped the 2 little ones get dressed, and once everything was in order, she instructed, don't be naughty at the teacher's house, do you remember the manners your mother taught you? The 2 nodded, don't worry, mother, we've remembered everything. Shen Yuan, standing to the side, said, all right, it's time to go. They had arranged to meet Lu Ziwen at the end of the hour, and it was about that time now, so they needed to set off. Carrying the salted meat prepared yesterday as a gift, Shen Yuan took the 2 little ones and set out. Hu Yufen personally saw the trio out, watching them disappear down the alleyway. Lu Ziwen preferred quiet, and his small courtyard was built outside Jinlia village, near a small creek. Shen Yuan led his 2 sons along the path between the fields and soon arrived at the courtyard. The path in front of the door was paved with blue bricks, and at the entrance stood 2 peach trees loaded with fruit. When Shen Yuan arrived, Uncle Ye was sweeping the fallen leaves with a broom. Uncle Ye. Shen Yuan cupped his hands in greeting, and the 2 little ones imitated his gesture with a slight bow. Oh! Uncle Ye smiled and cupped his hand in return, quickly putting the broom aside, tidying his clothes, and leading the 3 into the courtyard. Lu Ziwen had settled in Jinlia village for over 5 years, and Shen Yuan reckoned he was the first outsider to step into this courtyard. It was a two-entry courtyard with white walls and black tiles, and a few clusters of ink bamboo were planted by the entrance screen, lush and green. A rounded archway connected to the inner courtyard, and upon entering, the straight path of blue stone flanked by a few orchids on the left, with rockeries and vines covering the yard wall climbing up. A delicate pavilion stood by the rockery, creating a sense of layers. On the right, a few organized vegetable plots lay in neat rows. Leading Shen Yuan into the yard, Uncle Ya pointed toward the pavilion where Lu Ziwen sat holding a book, signaling them to go over. Shen Yuan bowed, then led Shi Tou and Anu toward the pavilion. Sir, upon arriving at the pavilion, he bowed in greeting, and the two little ones, slightly nervous, respectfully did the same. Lu Ziwen put down the book in his hand, got up, bowed, and then looked over the two little ones. Shen Yuan remained silent, quietly observing his expression. I wish to speak with these two children alone. After a bit of observation, Lu Ziwen spoke with a gentle smile. Shen Yuan was slightly taken aback, but wisely bowed and left the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, Lu Ziwen looked at the elder, Shen Wengxing, and asked, "Why do you wish to apprentice under me?" Shen Wengxing hesitated and then humbly bowed. Mother says the master is a great scholar at the Imperial Academy. When he said this, a hint of disappointment appeared on Lu Ziwen's face. He then turned to Shen Vinian, "You tell me, why do you wish to become my student?" The little one raised his head and replied, "The master is the most knowledgeable person in the world, as his student, I can learn well and know many things." Lu Ziwen was surprised, "What do you wish to know?" Seeing this, the little one's eyes lit up, but then he lowered his voice. Mother said not to be disrespectful in front of the master. Lu Ziwen chuckled, stroking his beard, "Feel free to ask." Really? The little one excitedly straightened up. Lu Ziwen kindly smiled, "Go ahead and ask." At this, Shen Vinian immediately forgot his mother's instructions on manners, leaning closer, "Master, is there a river, lake, or sea in the sky?" Lu Ziwen was slightly surprised but shook his head, "No." "Then where does the rain come from?" Lu Ziwen chuckled, "It comes from the clouds." "Then where do the clouds come from?" This question stumped Lu Ziwen. Watching his brother ask the teacher such tricky questions, Shen Wengxing hurriedly bowed, "Forgive him, master, Anu, he." No need, no need," Lu Ziwen laughed, "are there any more questions?" Shen Vinian tilted his head, "When rain falls as water, why does it flow to the lower ground?" Lu Ziwen stroked his beard, "Water flows into rivers, and rivers flow into the sea because the sea is at the lowest point." Shen Vinian was curious, "What is the sea?" Anyang County is in the western part of Great Yu, and the largest river he's seen is the Leshui River, so he has no idea what a sea is. Lu Ziwen chuckled, "The sea is the most vast body of water, boundless and endless." Shen Vinian nodded thoughtfully, "So the sea is the smartest body of water." Lu Ziwen was puzzled, "Why do you say that?" "Because the sea knows to stay at the lowest point, letting all the water flow into it, so it becomes the largest." Shen Vinian grinned. Hearing this response, Lu Ziwen was slightly surprised, feeling a ripple in his heart. To embrace all waters makes it truly vast was a realization he reached after half a lifetime of thought. He hadn't expected such profound wisdom to be expressed so simply by a child today. Ha ha ha! Lu Ziwen laughed, heartily and loudly, causing Uncle Ya and Shen Yuan, busy tending to the vegetable plots nearby, to glance curiously towards the pavilion. The two stood up, curiously watching Lu Ziwen laugh heartily in the pavilion. "Go, call your father over." Lu Ziwen stopped laughing, turned to Shen Wengxing, and said. Shen Wengxing bowed and quickly went to Shen Yuan, "Dai, the master wants you to come over." Shen Yuan dusted his hands off of soil, quickly approaching the pavilion. "Younger brother Shen, please accept my bow." Seeing Shen Yuan, Lu Ziwen adjusted his sleeve and bowed. This left Shen Yuan utterly confused, hastily moving aside and returning the gesture. "Why are you doing this, sir?" Lu Ziwen straightened up, looked at Shen Vinian with a satisfied sigh. "I began my education at 3, was well versed in the classics and histories by 6, and at 12 passed the imperial examinations, entering the Imperial Academy as I came of age. Thereafter, I travelled the world, visited celebrated scholars, and by my 40s, I considered myself well versed in all earthly knowledge. 20 years passed idly at the County Mansion Imperial Academy, and 5 years ago I resigned, seeking a wisdom beyond that of the sages, yet found no path. In searching deeply, I've realized my own insignificance when reflecting on oneself. Alas! Life is finite and unstoppable, all the scholars under heaven are mediocre, no one worthy in my eyes. Liu Ziwen proudly clasped his hands behind his back, his voice unwavering. At this moment, the image of scholarly pride was vividly displayed. After expressing his sentiments, he retrieved his vigor, then lovingly ruffled Shen Yuan's hair. This child comes seeking knowledge, with a heart that yearns for it, earning my deep admiration. I bow to you, because you've brought me a disciple that I am truly proud of. Shen Yuan, startled at first, quickly realized the implication, hastily looked to Shen Yuan, Anu, Hurry and Kowtow. Only then did Shen Yuan understand, rushing to kneel and profoundly bow, student pays respects to the master. Liu Ziwen accepted the gesture with ease, then laughingly helped him up. Good, good, good. From today on, you will be my last student. All that I have learned in life will be taught to you, I hope you will surpass me, reaching heights I have never achieved. Go back for now, come over directly at the first light tomorrow. The father and sons bowed in respect, then left the courtyard with Liu Ziwen personally seeing them off. On the way home, Shen Wengxing seemed a bit down. The master only mentioned his brother coming over the next day, without mentioning him at all, clearly only accepting his brother as a student, not him. Noticing this, Shen Yuan rubbed his head, everyone has a path suited for them. If studying doesn't work, we can learn martial arts, tomorrow, I'll check at the town. Shen Wengxing, hearing this, smiled. In truth, he wasn't very fond of academic learning, earlier when Liu Ziwen asked, he didn't know how to respond. Mentioning martial arts did stir some excitement in him. I'll definitely practice hard and one day become a grand general. Shen Wengxing's innocent face was full of seriousness. Shen Yuan smiled, ruffling his hair, and said nothing. Chapter 7. When the three members of the family returned home, Hu Yufen was anxiously looking out from the door. Mother! Mom! The two little ones hurried over upon seeing their mother. Hu Yufen crouched down to sort out their clothes and looked up at Shen Yuan who was walking over, asking, Husband, how is it? Shen Yuan smiled faintly, the teacher accepted Anu. Upon hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared on Hu Yufen's face, then, noticing the disappointment on her eldest son Shen Wengxing's face, she quickly crouched down, gently touched his cheek, and said, Shi Tou, don't be discouraged, your father and I will think of other ways. Shen Wengxing nodded obediently, and the family of four returned to the courtyard. Later, let's separate this year's grain, keep enough to pay the taxes, store some, and sell the rest in town. Shen Yuan said in a steady voice. Is it that urgent? Hu Yufen asked with some confusion. She wanted to wait a while longer since the new grain had just come in and the price wouldn't be too high. Shen Yuan glanced at Shen Wengxing, who was playing in the courtyard, and said quietly, I want to send Shi Tou to the martial arts hall in town to learn martial arts. This child's mind isn't on books. Hu Yufen also knew that her husband wasn't wrong, but she still felt a bit worried. I've heard that learning martial arts requires talent and the ability to endure hardship. More importantly, laying a good foundation costs a significant amount of money. Can our family afford it? In Jinliu village, many families sent their children to the town's martial arts hall. They could afford it because they never considered buying herbal meals to condition their children's bodies. They simply hoped to learn some skills through martial arts, and besides improving health, no one in the village would dare to bully them easily in the future. After all, having a reputation for learning martial arts still carried some deterrent power. Hu Yufen, being knowledgeable and reasonable, naturally didn't have only this in mind, she intended, like Shen Yuan, to provide the best resources for their child, putting in the utmost effort to help him succeed on this path. Don't worry about it, the family savings should last for 2 years, and I'll try to figure something out. Shen Yuan sighed. Indeed, people's greatest troubles stem from their desires. If it weren't for wanting their 2 children to have promising futures, living honestly with their current family conditions wouldn't have so many worries. The 100-year blood toad's exuvia obtained yesterday from Blackwater Pool could fetch about 200 taels of silver. Coupled with the money saved over the years, and selling the grain, they might have nearly 400 taels. If nothing unexpected happens, supporting the eldest in learning martial arts for several years shouldn't be a problem. Time passed quickly, and soon it was evening. After dinner, the family went to rest early. Moonlight like water hung in the center of the window lattice. Shen Yuan lay on the bed and, wanting to turn over, found Hu Yufen's entire leg was pressing on him. Helplessly, he didn't dare to move. Quietly looking at the canopy overhead, he pondered how to make some changes with the existing foundations to make the family more prosperous. Time ticked away, and soon it was midnight. The hexagram has been refreshed. Today's hexagram great misfortune, you decided to sell the 100-year Blood Toad's exuvia, which caught someone's attention. You were followed home, fought desperately, but the opponent was a formidable martial artist. Ultimately, you and your family were killed, and your household was looted. Most of the time, the system hexagram concerns trivial matters, and Shen Yuan wasn't too concerned. But every time the hexagram refreshed, he habitually glanced at it. This time, however, seeing those blood-red letters gave him a startle, and he sat up from the bed. Great misfortune! Just for 100-year Blood Toad's exuvia, he would be followed home by a martial artist, ultimately leading to his family's demise? Despite the summer's sweltering night, Shen Yuan was struck with a cold sweat by the words of the hexagram. Husband, did you have a nightmare? His movements also woke his sleeping wife beside him. Hu Yufen sat up, and seeing the sweat on Shen Yuan's forehead in the moonlight, she asked with concern. Shen Yuan came to his senses, turned, and looked at his wife. The moonlight was gentle, with Hu Yufen's hair down, she appeared with a kind of mysterious beauty. He gently embraced his wife and gradually tightened his hold. Confused by his inexplicable action, Hu Yufen felt a bit breathless but didn't struggle, just quietly comforted him with her hand on his back. It's all right, it's all right. Calming down, Shen Yuan released his arms and gently caressed his wife's cheek, lowering his head for a kiss. After a release, Hu Yufen fell deeply asleep. Shen Yuan glanced again at the hexagram in his sea of consciousness, making a resolution in his heart. This 100-year Blood Toad's exuvia, no matter what, must not be sold. Furthermore, apart from his wife, he wouldn't let anyone know he possessed the 100-year Blood Toad's exuvia. The next morning, Shen Yuan got up early, ate a simple meal, and hurriedly left home. As the sun rose, he came to a household at the eastern end of the village. Is Uncle Sun at home? In the courtyard, an elderly woman and two grey-clad servants were busy drying various herbs. Hearing the shout, the woman turned around. Ah Yuan, your Uncle Sun is at the herbal house, just go directly. Shen Yuan nodded and headed towards the room in the southwest corner of the courtyard. Upon reaching the door, a faint medicinal aroma hit him, refreshing his spirit with just one whiff. Shen Yuan knocked on the door and only pushed it open after a voice inside said, "Come in. Uncle Sun, I'm here to get some medicine from you." The herbal house had cabinets filled with herbs along the walls, with some grinding tools and various other implements in the center. Behind a central desk, an elderly, stooped man with graying hair was carefully reading from ancient bamboo slips. Hearing Shen Yuan speak, the old man looked up, squinting for a while. "Shen family kid." Shen Yuan nodded and bowed. "It's been really hot lately, and I've been feeling dizzy and nauseous, with no appetite. Could you please take a look and prescribe some medicine, Uncle Sun?" The old man slightly nodded and said, "Sit down, it's likely a heat stroke." Shen Yuan sat down in front, extending his wrist. The old man placed his fingers on the pulse and sensing for a moment, said, "It's not too serious, I'll prescribe you some medicine, boil it at home and drink it like tea." Shen Yuan expressed his gratitude and then asked, "Uncle Sun, my kid is preparing to learn martial arts in town, I wanted to ask if there's anything in particular regarding his diet we should pay attention to." While weighing the medicine, the old man said, "I may not understand the martial dao, but practicing martial arts is about having a good body, full of qi and blood. If you want him to achieve something, herbal meals from the martial arts hall are essential. For regular meals, it's better to stew lean meat with some common herbs." Shen Yuan quietly noted these tips, then hesitated and asked, "The martial arts hall's herbal meals are quite expensive, are they really effective?" The old man chuckled at this. "The herbal meals from the town's martial arts hall use valuable herbs, just the 10-year Blood Toad's shedding alone is worth 10 taels of silver per sheet. The Blood Toad's shedding helps consolidate one's foundation, enhances vitality and nourishes the blood. Just a small piece can make a person energetic for a whole day, and when combined with other herbs, the effects are even greater." Wrapping the medicine in craft paper, the old man cheerfully concluded, "That's only because Anyang County has blood toads, elsewhere, a herbal meal might cost no less than 10 taels of silver." Feigning surprise, Shen Yuan remarked, learning martial arts really is an expensive endeavor. The old man laughed. Indeed, when I traveled to the county government in my youth, I heard that the noble family members consumed 100-year blood toads shedding to train their bodies. The cost of herbal meals alone would be several hundred taels of silver each month. All right, when you get home, gently simmer it for half an hour, add plenty of water, and drink it for 2 days. Shen Yuan quickly bowed. Thank you so much, Uncle Sun. How much is it? 30 coppers. Shen Yuan paid the money and left the herbal house with the medicine in hand. Chapter 8. Sun Fuchen is the only physician in Jinlia village. It is said that the Sun family's ancestors were once healers in the Royal City Imperial Hospital. However, due to a medication error that almost killed a crown prince, the direct lineage was exiled. Sun Fuchen's branch, being a collateral branch, fortunately escaped to Anyang County. In the early years, the Sun family ran a medical clinic in Anyang County, but later, due to targeting from the crown prince's entourage, they were forced to scatter their wealth and hide in Jinlia village. Shen Yuan decided to seek out Sun Fuchen after a night of deep contemplation. He needed to figure out exactly what the 100-year blood toad's exuvia was. Why would selling the blood toad's shedding attract the attention of martial artists? Through Sun Fuchen, he finally understood the uses of the 100-year blood toad's exuvia. The blood toad's shedding was actually the main ingredient of medicinal meals at the martial arts hall, and the centennial grade was a rarity that only noble family members could afford. No wonder selling it attracted the attention of martial artists. An innocent man harbors a treasure, and that becomes his crime. It seems that the 100-year blood toad's exuvia cannot be exchanged for money. However, knowing that the 100-year blood toad's exuvia could be used to condition the bodies of martial artists, and since he intended for Shi Tou to practice martial arts, there was no rush to sell it. Later, when Shi Tou starts practicing martial arts, he could eat it, saving money on purchases. When Shen Yuan returned home, Hu Yufan immediately came to greet him. Seeing him carrying medicinal herbs, she skeptically asked, "Are you ill, husband?" The previous night, despite the rain, Shen Yuan was as vigorous as ever, not showing signs of illness. Hu Yufan quickly reached out to feel his forehead. "It's nothing, Uncle Sun prepared some refreshing tea. The planting season is coming up, so I prepared in advance." Visiting Sun Fuchen wasn't really for medical treatment. But if he specifically went there to inquire about the blood toad's shedding, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Therefore, he used heat stroke as an excuse to buy some refreshing tea. Upon hearing this, Hu Yufan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Shen Yuan was the backbone of the family, and with their children still young, the family would be in peril if anything happened to him. Did Anu go to Mr. Lu's place? Not seeing his youngest son, Shen Yuan asked. "Yes, I personally took him there. The teacher said Anu could have lunch with him, so we don't need to worry." "Husband, Master Lu seems to really like Anu." Hearing this, Shen Yuan smiled and then switched topics. "It's that brat's good fortune that the teacher likes him. How about this, after lunch, help me pack 2 bags of grain to send to the teacher as the brat's ration. The teacher might not lack for a meal, but we can't pretend not to know." Hu Yufan nodded with a smile. This was precisely why she liked Shen Yuan back in the day. Despite being common folks from a remote area, he had broad insights, knew etiquette, and was worldly wise, making people feel comfortable. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Shen Venyan's studies with Lu Ziwan were progressing smoothly. The villagers gradually found out that the second son of the Shen family had been accepted by Lu Ziwan as a student, and they were all envious. That day, the village chief struck the copper chime. Everyone knew it was time to pay taxes. The Great Yu dynasty was in its prime, and except for occasional disturbances from the barbarian race in the western wilderness, it could be considered a time of peace. The Shen family had 60 acres of good farmland and 10 acres of woodland. According to regulations, good farmland costs 500 wen per acre per year, and woodland 200 wen per acre per year. Altogether, they had to pay 32 taels of silver. This was the equivalent, though they could also directly pay with grain as tax. However, Shen Yuan didn't plan to pay taxes with silver. Storing grain required a lot of space, not to mention the need to prevent insects, rodents, and moisture, which was quite troublesome. Storing a year's worth of provisions at home was enough, the rest would be sold after the taxes were paid. More importantly, in recent years, the government had been encouraging the common people to pay their taxes in grain, offering certain reductions for doing so. After packing the grain, the couple drove the ox cart to the village square. Thanks to 2 consecutive years of good harvests, the villagers of Jinliu village had prosperous yields, the tax payment process went smoothly, and there were few scenes of people unable to pay taxes, crying and begging, being beaten by the officials. After paying taxes, it was time for summer farming. Shen Yuan hired a few temporary workers, including Fu Gui. With the help of the temporary workers and the family's old ox, they managed to finish planting all 60 acres of good farmland in a little over 10 days. By mid-September, after the crops were planted, there wasn't much left to do for the rest of the year. After all the busy work, Shen Yuan planned to take the remaining grain from home to town to sell. That day, the couple was getting ready to load the packed grain onto the ox cart when Hu Yufen's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly covered her mouth and ran to the side to vomit. Shen Wengxing, who was waiting to go to town with his father, hurried over. "Mother, are you all right?" Hu Yufen dry heaved a few times without throwing up anything, and she shook her head, her face pale. Shen Yuan came over, supported her, and said, "Let me take you to see Uncle Sun." Hu Yufen rolled her eyes at him. "You're the father of 2 children already, still clueless." Upon hearing her words, Shen Yuan was taken aback. It took him a while to react, and then he exclaimed with joy, "Is my wife pregnant?" Hu Yufen nodded with a complex expression. Being pregnant again was supposed to be good news. But it also meant that soon there would be another mouth to feed in the family. The couple had already decided to let Shi Tiu learn martial arts, and most of the family's future income would be spent on him. Adding another mouth to feed would make life even more straitened. "Ah Dai, what illness, is being happy?" Shen Wengxing looked at his parents in confusion, not understanding why his father was grinning foolishly when his mother was sick. Shen Yuan patted his son's head and smiled, "Brat, your mother is going to have either a little brother or sister for you soon." "Ah!" Hearing this, Shen Wengxing opened his mouth in shock. "Shi Tiu, do you want a brother or a sister?" Shen Wengxing tilted his head, thought for a moment, and smiled, "Either." The couple exchanged smiles. After a brief rest, Hu Yufen came to the ox cart, intending to continue helping load the remaining grain. Shen Yuan hurriedly stopped her and had Shi Tiu bring over a stool. "Don't disturb the fetus, just sit down, I'll do it myself." Hu Yufen protested, "I'm not that delicate, there's a lot of grain, and you might hurt yourself moving it all." At this moment, Shen Yuan immediately displayed the authority of the head of the household, pressing her onto the stool with a stern face, "Listen to me, just sit quietly." Having no choice against him, Hu Yufen obediently sat by and watched her husband load the bags of grain onto the ox cart. After all the work, it was already noon. Hu Yufen took a cloth and gently wiped the sweat from Shen Yuan's body with a bit of heartache. "Husband, take a rest, I'll go make some food." Shen Yuan wanted to rush for the kitchen but was pushed out by Hu Yufen with the reason a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. With nothing to do, Shen Yuan, after much thought, decided to go to the Sun family himself and invite the old man to check on his wife. First, he wanted to confirm this joyful news, and secondly, he wanted to help her maintain her health from the beginning. When Anu was born, it coincided with floods, and Hu Yufen, unable to properly recover during her confinement, was noticeably weaker than before. Chapter 9. When Hu Yufen finished cooking, Shen Yuan and Sun Fuchen, carrying a medicine box, also walked into the house. "Uncle Sun." Hu Yufen, coming out from the kitchen, hurriedly saluted, then looked reproachfully at Shen Yuan, "There's really nothing wrong, yet you had to trouble Uncle Sun to make a trip." Shen Yuan chuckled, "It's better to confirm." "Please sit down, Uncle Sun." After inviting Sun Fuchen to sit, he also helped his wife sit opposite him. After a simple pulse check, a smile appeared on Sun Fuchen's face. Stroking his beard, he said, "It is indeed a pregnancy pulse, there's nothing else of concern." Hearing this confirmation, Shen Yuan felt relieved instantly, then quickly asked, "Uncle Sun, during Yufen's previous pregnancy with Anu, there was a flood, and it hurt her primordial qi, do you think we should prescribe some medication to help her recover?" In this era, childbirth for women is akin to walking through the gateway of death. Any mishap could result in both lives being lost. Over the years, many women in the village have lost their lives this way, and he did not want anything to happen to his wife. Sun Fuchen nodded, "Indeed, she needs proper care, I have some remedies here, but..." "Yufen, you and Shi Tiu have your meal first, I'll have a word with Uncle Sun outside," interrupting Sun Fuchen, Shen Yuan said. Hu Yufen nodded slightly, watching them leave the yard. Outside the yard, Shen Yuan quickly explained, "Please forgive me, Uncle Sun, Yufen is quite frugal." Sun Fuchen nodded with a smile, "I understand, the prescription for adjustment is indeed valuable. For postpartum women, the greatest threat is insufficient blood and qi. After childbirth, significant loss of primordial qi can cause fatal bleeding. The key is to strengthen the foundation and replenish blood and qi." Hearing this, Shen Yuan was slightly taken aback and said, "I remember Uncle Sun once said that practicing martial arts also requires strengthening the foundation and keeping the qi and blood abundant, could it be?" Sun Fuchen smiled and nodded, "Yes, that's true, the medicinal diet at the martial arts hall in town is actually a good adjustment remedy. However, it includes herbs that pregnant women should avoid, so it can't be used as it is. The prescription I've prepared is much milder." Without any hesitation, Shen Yuan promptly said, "Then I'll trouble you, Uncle Sun." Sun Fuchen waved his hand, "I'll go back and prepare the medicine, you can come by and pick it up when you have time. This medicine consists of 10 doses in total, 1 dose per month, and each dose is priced at 2 taels of silver. It's a top-notch adjustment remedy, but if it's too expensive..." "It's not expensive, not at all," Shen Yuan clasped his hands in thanks, "Thank you, Uncle Sun, I'll come to get it in the evening." Medicines that protect lives, whether it costs 20 taels of silver, or even 200, he has to find a way. "Then, I'll head back now," Sun Fuchen said. "I'll see you off." "No need, go back and have your meal." When Shen Yuan returned to the yard, Hu Yufen immediately came up and said, "There's nothing wrong with my health, don't waste money." Shen Yuan gently took her hand and said earnestly, "It's just some ordinary health-boosting medicine, not expensive. Don't worry, I'm here for everything." Hu Yufen blushed and said nothing. She knew Shen Yuan cared for her, but every expense at home was a burden, and these burdens ultimately fell on her husband's shoulders. "Let's eat." Shen Yuan sat down at the table, looking at Shen Wengxing beside him gobbling down white rice, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. After finishing the meal, he took Shen Wengxing and drove the ox cart to town to sell grain. Just as Fu Gui predicted, the Shen family's grain was plump and superior, priced 30% higher than usual grain. The father and son each pulled a full cart of grain, selling a total of 30 taels of silver. "Dai, I want to eat roast chicken." As they came out from the grain store, Shen Wengxing spoke with a hopeful look on his face. This was the true reason he wanted to follow to town. Weighing the heavy silver in his hand, Shen Yuan playfully scolded, "You glutton! Dai! All right, but we need to buy some fruit for your mother first." Hu Yufen just became pregnant, experiencing nausea and vomiting, plus the hot weather, she needed some light fruit to supplement her nutrition. The father and son drove the ox cart to a fruit store in town and casually picked some fruits. When paying, they found it cost nearly a tael of silver. In these times, being able to eat one's fill was a blessing, and fruits were naturally a luxury. He guessed it would be expensive, but didn't expect it to be this much. A tael of silver could buy nearly 2 stone of grain, and these few fruits cost as much as 200 or 300 pounds of grain. Though Shen Yuan's heart ached, he bit the bullet and paid the money. At the end of the hour, Hu Yufen took Shi Tiou to Master Lu's house to pick up Anu, and Shen Yuan discreetly went to Sun Fuchen's house to retrieve the medicine with the money. After the evening meal with the family of 4, they coaxed the 2 brothers to sleep. "How much did the grain sell for today?" Hu Yufen asked casually as she tidied up the bed. Scratching his head, Shen Yuan mumbled and didn't reply. Hu Yufen had a clear grasp of the family's finances, and it was impossible to hide the spending on medicinal diets from her. Seeing him not respond, Hu Yufen immediately pulled out a small wooden box from under the bed. After counting, she found only 168 taels remaining. This year's grain only sold for 8 taels. She was not a clueless woman, she had a good idea of how much the family's grain should fetch. "Husband, how much did those medicines cost in total?" Seeing her man fumble with dishonesty, Hu Yufen felt a complicated mix of emotions. 20 taels. A total of 10 doses, each only costing 2 taels of silver. Shen Yuan hastily explained, hoping to downplay the steep notion of 20 taels of silver. Hu Yufen pursed her lips, sighed softly, and calmly closed the box, pushed it back under the bed, then sat beside Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan slowly extended his hand to wrap around her shoulders, comforting her. "Money is just a thing, if it's gone, we'll earn more. You and the children are the most important, the future is long, Everything will get better. Hearing this, Hu Yufan felt her nose tingle, leaning her head on his shoulder. I just don't want you to be so tired. Husband and wife leaned on each other. Yufan, I have an idea. After a long while, Shen Yuan suddenly said, today in town, the fruits cost a tael of silver. I want to clear out 5 acres of our 10-acre forest to sell the timber, and plant fruit trees next spring. That way, we should significantly increase our income each year. Forest land is unsuitable for crops, their 10 acres were mostly firewood, kept for personal use or sold for minimal profit. If they cut the trees and planted fruit trees, the income would likely rise substantially. This, Hu Yufan hesitated after hearing this. I heard planting fruit trees is quite troublesome, and without experience, isn't this a risky move? Shen Yuan nodded, then laughed, perhaps it was before, but now. He gently stroked Hu Yufan's hair and said, have you noticed the 2 peach trees at Master Lu's entrance? Hu Yufan was slightly taken aback, recalling the 2 peach trees laden with large, red fruits outside Lu Ziwan's house when picking up Anu. They were even better than those sold in the market. You're not considering Master Lu's peach trees, are you? Shen Yuan shook his head slightly, of course not, but those peach trees were planted by Master Lu and Uncle Ye, they must be skilled in this area, so tomorrow I'll ask for their guidance. If they agree to help, I'll then hire someone to sell part of the mountain's timber. After hearing this, Hu Yufan felt slightly more assured. Then she playfully chided her husband, husband never misses a chance, does he? Shen Yuan sighed slightly, thinking, isn't this just because life is pressing hard? Chapter 10. The hexagram has been updated. Today's hexagram calm, rain begins at the start of the Zhou hour, stops at the Mao hour, accumulates to 1 foot of water. After glancing at the hexagram, seeing nothing significant, Shen Yuan fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, the rain ceased, and the sky cleared. The crops in the fields had just been sown, and this rain came at the perfect time. In just a couple of days, those crops will begin to sprout. If all goes well, next year will be another bountiful year. After breakfast during the Mao hour, Shen Yuan personally escorted Anu to Master Lu's home. Recalling last night's events, he cupped his hands and said, Master, I have a question and would like to seek your guidance. Lu Ziwan nodded slightly. Shen Yuan continued, my wife recently confirmed she is with child. I also plan to send Shi Tou to learn martial arts at the town's martial arts hall, and Anu will soon need writing materials. Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors, our family owns some farmland, but our expenses are significant, and our income is insufficient. I wish to convert the mountain forest into an orchard, but unfortunately, I'm not knowledgeable in this area. Lu Ziwan understood his meaning and cheerfully stroked his beard, saying, diligence without complacency, learning to progress. If the common people were all like younger brother Shen, what is there to worry about? For this matter, you should seek Uncle Ye's guidance. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan quickly cupped his hands in thanks. Lu Ziwan simply waved his hand and looked at Shen Vinyan, let's begin our lesson. Shen Vinyan obediently spread out his book and began to read with Lu Ziwan. Knowing it was time to leave, Shen Yuan found Uncle Ye, who was tending to the vegetable garden in the courtyard, and shared his thoughts. Uncle Ye hesitated briefly, glanced at Lu Ziwan who was teaching, then smiled broadly and patted his chest. The gesture likely meant, leave it to me. Shen Yuan inquired further about seed selection and planting. Uncle Ye gestured for a while, but Shen Yuan couldn't comprehend it, as he was struggling with the communication barrier. Uncle Ye set down his hoe, went to a nearby room, and retrieved an ancient book. Shen Yuan accepted the book and saw the 4 large characters on the cover, Agricultural Miscellaneous Skills. He flipped through it briefly and found that it contained texts related to farming, planting, and livestock raising. Uncle Ye flipped directly to the middle section, which specifically addressed fruit cultivation. Shen Yuan was overjoyed, cupping his hands in gratitude. Uncle Ye simply waved his hand, then resumed tending to the vegetable garden with his hoe. Uncle Ye, I'll copy a part of this and return it to you. After thanking him, Shen Yuan took the book home. Yufan, when you have some free time, copy this book for me. I'm taking Shi Tou to the town. Yesterday, when selling grains, he had already inquired at the town's martial arts hall. The martial arts hall's master indicated you could register anytime. With nothing else pressing at home, he planned to have his eldest start martial arts training as soon as possible. Shi Tou, listen to your masters at the martial arts hall and study diligently. Hu Yufan knelt down, straightening her son's clothes with concern in her eyes. From Jinliu village to the town is quite a distance, and Shen Wengxing will only be able to return every 10 days. Although her younger son Shen Yuan stays in the village, she still worries her eldest might suffer at the martial arts hall. A fledgling bird must learn to fly eventually. She understood that overprotecting her children could do them more harm than good. Mother, rest assured, I will study hard. Compared to reading, Shen Wengxing clearly preferred martial arts. A mother worries when her son travels far. Holding back tears, Hu Yufan handed Shen Yuan a packed bundle and said, "Husband, make sure Shi Tou is settled properly and speak to the martial arts hall instructors to take good care of him." Shen Yuan took the bundle and reassured her, "The town isn't very far, I'll try to visit him often, so don't worry too much, my dear." After comforting his wife, he called Shi Tou to get on the ox cart, and father and son left Jinliu village, heading towards Yunshui town. The martial arts hall master in Yunshui town is named Huang Qingzhou. The Huang family's patriarch once shared a camaraderie with Shen Yuan's great-grandfather, and the families interacted when Shen Yuan's grandfather was alive. However, by Shen Yuan's father's generation, the Shen family's title was revoked while Huang King's whose father consistently earned military merits, securing his title. When his father died in battle, the title was passed to Huang King's whose older brother, Huang Yongxiao. Years ago, Emperor Yu ordered the establishment of a mountain patrol captain camp along Hidden Dragon Mountain, and the Huang family spent money to have Huang Yongxiao moved from the frontier to become a mountain patrol captain. The families drifted apart due to their growing differences and have had little contact since. The ox cart slowly stopped at the martial arts hall's entrance, and the father and son got off the cart. "Excuse me, we're here to see Master Huang." Shen Yuan cupped his hands at a disciple at the martial arts hall entrance. The disciple glanced at them and directly said, "Master is inside, you may enter." As they walked into the martial arts hall, they saw dozens of children ranging from a few years old to teenagers practicing posture in the front martial arts arena. Huang Qingzhou, whom they were looking for, stood silently in a shaded area, observing the children. Upon noticing Shen Yuan and his son, Huang Qingzhou approached and politely cupped his hands. "Younger brother Shen, you've come." Shen Yuan returned the gesture, "Master Huang, I've come today to enroll Shi Tou." With that, he took out silver coins from his pocket. Altogether 30 taels, 20 for the enrollment fee and 10 for the first month's medicinal dietary expenses, please check, Master Huang. Shen Yuan was very courteous. Though their families had a connection in the past, they no longer belonged to the same social circle, and he didn't want to cling on to old ties. Younger brother Shen intends to give this child medicinal diets. Huang Qingzhou took the silver coins, weighed them briefly without examining them closely. "Our families are old friends, so I want to remind you that if you start with the medicinal diet, you should continue for 3 to 5 years, or else previous expenses would be wasted." Shen Yuan responded with a smile, "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Huang. Since we've chosen this path for the child, we must provide him the best resources, or else he might as well stay home farming." Although he initially refrained from emphasizing their past connection, since Huang Qingzhou mentioned it and took the elder brother role, Shen Yuan naturally adjusted his address. Impressed by the response, Huang Qingzhou nodded approvingly. Despite having over 100 students in his martial arts hall, only about a handful truly aspired to become martial artists, the rest were merely there to learn some basic skills without much future in it. "Very well, I'll accept the payment then. Leave the child in my care, rest assured." Shen Yuan cupped his hands and looked at his son beside him, "Shi Tou, quickly greet your uncle." Shen Wengxing hurriedly cupped his hands, "Greetings, uncle." "Haha, good," Huang Qingzhou chuckled, pinched Shi Tou's arm, "You've got a solid foundation. After adjusting with medicinal diets, there may indeed be hope for you to become a postnatal martial artist. Younger brother Shen, you should get settled first. Tomorrow have Shi Tou join the other students in practicing posture." Huang Qingzhou signaled for a disciple to guide the father and son to the students' living quarters. Shen Yuan busily set up his son's bed. "Shi Tou, from today onwards, you must learn to be independent. Father has a few things to tell you, remember them well." Shen Wengxing nodded earnestly. "First, in dealing with people, be modest and low-key, don't seek the limelight. Second, avoid arrogance and impatience, learn to think and be patient in difficult situations, staying calm is key to resolving issues. Third, don't provoke trouble, but also don't shy away from it, have your principles." "Got it." After pondering for a moment, Shen Wengxing nodded firmly, rest assured, Shi Tou remembers. Shen Yuan nodded slightly. His eldest son's steady nature gave him confidence. Let's go, father will take you out for a good meal, afterwards, I'll return to the village and pick you up in 10 days. The father and son left their belongings behind and headed to a restaurant in town. Chapter 11. Hours past noon. The father and son ate and drank their fill before leaving the restaurant. Shen Yuan hesitated repeatedly, but in the end, he decided to buy some premium tea leaves and fruit. Back at the martial arts hall, he handed the tea leaves and fruit to Huang Qingzhou. Huang Qingzhou glanced at the gifts in front of him and smiled faintly, "Younger brother Shen, you're too generous." Shen Yuan smiled slightly, "Brother, please don't refuse, in the future, Shi Tou will need your care. If this kid causes trouble here, feel free to discipline him, I won't say a word." The two families hadn't been in contact for years, and he didn't expect that some tea leaves and fruit could rekindle their former relationship. This gesture of gift-giving was merely a hope that Huang Qingzhou would pay some attention to his child. Such is the way of human relationships. Haha, no problem at all. He's like a nephew to me, I will treat him as my own. Huang Qingzhou initially intended to decline. In his view, Shen Yuan's gift at this time seemed like an attempt to forge a connection. Given the current situation of the Huang family, renewing this relationship would undoubtedly be a burden. Accepting this gift made it difficult to refuse Shen Yuan's requests in the future. But now hearing that Shen Yuan just wanted him to take care of the child eased his concerns, so he accepted the gift calmly. "Younger brother Shen, if there's nothing else, let's have Shi Tou join us for posture training this afternoon. Do you and your son need more time to talk?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan looked at Shen Wengxing beside him, rubbed his head, and shook his head. "Everything that needed to be said has been said. Brother, I'm entrusting the child to you, and I'll be on my way." He cupped his hands in salute, turned around, and walked out of the courtyard. "Dai!" Shen Wengxing turned and looked at his father's departing figure, unable to resist calling out. After all, he was a 7-year-old child, leaving his parents for the first time, naturally feeling a bit lost and anxious. Shen Yuan's body stiffened, but he did not turn back, instead, he quickened his pace out of the martial arts hall. Behind him came the sound of Shi Tou's soft sobs. "Shi Tou, consider this place like your own home with your uncle here, study martial arts well and don't disappoint your father's expectations." By the time Huang Qingzhou's comforting words resonated, Shen Yuan had already boarded the ox cart, slowly departing the martial arts hall. On the road, his eyes welled up slightly. He glanced back at the martial arts hall, then bitterly smiled, shaking his head. As a parent, sometimes you really have to harden your heart. If he had turned back just now, there would have been an inevitable farewell scene of cries and wails. Returning from town, Hu Yufen was in the courtyard transcribing that agricultural miscellaneous skills. Shen Yuan unhitched the old ox from the cart, led it into the barn, and walked over. "Back so soon?" Hu Yufen asked, a bit surprised. "Did you settle everything for Shi Tou?" Shen Yuan stood behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. "Everything is taken care of, I bought some gifts for Master Huang, and he agreed to look after Shi Tou well." Hearing this, the worry on Hu Yufen's face eased a bit. She looked around the courtyard and sighed. The two kids used to play around the courtyard, now that it's suddenly quiet, it's hard to get used to. Shen Yuan said nothing, placing his hand on her shoulder, letting her head rest against his abdomen. After a moment, "If we want our child to succeed, we must let them leave our protection eventually. Besides, isn't Anu still here?" Hearing this, Hu Yufen looked up at the time. "It's almost time to pick up Anu." Time flew by, and over a month passed in the blink of an eye. Shi Tou and Anu's studies were going very smoothly. This afternoon, Shen Yuan returned from weeding the fields. Hu Yufen brought over the meal, and the couple sat in the courtyard. "Husband, have you heard? Urzhu was arrested by the government." "Arrested by the government?" Holding his rice bowl, Shen Yuan frowned slightly. "Why?" Hu Yufen shook her head. "I'm not sure, I heard something about smuggling. Anyway, it sounds serious. He's already been taken to Anyang County. According to the laws of Great Yu, even if it doesn't lead to execution, exile is inevitable." Shen Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder the weeds in Urzhu's field are taller than the crops, and neither he nor his wife are seen weeding. Niu Urzhu's field was adjacent to theirs, 15 acres in total. With the harvests of the past 2 years, life should have been manageable. But this new Urja was irresponsible, indulging in gambling and drinking. Normally, the field was managed by his wife and children. A few days ago, when Shen Yuan went to Blackwater Pool, the thin young man he met on the field ridge was Niu Urju. Shen Yuan had heard about the smuggling. On the mountain separating Great Yu from the western wilderness, Barbarian Race, precious ores and various furs were abundant. Bringing these into Great Yu could multiply their value several times. Such lucrative profits naturally tempted some into taking risks. They exchanged grain with the barbarians for furs and ores and then sold these goods, making handsome profits. These people were called mountain wanderers. In earlier times, one often saw mountain wanderers in the villages and towns along the mountains, carrying large bundles. Later, the new Emperor Yu established mountain patrol captain camps along the mountains, both to patrol for barbarian warriors secretly crossing the border and to crack down on these mountain wanderers. Shen Yuan did not expect that Niu Urja would be so bold as to engage in such activities despite knowing about the presence of the mountain patrol captain. The laws of Great Yu were very strict, and even minor smuggling was severely punished. Niu Urja's assets would be confiscated, and his family would undoubtedly face exile. He might even lose his life over this. Realizing this, an idea suddenly lit up Shen Yuan's eyes. Yufen, Urja's field is right next to ours, should we consider buying it after the county's judgment is made? Hearing this, Hu Yufen seemed tempted. With good production over the past few years and Shen Yuan's fermentation technique greatly enhancing soil fertility, possessing an additional 15 acres of fertile land seemed beneficial. However, Urja's field would surely be confiscated. Buying land from the government was different from purchasing from ordinary common people. We currently have only about 130 taels of silver left, and some must be reserved for emergencies. We likely can't afford it. Hu Yufen spoke regretfully. Shen Yuan, however, was undeterred. If we can't buy it, let's lease it first. The government office certainly doesn't have people to manage such small plots of land. The laws of Great Yu provide tenants with the right of first refusal. After leasing for a couple of years, when we have more resources at hand, we can buy all 15 acres at once. Hu Yufen nodded. Then why don't you finish your meal and ask the village chief about it? All right. After the meal, Shen Yuan hurriedly headed to the village chief's house in the village. Hu Yufen busied herself with preparing winter clothes for the family. Autumn had arrived, and the children's winter clothes from last year were now too small and needed to be remade. To save money, she didn't discard the old winter clothes, intending to alter them for current use. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan received definite news from the village chief. The case against Niu Urja's family was practically concluded. Due to the smuggling involvement, the male members of the family were to be exiled to the North Sea, while the female members would be demoted to city guard and millstone. City guard and millstone was a punishment in Great Yu for criminals, where male offenders became city guards, tasked with building walls and other laborious tasks, while female offenders became millstones, responsible for graining rice day and night for the government office, collectively known as city guard and millstone. As for renting the field, the village chief agreed to inquire, and if there were no issues, the land could be leased to him by next spring. Chapter 12. As deep autumn arrived, the weather gradually became colder. On this day, Shen Yuan, as usual, was heading to the martial arts hall in Yunshui town with his ox cart to pick up his eldest son to go home. On the way, the noticeably sturdier Shen Wengxing sat on the ox cart and said hesitantly, "Dad, Uncle said I need to add some meals." The whip in Shen Yuan's hand paused slightly, and he turned to look at him. "Haven't you been eating enough recently?" Huang King's whose martial arts hall provided free white rice every day, but to eat vegetables and meat, the disciples had to pay for themselves. Shen Wengxing's living expenses for 10 days were 500 wen, which calculated to 50 wen a day for food. 50 wen could ensure 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes per meal, but the portion wouldn't be large. Uncle said that to become a postnatal martial artist, I need to supplement a large amount of blood and energy, eating more meat. His words carried a hint of guilt. The family's living conditions were not bad, but in this era, eating meat was indeed a very luxurious thing. In the past, the rice was produced in their own fields, and 500 wen was almost the living expense of a family of 4 for a month. Now he had to spend 500 wen in just 10 days, and moreover, 10 taels of silver for medicinal meals every month. The little fellow, though young, was very sensible and knew the money was saved by his parents through hard work, very not easy. "Well, when we get back, tell your mother about it, and we'll give you 1 tael of silver every 10 days. Shen Yuan said in a deep voice, feeling the pressure in his heart inexplicably rising again. 3 taels of silver for food a month, and 10 taels of silver for medicinal meals. Calculating like this, a year would need more than 150 taels of silver, plus 20 taels of gift money. Shen Wengxing's martial arts learning costed 170 taels of silver a year. After calculating carefully, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The saying poor in letters, rich in martial arts was truly terrifying. He had to quickly find a way, otherwise, the family's savings wouldn't last until next year. Moreover, according to the time, his wife was due to give birth in 8 months, and when the 3rd child is born, it would be another expense. The ox cart slowly headed towards Jinlia village. When the father and son returned home, Hu Yufen was busy chopping grain stalks. The old ox and 7 piglets at home all needed tending. Seeing this, Shen Wengxing hurriedly jumped off the ox cart. "Mom, let me take a break." The little fellow snatched the knife and busied himself chopping grass. Hu Yufen stood up and smiled appreciatively. "Be careful, don't hurt your hand." Shi Tiaoyu said to add meals, "Need to eat more meat." Shen Yuan approached his wife and whispered, "I plan to give him a tael of silver every 10 days, let him eat better. It's getting colder, and the price of firewood is about to rise. I'll start going up the mountain to chop wood tomorrow." Hu Yufen's expression changed slightly at his words and she looked at him with some heartache. In previous years, the family didn't have such pressure, and the 10-acre woodland was cut once in winter by hiring some temp workers. Using some firewood to pay the temp workers, storing some for themselves, and selling the rest. Now he planned to forego hiring temp workers, going up the mountain himself to chop wood. It would be more labor-intensive, but it would save a fair amount of money. Knowing she couldn't help much about this, Hu Yufen hesitated for a while and said, "The other day sister-in-law Zhao mentioned that she's doing embroidery work for a fabric shop in the town. 10 yuan for a 2-foot piece of embroidery, with nothing big happening at home in winter, why don't I take some work too?" She was a noble young lady in her early years, having some experience in needlework and embroidery, and thought of using her skills to relieve some of Shen Yuan's stress. Shen Yuan said nothing. His wife is pregnant, although he didn't want her to work too much, an additional income for the family would be beneficial in the end. In the evening, after fetching Shen Vinian from Lu Ziwen's house, the brothers, who hadn't seen each other for 10 days, unusually got closer. In the open courtyard, the eldest Shen Wengxing showcased the pile skill he had learned to his younger brother. Anu tried to learn for a while too, but soon gave up, sweating profusely. On the other hand, Shen Yuan watched with interest and tried learning with his own son for a while. "Ah Dai, uncle said the pile skill can strengthen and improve health, you can practice when you're free." Shen Yuan, gasping, finished his workout, shook his head slightly, and said, "Forget it for me. This pile skill is taught by the martial hall master to you, and without the master's and your uncle's permission, you shouldn't demonstrate it before your father and brother." In novels and TV dramas of the past, sect cultivation techniques were considered confidential, with unauthorized transmission being punishable. Shen Yuan felt that at his age of 25 or 6, he had already passed the time for martial training. Working hard for the rest of his life, raising the 2 kids well would be good enough, he doesn't want to burden them. "No issue, uncle said the pile skill is fundamental practice by soldiers, and our family probably had it early on, just not passed down." Hearing this, Shen Yuan frowned and recalled. Grandpa used to mention that great-grandfather seemed to have passed down some military routines, but since he lost a leg when he retired from the army, he couldn't teach Grandpa and Dad. "Shi Tiaoyu, come here." Calling Shen Wengxing over, Shen Yuan asked, "Let me test you, been learning from uncle for over a month now, what is a martial artist?" The little fellow answered without hesitation, "Uncle said, the foundation of a martial artist is the blood and energy. You're only truly a martial artist after successfully sensing and simply utilizing your own blood and energy, also called a postnatal martial artist. A powerful martial artist can lift an ox and punch someone to death." Shen Wengxing waved his little fists, looking somewhat excited. At this time, Hu Yufen came out of the kitchen with a large bowl of stewed meat, and upon hearing this, reprimanded immediately, "Shi Tiaoyu, Dad and Mom let you learn martial arts not to fight and bully others." Shen Yuan also chimed in, "Your mom is right. In the future, even as a martial artist, don't bully others, maintain a baseline in your heart. You must understand that learning martial arts is to protect your family, to achieve feats and merits, safeguard home and country." Shen Wengxing nodded earnestly, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Seeing that he absorbed their words, Hu Yufan smiled in comfort, go wash your hands and eat. The family of four rarely gathered together, happily eating dinner. As night fell, Hu Yufan was busy in the kitchen stewing medicinal meals for Shen Wengxing, while Shen Yuan came into the room, taking out the 100-year blood toad's exuvia from a wooden box. Looking at the blood toad's exuvia in hesitation for a moment, he eventually took out a small knife and carefully cut off a thumb-sized piece. Putting away the leftover blood toad's exuvia, Shen Yuan went to the kitchen, lifted the lid of the stewing medicinal meal, and placed the piece of blood toad's exuvia inside. Village physician Sun Fuchen once said that the blood toad's shedding had no side effects and directly consuming it could consolidate foundation and nourish energy. Now ordinary rice clearly couldn't meet Shi Tianyu's martial training needs, so he thought of adding the blood toad's shedding to the medicinal meal. If it's effective, the entire piece of blood toad's shedding will slowly be consumed by him, making the most out of it. After the medicinal meal was stewed, Shen Wengxing started eating. Mom, this medicinal meal seems off this time. Just after the first bite, the little fellow noticed something was off. Hu Yufan didn't give it much thought. It's stewed the same as usual, what's the difference? Shen Wengxing couldn't articulate it, devouring the meal hungrily nonetheless. Not long after, he felt a surge of warmth rise up inside him, like having endless energy, and with a flushed face, he ran to the courtyard to practice posture and punching. In the room, Hu Yufan, hearing the commotion, stood by the window watching for a while, satisfied. Our Shi Tianyu has become more sensible, training diligently even at night. Shen Yuan, with a peculiar expression, remained silent. Thinking to himself, he mused it was the excessive amount of blood toad's exuvia, and next time he would use less. Chapter 13. Shen Yuan did not know until when he was practicing boxing and posture in the yard. He only noticed that after the new hexagram was refreshed, he could still hear the little guy's heavy breathing in the yard. Early the next morning, when he got up, he found that Shen Wengxing was already practicing posture in the yard. Didn't sleep all night? Shen Yuan approached him, feeling a bit guilty. Although Sun Fuchen had said that the blood toad's shedding had no side effects, everything has a limit, and excessive usage of such a great tonic is itself a side effect. Slept for a while. Shen Wengxing held his hands, squatted with his legs bent in a horse stance. Father, the effect of this medicated meal is surprisingly good, and I don't want to waste it. After speaking, he no longer paid attention to Shen Yuan and slowly closed his eyes, feeling the power of the medicated meal slowly flowing through his body. Seeing this, Shen Yuan thought to himself. How could it not be good? It's the 100-year blood toad's exuvia, something that even noble family members at the county government are eager to obtain. But next time, it still has to be used less. Not bothering with the eldest, after eating something simple, he sent Anu to Master Lu's house and took the opportunity to discuss the selection and cultivation of seedlings with Uncle Ye. Although Uncle Ye couldn't speak, he was literate, and they sat on the field ridge in the yard, using wood as a pen to communicate on the ground. After a conversation, he discovered that Uncle Ye had a profound understanding of agronomy. Shen Yuan couldn't help but bring up some advanced agronomy techniques from his previous life's memory, and although Uncle Ye hadn't heard of them, he was able to give timely guidance and offer corrective suggestions based on actual conditions. The two chatted like this, until noon when Lu Ziwen came over, and it still hadn't ended. Shen, let's stop here for today, the old servant should go and cook for the master. Realizing the morning class had ended, Uncle Ye hurriedly wrote a line on the ground, gave Lu Ziwen an apologetic bow, and rushed to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Shen Yuan also stood up, ready to take his leave. Younger brother Shen, do you understand agronomy? Lu Ziwen asked curiously. Shen Yuan smiled sheepishly, I wouldn't say I understand, just some daily experience. Originating from a rural area in the past life, although he didn't engage in agronomy-related fields after growing up, he learned some farming techniques from his elders during childhood. Younger brother Shen, don't belittle yourself, Uncle Ye, being a grand master of agronomy, wouldn't lose sleep over just ordinary experiences. Uncle Ye is a grand master of agronomy? After hearing this, Shen Yuan looked with some surprise at the busy figure in the kitchen. He always assumed Uncle Ye was just an ordinary servant, learning to read and write while being around Lu Ziwen. Lu Ziwen seemingly saw through his thoughts and smiled, old man and Uncle Ye are not genuinely master and servant, we are close friends. If you have any agronomy-related questions in the future, younger brother Shen, feel free to seek Uncle Ye's advice. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, understanding that Liu Ziwen wanted to find a soulmate for his close friend. Sir, I shall take my leave now. After lunch, he still had to send his eldest, Shen Wengxing, to the martial arts hall. Initially, he only intended to ask a few questions, but it ended up taking the whole morning. When Shen Yuan returned home, he unexpectedly found that village chief Yang Changlin had been waiting at his house for a while. Why did you take so long? Uncle Yang has been waiting for you for half an hour, Hu Yufen came up to scold him. It's fine, I was just passing the time, Yang Changlin said with a smile. Shen Yuan apologized and hurriedly sat down in front of him. Yuan, I'm here to talk to you about the field property of Niu Erzhe's family. Hearing this, Shen Yuan immediately asked, is there news from the county? Yang Changlin shook his head slightly, the county's verdict is probably waiting until after the year's festival. Now, changes have occurred concerning the field property. The scholar Li's family in the village also has taken a fancy to Niu Erzhe's 15 acres and plans to purchase directly. You should know, the county officials do not like trouble. If the field can be sold outright, they certainly don't want to rent it out. Shen Yuan understood his meaning. Scholar Li was also a wealthy household in Jinliu village. The old man had earned scholarly honors early in life but, now over 60 years old, had yet to pass the higher examinations. Before the mountain patrol captain camp was established, his 3 sons were mountain wanderers, making considerable wealth through smuggling. After the camp was set up, the 3 sons wisely gave up on smuggling, invested heavily in land, and became landlords with their wealth. Now that he set his sights on Niu Erzhe's field property, if it comes down to family wealth, Shen Yuan knew he stood no chance. Shen Yuan laughed bitterly, I recognize the truth, but I can't compete with Scholar Li's family's wealth. If they want it, let them buy it. 15 acres of land, if bought directly, would cost at least 300 taels of silver by the government, double the price purchased directly from common people. With the family being financially tight now, he simply couldn't afford it. There's still room to maneuver, Yang Changlin said seriously, I heard Anu has become Master Lu's student. Master Liu has a high reputation throughout Yunzong County. No, Shen Yuan directly refused before he could finish. Anu may have apprenticed under Liu Ziwen, but they couldn't trouble him with everything. Liu Ziwen came to Jinliu village seeking tranquility, pestering him with trivialities wouldn't do. I was just suggesting, if you don't want to bother him, let's drop the matter, said Yang Changlin. All right, that's all, I'm leaving. In the kitchen, Hu Yufen came out and said, Uncle Yang, the food is almost ready, stay and have a meal before you go. Yang Changlin waved his hand, leaving the small courtyard directly. As his figure disappeared, Hu Yufen hesitated multiple times before approaching. Uncle Yang had a point, for Master Liu, it might just be a matter of a word for him, Shen Yuan shook his head slightly. They had already troubled him with fruit tree planting, to ask for help buying fields could taint the teacher-student bond between Anu and Liu Ziwen. Seeing his refusal, Hu Yufen said nothing more. Though she had her thoughts, major family matters still adhered to Shen Yuan's decisions. Shi Tou, take a break, it's time to wash hands and prepare for meals, Shen Yuan called out, and Shi Tou, who had been practicing with a strange expression, finished and ran off to wash his hands. After the meal, Hu Yufen busily tidied and cleaned his washed clothes. Father, I'd like to say goodbye to my younger brother. Shen Wengxing came to the cowshed, looking at Shen Yuan who was feeding the cows. Goodbye? Shen Yuan didn't mind and said straightforwardly, go ahead, hurry back, don't be late to return to the martial arts hall. Shen Wengxing agreed and ran out of the house. By evening, when Shen Yuan returned from town and went to pick up Anu, Liu Ziwen stopped him. I have already written to County Magistrate Su, purchasing the fields from Niu's family. After the start of spring next year, you can rent those fields to cultivate, with rent being 1 shi of refined rice per acre, is that all right? Shen Yuan froze briefly upon hearing this, quickly realizing that Shi Tou must have gone to Liu Ziwen about this matter at noon. Liu Ziwen must have known he wouldn't want to accept this favor, hence came up with this solution. Renting each acre for 1 shi of refined rice per year was quite cheap. Thank you, sir. He didn't want to accept this favor, but with these additional 15 acres of good fields, it could significantly ease the burden on him. He had to find a way to repay the favor in the future. Chapter 14. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's nearly the annual festival. A heavy snow fell, and Shen Yuan traveled daily between the mountains and Jinlia village. Through hard work, he finally cleared the 5 acres of forest land in his family's mountain forest. He also expended great effort to dig up the stumps buried in the mountain rocks, clearing a patch of land suitable for planting fruit trees. He just waits for the spring, when he will drag up the composted manure and can begin planting fruit trees. After this heavy snow, the price of firewood will surely rise again. Tomorrow I must go to the mountain to chop some more and sell them in town. At night, the cold wind howled outside. Shen Yuan embraced Hu Yufen, stroking her slightly bulging belly as he spoke. Hu Yufen worriedly gripped her husband's hand and said, "The snowy roads are slippery, climbing the mountain is dangerous, why not wait a bit?" The heavy snow had fallen for 2 days, and the snow on the road was already very thick. "In the past month, we've sold firewood for 20 taels of silver, enough for now." Shen Yuan listened and smiled bitterly. Selling firewood for 20 taels of silver seems like a lot, but it's actually because of exhausting the resources. Previously, when cutting wood, it was just trimming the dead branches off the trees, along with some brambles and shrubs. This time was different, he had cleared all the trees from the 5 acres of mountain forest. The firewood produced by the remaining 5 acres of forest is just enough for daily cooking and heating. When spring comes and the fruit trees are planted, there won't be any harvest the first year. He must find a way to make more money to be enough. He didn't continue discussing this matter. He tucked Hu Yufen's somewhat cold feet under his leg, gently kissed her on the side of her face, and said, "Sleep now." In the middle of the night, drowsily waking up, Shen Yuan habitually glanced at the hexagram in his sea of consciousness. Hexagram refreshed. Today's hexagram: Great Evil. In the deep winter, the western wilderness barbarian race is facing food shortages. A squad of 100 barbarians crossed Hidden Dragon Mountain and infiltrated Great Yu's territory. You went to the mountain to chop wood and accidentally encountered the barbarian squad. Discovering their plan to raid Yunshui town, you are brutally killed to prevent the news from leaking. Blood-red characters flashed in the sea of consciousness, and Shen Yuan instantly lost all sleepiness. Western wilderness barbarian race's invasion? And planning to raid Yunshui town. Jinlia village is only 20 li away from Yunshui town, and the barbarians are notoriously fierce and brutal. Their target is Yunshui town. Jinlia village has a high likelihood of being affected. Thinking of the scene of those barbaric invaders storming into Jinlia village, Shen Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill running through him. This won't do. This matter must be urgently reported to the mountain patrol captain camp. Once these barbarian warriors come in, by the time the mountain patrol captain camp dispatches troops to intercept, it might be too late. With trepidation, Shen Yuan barely managed to wait until dawn. When Hu Yufen was about to get up to make breakfast, she found he had already dressed in thick cotton clothes. "Husband, up so early?" Shen Yuan found a fur hat and put it on his head, saying, "I'm heading to the town, don't wait for me for breakfast." After saying this, he opened the door and headed outside against the wind and snow. Yunshui town's martial arts hall, Shen Yuan arrived just past the hour of Mao. "Younger brother Shen, Shi Tou has 2 more days before his holiday, why have you come here so early?" Huang Qingzhou asked, somewhat surprised. Shen Yuan cupped his hand in greeting, "Brother, I've come because I have something important to find elder brother Yungxiao." Huang Qingzhou's elder brother Huang Yungxiao is currently a mountain patrol captain of the mountain patrol captain camp and a peak of postnatal martial artist. "Looking for elder brother?" Huang Qingzhou's expression turned somber and asked, "Did you discover those barbarian creatures in the mountain?" Shen Yuan hesitated, then nodded slightly. He hadn't actually seen the barbarian squad, but since the hexagram indicated he'd encounter them today while chopping wood and be killed, it meant the squad had already infiltrated near his family's mountain forest. The system definitely wouldn't be wrong. "Brother, did you see how many people there are?" Huang Qingzhou asked eagerly. Shen Yuan glanced at the hexagram in his sea of consciousness, noting it displayed a squad of 100, and sorted his thoughts, saying, "Many, probably no less than 100. 100. Huang Qingzhou, upon hearing this, jumped up and paced in the hall. A moment later. "Brother, follow me." The two headed into the wind and snow to the martial arts hall's entrance, got on a carriage, and hurried toward the outskirts of town. The mountain patrol captain camp is in a government office over 10 li from Yunshui town. During the snowed-in season, the soldiers reside there. Including Huang Yungxiao, there are 2 mountain patrol captains and 150 soldiers responsible for patrolling the 200 li surroundings of Yunshui town. When the carriage arrived at the government office gate, 2 armored soldiers with long knives at their waists were about to step forward to stop them, but upon seeing Huang Qingzhou alighting from the carriage, smiled and cupped their hands. "So it's Master Huang, here to see Captain." Huang Qingzhou nodded. "Is elder brother inside?" The soldier cupped his hand. "The mountain is closed by snow, no patrol tasks, both captains are inside." "Let's go inside." With this, Huang Qingzhou led Shen Yuan inside. Government office quarters. Near the age of 50, wearing dark red casual clothes covered by a black fox fur coat, Huang Yongxiao's face was somber as he looked at Shen Yuan. "Did you see it yourself, brother?" Shen Yuan thought for a moment and came up with a reason. "Not seen directly, just found many footprints when going to the mountain for woodcutting and judged from them." Relying on the mountain, Jinlia village borders the hidden Dragon Mountains ridges. Village farmers possess certain hunting skills. Judging human and beast numbers from footprints is a basic skill. Though Huang Yongxiao had doubts, he knew Shen Yuan wouldn't joke about such matters. More importantly, the mountain patrol captain camp has no patrol tasks in snowy mountain conditions, making it an opportunity for the barbarians. "Brother, Yuan's message should be correct. 100-man barbarian squad, this isn't an ordinary scout squad, they'll likely target Yunshui town and surrounding villages." Huang Yongxiao nodded slightly. "You two should head back, I'll immediately invite Captain Zhang for a discussion. If needed, bring the martial masters over from the martial arts hall to help." After Huang Qingzhou cupped his hand, he left with Shen Yuan. Soon after they left, the mountain patrol captain camp's soldiers assembled at the sound of a hurried horn. With 2 captains of peak postnatal martial artist strength and 150 elite soldiers, they marched boldly toward the distant mountains. Shen Yuan followed Huang Qingzhou back to the martial arts hall. He didn't rush to leave. By the hour of Shen, a warrior from the mountain patrol captain camp, covered in blood, arrived at the martial arts hall on horseback. "Master Huang, Captain requests you bring the martial arts hall's masters to assist." Upon hearing this, Huang Qingzhou immediately shouted and called the dozen martial arts masters to grab weapons and follow the soldier. The Great Yu law stipulate that civilian martial artists or ordinary common people may not earn merits but can trade an enemy's head for 50 taels of patterned silver. Therefore, the martial arts hall's masters are willing to lend a helping hand. Since the mountain patrol captains already encountered the barbarian squad, it confirmed the accuracy of Shen Yuan's information. Thus, he didn't linger at the martial arts hall and, with daylight still remaining, returned to Jinlia village. Chapter 15. When Shen Yuan returned home, he found his wife pacing anxiously in the hall. Upon hearing movement, Hu Yufen hurriedly walked out from inside, stumbling over the snow as she came forward. "Husband, what happened?" In her impression, her husband was a calm person, but his hasty manner this morning made her realize that something important must have happened. "It's nothing." Shen Yuan quickly walked over to support her. "It's cold outside, let's go back inside first. A few days ago, I asked Master Huang for help to find a family in town that grows fruit trees and ordered a batch of fruit tree saplings, which we agreed to check today. I've been so busy these days that I almost forgot about it." Shen Yuan hastily made up a reason to reassure his wife, glanced at the snow in the courtyard, and changed the subject. "The snow has stopped, we need to clear it away quickly." With that, he found a shovel and went into the yard to busy himself with shoveling snow. Hu Yufen sat in the hall, watching his busy figure, looking a bit worried. The couple had been together for nearly 10 years, and she was well aware of Shen Yuan's character. His words just now were merely to comfort her, not wanting her to worry. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for their eldest, Shen Wengxing, to have a holiday. That day, Shen Yuan prepared the ox cart, ready to go to town to bring his eldest son back. When he arrived at the martial arts hall in Yunshui town, he unexpectedly found a tall military warhorse tied to the stables at the entrance of the hall. Shen Yuan entered the martial arts hall and encountered Huang Qingzhou coming out. "According to the time, my worthy brother should be here." "Brother." As Shen Yuan was bowing to greet, Huang Qingzhou directly pulled him to a nearby side room. "Come in quickly, my worthy brother." Following Huang Qingzhou into the room, a wave of warmth hit him, and Shen Yuan suddenly noticed a figure sipping tea inside the room. "Brother Yongxiao." That person was Huang Yongxiao. Currently, Huang Yongxiao had a bandage on his shoulder and a scar on his face. Upon seeing Shen Yuan, he immediately stood up and cheerfully greeted him. "My worthy brother, please have a seat." Surprised, Shen Yuan sat on a stool nearby and said, Brother Yongxiao, are you injured? Huang Yongxiao glanced at his left arm and waved with a smile, a minor wound, an arrow from a damned dog of the barbarian race hit my shoulder from behind. My worthy brother, it was thanks to you spotting these beasts in advance. After Huang Qingzhou poured Shen Yuan a cup of tea, Huang Yongxiao continued, to be honest, this time, thanks to my foolish brother and Captain Zhang, we managed to successfully intercept and kill a barbarian squad. Qingzhou. Huang Qingzhou, upon hearing, hurriedly brought a tray covered with a red cloth to Shen Yuan. This is... Shen Yuan glanced at the tray, feeling puzzled. Huang Yongxiao smiled faintly, open it and take a look, my worthy brother. As the red cloth was lifted, the tray was neatly arranged with 30 shiny silver ingots, each inscribed with government-made 10 taels. What does brother Yongxiao mean by this? Shen Yuan looked at Huang Yongxiao in astonishment. Although he guessed that these 300 taels of silver were likely a thank you gift for himself, he didn't directly accept them. The laws of Great Yu stipulate that those who report an enemy or thieves are rewarded generously. This time, you reported 100-man barbarian squad's secret infiltration, indirectly saving Yun Shui town's common people. According to the rules, you should be rewarded 100 taels of silver. And because of your advance warning, my brother and Captain Zhang achieved great merit. With this achievement, promotion and awards should come next. The remaining 200 taels are from us too as a token of appreciation. Please accept it. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan was somewhat surprised in his heart. He truly didn't know there would be a reward for reporting the barbarian infiltration. He hurried to tell Huang Yongxiao simply because he didn't want Jinliu village to be affected by the barbarian squad's invasion. After all, everything he had was in Jinliu village. If something happened, his life would be ruined. The mountain patrol captain camp had dispatched all their forces and asked the martial arts hall's teachers for help. It seemed they had successfully dealt with the barbarian squad. No significant battle had occurred, and defeating 100 enemies was indeed a great achievement for the mountain patrol captain camp. Shen Yuan glanced at the shiny silver ingots and then bowed to Huang Yongxiao. May I ask brother Yongxiao, were there heavy casualties in the mountain patrol captain camp during the campaign against the barbarian infiltrators? Talking about this, Huang Yongxiao's expression darkened. The barbarians are fierce and naturally stronger than our Great Yu soldiers. Although the soldiers of the mountain patrol captain camp are elite, compared to the real barbarian warriors, there is still a gap. In this operation, the captain camp lost more than 50 brothers. Shen Yuan sighed inwardly upon hearing this. To be frank, brother Yongxiao, my family is indeed struggling at the moment, but this silver. I only need the 100 taels awarded by the government. Please, brother Yongxiao, take back the remaining 200 taels. Huang Yongxiao took a quiet sip of tea and glanced at him with a smile. Hehe, do you think it's too little, my worthy brother? Shen Yuan hurriedly bowed. Absolutely not, I merely ran an errand. The real credit belongs to you and Captain Zhang, who risked your lives for it. The mountain patrol captain camp protects us common people, at the cost of over 50 soldiers. If you are unwilling to take it back, then give those 200 taels to the families of the fallen soldiers. Huang Yongxiao gently stirred the tea foam, then suddenly laughed. Haha! My worthy brother is truly a man of principle. In that case, I will relay your goodwill to the brothers. Brother, please wait, Shen Yuan quickly interrupted. Few people should know it was me who reported the barbarian squad's infiltration, right? Huang Yongxiao nodded slightly. This matter was known only to the two brothers thus far. Brother, I have a request. Shen Yuan bowed his hand. Please do not tell anyone it was me who reported the barbarian infiltration. The fact that the barbarian squad accurately knew that the mountain patrol captain camp wouldn't plan patrol missions during the heavy snow meant that they had informants within Great Yu. Having been unveiled this time, they suffered heavy losses. If they sought revenge, the consequences would be dire. Huang Yongxiao, upon hearing this, pondered momentarily and then understood his concern. Rest assured, my worthy brother, besides the three of us, no one else will know. Thank you, brother. Shen Yuan expressed his gratitude and then intended to fetch Shen Wengxing home. Wait, my worthy brother, Huang Yongxiao stood up and said, you may not take the money, but I must repay the favor. From what Qingzhou said, your nephew is learning martial arts at the martial arts hall. I will decide, and the fee for your nephew's martial arts training will be waived. Shen Wengxing's martial arts training cost 20 taels of silver per year. He would likely stay at the martial arts hall for several more years, waiving the fee would save a significant amount of money. Shen Yuan understood that Huang Yongxiao did not wish to owe him a favor, so he accepted without pretense. In that case, thank you, brother Yongxiao. After bowing in thanks, he took the 100 taels of patterned silver and left with a martial arts hall disciple. After he left, Huang Yongxiao glanced at his figure in the courtyard, revealing a slight smile on his face. Worldly wise and composed, he is indeed an interesting person. Huang Qingzhou spoke upon hearing, brother, shouldn't we now re-establish our relationship with the Shen family? After all, our families were once long-standing allies. Huang Yongxiao shook his head. Let's wait a little longer, we have already extended goodwill, and re-establishing ties can happen anytime. Crossing class boundaries is not easy, and the Huang family now needs equally strong friends to advance further. Just as he was raising the teacup before him, Huang Yongxiao suddenly asked a question. By the way, how talented is Shen Yuan's son in the martial Dao? In today's Great Yu, while crossing class boundaries is difficult, there are shortcuts. Chapter 16. When Shen Wengxing was mentioned, a slight smile appeared on Huang Qingzhu's face. That young lad has quite the talent. After just 2 or 3 months of practicing posture, his internal qi has noticeably improved. I estimate that if he continues, he should be able to break through to the postnatal realm before reaching adulthood. As martial artists, they all understood that if a practitioner could reach the postnatal realm by the age of 20, there was hope for entering the innate realm in the future. And martial artists in the innate realm could generally secure a good position in the army. Such a person would truly be valuable to the Huang family. Just keep an eye on him, use your judgment regarding relations with the Shen family. This time, due to my merit of defeating the enemy, my rank should be raised by 1 or 2 levels. This is an opportunity. When the time comes, I might arrange for a transfer or promotion elsewhere. On the streets of Yunshui town, Shen Yuan was currently with his son Shen Wengxing, purchasing some New Year's goods. Though life was somewhat tight now, one must still prepare some necessities for the new year. Oh! I thought it was someone else, but isn't this brother Shi Tou? As the father and son were walking, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Shen Wengxing's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly pulled his father's sleeve, trying to walk forward. Shen Yuan turned around and saw a boy about 12 or 13 years old, wearing luxurious mink fur, followed by 2 servants in grey. Shi Tou, do you know them? Shen Wengxing stopped reluctantly, feeling a bit fearful, and said, a senior brother from the martial arts hall, named Su Chong, a very annoying fellow. As he spoke, the boy Su Chong had already approached the father and son. By rights, being both disciples of the martial arts hall, he should have at least politely greeted the father of a junior brother. However, Su Chong ignored Shen Yuan entirely, looking at Shen Wengxing with a face full of mockery and said, why are you hiding? Meeting your senior brother and you don't know how to greet? No wonder you're such a bumpkin from the village. Shen Wengxing's face turned red with anger, yet he didn't know how to retort. Shen Yuan, standing to the side, didn't speak up to help, merely watching his son's reaction quietly. Junior brother, one should know their place, stay away from junior sister Lingxiu in the future, otherwise, I might have to teach you a lesson for our masters. After saying this, he smugly led his 2 servants away into the distance. Shen Wengxing gazed at his retreating figure full of indignation, slowly clenching his fists. Shen Yuan did not speak throughout. His son was being bullied, and as a father, he should step up to help, but Su Chong was only 12 or 13, still a child. As an adult, it would be undignified to bully the young. More importantly, he wanted to cultivate Shen Wengxing's ability to handle matters independently. Clearly, his son's current performance was somewhat disappointing. Gently placing his hand on Shen Wengxing's shoulder, Shen Yuan asked solemnly, tell me what's going on. With his head lowered, Shen Wengxing hesitated and stammered, senior brother Su Chang's uncle is the county magistrate of Anyang County, and senior sister Lingxiu is Uncle Wang's daughter. They've had a verbal engagement since they were little, planning to discuss marriage once senior sister Lingxiu reaches maturity. But senior sister Huang dislikes him very much. She's kind to other senior brothers and junior brothers in the martial arts hall, except she never shows a kind face to senior brother Su Chong. Other senior brothers and junior brothers are all afraid of him, not daring to speak much to senior sister Huang. Hearing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but smile and shake his head, a bunch of immature kids actually know how to compete for a girl? This person they're vying for happens to be the daughter of Huang Qingzhou. According to his son's account, this Su Chang's uncle is the county magistrate of Anyang County, and the Su family is quite prestigious in the county. An alliance through marriage between the two families is well matched in social status. How old is Huang Lingziu this year? 10. Senior sister Huang has the same birthday as me, both in January, and she'll be 11 soon. The little fellow replied instantly. Shen Yuan laughed again. This brat even remembers her birthday so clearly, he must be smitten. 11. The New Year festival is approaching, and after that, his son would be 8 years old. The saying goes, if the woman is 3 years older, she'll bring prosperity. That seems quite nice. Shi Tiu, be honest with dad, do you like Lingziu? This question made Shen Wengxing's face turn completely red. In this era, women could marry once they reached adulthood, and many families would even find a child bride for their sons at a young age. Children matured quite early. Shen Wengxing was at an age of innocent admiration, though he didn't fully understand what liking meant, his feelings were genuine. Speak boldly, encouraged Shen Yuan. Shen Wengxing shyly and hesitantly mumbled, I just like talking to senior sister Lingziu, she has a nice voice. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, does Lingziu like you? Now Shen Wengxing's face reddened even further, and he murmured in a mosquito-like voice, I don't know, but every time after practicing posture, she likes to sit next to me and talk. He wasn't sure if that amounted to liking. You brat, Shen Yuan chuckled, ruffling his hair, so what do you plan to do about what happened today? According to Su Chang, will you avoid your senior sister Lingziu next year? Shen Wengxing quickly shook his head, but then his expression turned gloomy. Senior brother Su Chang has been at the martial arts hall for 5 years, he's quite skilled, I can't beat him. The masters don't mind friendly sparring between senior and junior brothers, so when the time comes. Seeing the fear on his face, Shen Yuan slowly squatted down and said earnestly, Shi Tiu, look at me. Shen Wengxing slightly raised his head, looking into his eyes. Dad is going to tell you 2 things today, you must remember them. A gentleman strives not to compete for the start but for the essence, seeking a clear conscience in all things. As a man, it's all right to endure, but never lose your spirit. A heart full of thunder, yet a face as calm as a placid lake, can achieve great things. Fear should not enter the heart, and anger should not be visible. If you can't win, then work harder yourself, understand? Gazing at his father's serious demeanor, Shen Wengxing internally noted every word in his heart. After a long while, he suddenly muttered, Dad, that's 3 things. Shen Yuan suddenly laughed with both amusement and exasperation, giving him a playful slap on the backside. All right, we need to hurry back, we still have to pick up your younger brother. The father and son didn't linger, placing the purchased items onto the ox cart and heading back to Jinlia village. At home, Shen Wengxing, as always, eagerly took over chores like chopping grass and feeding the pigs and cattle. After unloading the items from the cart, Shen Yuan carried the remaining silver taels into the house. Husband, what's all this? Seeing the heavy package, Hu Yufen was somewhat surprised. Shen Yuan said nothing, directly opening the package to reveal the shining silver inside. Where did you get so much silver? Hu Yufen was very surprised. A few days ago, while chopping wood in the mountains, I discovered some unfamiliar footprints. I suspected that scouts from the Barbarian Race had passed through. I reported this to the mountain patrol captain camp, they sent people to check, and indeed caught several scouts from the Barbarian Race. This money is a reward from the government. Shen Yuan tried to speak in a flat tone, not wanting Hu Yufen to worry. So the other day you went to town early to report it to the mountain patrol captain camp. Shen Yuan nodded, wife, I didn't want to worry you, but it's fine now. Hu Yufen glared at him with feigned annoyance, I'm not unreasonable, don't hide things from me in the future. Shen Yuan replied with a smile, of course, of course. All right, take the silver and put it away, I'm going to pick up Anu. With that, Shen Yuan left the house, heading towards Lu Ziwan's little courtyard. Chapter 17. Dai, the teacher said that after spring next year, I can start practicing swordsmanship. Just as Shen Yuan entered the courtyard, Shen Vinian ran over excitedly. Practicing swordsmanship? Shen Yuan pinched his cheek and then turned to Lu Ziwan, who followed him, with a slight bow. After returning the gesture, Lu Ziwan spoke, a gentleman should cultivate the 6 arts. The 6 arts are rites, music, archery, charioteering, writing, and arithmetic. In addition, the sword is an instrument of a gentleman, symbolizing integrity, benevolence, and bravery. Anu is my student, he should become a true gentleman of the world. In just a few words, Lu Ziwen made Shen Yuan perceive the high hopes he had for his son. Shen Yuan immediately said, "I'll leave everything to you, sir, and I'll go to town later to buy him a matching sword." A teacher with high expectations is indeed something to be thankful for. Having a great scholar like Lu Ziwen personally mentoring, he believes that Anu will achieve great things in the future. There's no need for that. Regarding the sword, I will take care of it. Lu Ziwen waved his hand, whether knowing Shen Yuan's family difficulties or out of care for his only student, directly took on the responsibility for the sword. Shen Yuan didn't argue further. He was well aware that even a cheap matching sword would cost dozens of taels of silver, and a great one would be invaluable. "Thank you, sir." Lu Ziwen stepped forward, came in front of Shen Yuan, and gently stroked his head. "Henceforth, I will give you a few days off, return after the year-end sacrifice. But don't neglect your studies. After the year-end sacrifice, I will test you properly, and if you can't answer, you know my methods." Upon hearing the word methods, the little one turned pale and hastily bowed. "Teacher, rest assured, Anu will never slack off." Go back with your father." The little one stepped back, stood upright, and respectfully performed a grand bow. "Teacher, Anu is leaving." People often say that after having children, time seems to speed by, chased by them. In this life, since their child's birth, Shen Yuan has truly felt this. A busy yet fulfilling life goes by quickly, and in no time it was the autumn of the second year, with his wife about to give birth. In the past half year, with Uncle Ye's help, all 5 mu of orchard land had been planted with fruit trees. Following Uncle Ye's advice, fruit trees needed careful tending in the early stages, and after thinking it over, Shen Yuan finally hired Fukui to become the long-term worker, building a simple dwelling for him in the orchard to care for the 5 mu of fruit garden. Today, it was the annual tax collection day. The 15 mu from Niu Erzhu's family were actually bought by Lu Ziwen, while Shen Yuan rented them, so the taxes should be paid by Lu Ziwen. However, Lu Ziwen merely charged him rent of 1 stone of polished rice per mu, which wasn't enough to cover the taxes. Shen Yuan wanted to discuss sharing half of the tax for these 15 mu with him, but Lu Ziwen said as a scholar of the Imperial Academy, he was exempt from taxes, letting Shen Yuan not to worry. At village chief Yang Changlin's door, Shen Yuan was queuing to pay taxes when Zhao Xuan's wife, Wang Ying, rushed over from the front yard. "Ah Yuan! Ah Yuan! Yufen is about to give birth, hurry home." Upon hearing the call, Shen Yuan quickly entrusted the tax affair to Zhao Xuan beside him and hurriedly ran home amidst the congratulatory voices of neighbors. "Sis, please go and fetch Aunt Sun." Shen Yuan called out as he turned back. In the village, physician Sun Fuchen's wife acted as the midwife, and amidst his anxiety, Shen Yuan could only ask Wang Ying to summon her. Just as Shen Yuan entered the house, he heard Hu Yufen's painful cries. "My dear!" He came up to the bedside, seeing his wife sweating in agony, he tightly held her hand. Forcing a faint smile, Hu Yufen said, "Husband, I'm fine." With some pity, Shen Yuan wiped the sweat off her face, gently saying, "Sis has already gone to get the midwife, hang in a bit longer." After a long torturous wait, urgent footsteps came from the courtyard. Yufen, Aunt Sun is here." Wang Ying, sweating heavily, supported an elderly lady and walked in. Shen Yuan hurried up to her. "Aunt, please take a look." Mrs. Sun came over, took one glance, and said, "The birth is imminent. Don't stand there, go boil some hot water. Yingzi, help out." Once Shen Yuan was pushed out, the two began to busy themselves. In the courtyard, listening to his wife's heart-wrenching cries, Shen Yuan felt a pang in his heart. "Boil water, right." He hurried into the kitchen room, started the fire, and began boiling water. Soon after, Wang Ying walked in with a wooden basin, quickly scooped some hot water and carried it away. Shen Yuan wanted to follow her inside, but was blocked at the door. "Yufen, push." "Yes, the head is out." "Quick, push harder." Hu Yufen's heart-wrenching cries mixed with Mrs. Sun's words came from inside the room, causing Shen Yuan to pace anxiously outside like an ant on a hot stove. Time slipped by. Zhao Xuan had already finished paying taxes and drove the ox cart back. "Ah Yuan, how is it?" Entering the courtyard, Zhao Xuan asked with concern. "I don't know." Shen Yuan with worry written all over his face gazed at the closed door. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. Wah! Just as Zhao Xuan was comforting him, a loud newborn cry burst from the room. Born. Judging by the sound, it's definitely a boy. Zhao Xuan said with a smile. Simultaneously, the door opened. With bloodied hands, Wang Ying, visibly tired, came up to Shen Yuan. Yuan, congratulations, mother and daughter are safe, it's a girl. Hearing this, Shen Yuan's hanging heart fell back into his chest, and he broke into a smile. Stop fumbling, go take a look. Wang Ying said, and Shen Yuan realized and hastily rushed into the room. Beside him, Zhao Xuan was craning his neck, trying to peek into the room. What are you doing? Wang Ying glared at him. The old saying goes, the first stranger a child sees besides their parents, that's who they'll grow up to resemble. Don't ruin the girl's luck. Zhao Xuan chuckled and scratched his head. Yuan's luck resembles mine, 2 sons and now a daughter, he's got both sons and daughters. Shen Yuan reached the bedside, seeing his nearly exhausted wife, he tenderly held her hand. My dear. Hu Yufen turned her head, managed a smile, but suddenly her expression changed and showed pain. My dear, what's wrong? Seeing this, Shen Yuan's heart leapt to his throat. Aunt, Yufen, what's happening to her? Beside him, MRS, Sun hurriedly came up to check upon hearing him. After feeling Hu Yufen's abdomen, her expression turned a bit odd, there seems to be another one. Quick, Yingzi, come in. You should go back out. Hastily pushing Shen Yuan outside, MRS, Sun called out, Yingzi, hurry and help. In the courtyard, hearing the call, despite her tired body, Wang Ying rushed in again. Ah, Yufen is having twins. Wang Ying's exclamation came from inside. Shen Yuan's anxiety intensified. With the current medical conditions, delivering one baby was already risky, having twins was utterly dire. Listening to Hu Yufen's now hoarse voice from inside, his inner concern was beyond expression. Chapter 18. Zhao Xuan saw this and didn't know how to comfort him. He could only hug Shen Yuan's shoulder tightly and repeatedly say, it will be okay, don't worry. Yufen, push harder. I see the head. Yufen. Yufen. The two outside were anxiously waiting, while inside Wang Ying's exclamation nearly made Shen Yuan's heart jump out of his throat. And, Yufen fainted. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan couldn't heed anything else and immediately rushed inside. Beloved wife! Beloved wife! On the bed, Hu Yufen had her eyes tightly closed, her face pale, and her body was already soaked with sweat. No matter how he called out, there was no response. Yufen! Shen Yuan tightly held her hand, tears uncontrollably streaming from his eyes. Next to him, MRS, Sun and Wang Ying were at a loss for what to do. Hu Yufen had fallen into unconsciousness, and the child had yet to show its head, leaving them helpless. MRS, Sun's hands were covered in blood, her voice choking as she said, the baby is stuck, it won't be long before, it'll suffocate. Wang Ying's face turned pale upon hearing this. And, what should we do now? MRS, Sun was also anxious, trying to figure out a solution. Shen Yuan listened and was even more heartbroken, he had considered many possibilities, but never imagined this outcome. Given the current situation, the child was gone, and his wife's life was likely in peril. Yufen! Wake up! He choked on his words, but received no response. Yingzi, quickly have Xuan go and get Uncle Sun here. The situation is critical, if we use some medicine to replenish qi and blood, it would be good to save at least one. Medicine to replenish qi and blood? MRS, Sun's words suddenly made Shen Yuan, engulfed in sorrow, think of something. He hurriedly released his wife's hand, went to the wooden cabinet nearby, and took out a cloth, retrieving the last bit of the 100-year blood toad's exuvia. And, this is the blood toad's shedding, can it save Yufen and the child? MRS, Sun frowned as she looked at the thumb-sized blood toad's shedding and said, the old man once said the blood toad's shedding strengthens the constitution and replenishes qi and blood, Yufen exhausted her strength after giving birth twice. We can give it a try. Being Sun Fuchen's wife, MRS, Sun was influenced by him and knew quite a bit about medication. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan hurriedly came forward, gently opened Hu Yufen's mouth, and placed the last bit of the blood toad's shedding inside. As the blood toad's shedding slowly melted, a hint of red appeared on Hu Yufen's complexion. It's working! And, it's working! Wang Ying couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. Shen Yuan also hurriedly knelt by the bed, tightly holding Hu Yufen's hand. Beloved wife! Wake up! Accompanied by his calls, along with the cries from the newborn daughter beside her, Hu Yufen's finger suddenly twitched. Husband! She's awake! She's awake! MRS, Sun and Wang Ying hurriedly gathered closer. Yufen, come on! Push a little, otherwise the child will suffocate. Upon hearing MRS, Sun's words, Hu Yufen could no longer care about anything else. A power stemming from maternal love made her gather all her strength. Ah! She screamed hoarsely, her hands gripping Shen Yuan's arm tightly. It's out! It's out! Yingzi, help out! With the help of MRS, Sun and Wang Ying, the second child was finally pulled out. The two frantically cleaned the amniotic fluid from the child's mouth and nose, then held the feet and slapped vigorously. After more than 10 slaps, the motionless child finally let out a hoarse cry. At that moment, everyone in the room sighed deeply in relief. After placing the child beside Hu Yufen, MRS, Sun and Wang Ying collapsed to the ground. Shen Yuan looked at his wife, still with her eyes closed, feeling sympathetic. Noticing she was breathing steadily, he didn't worry further, busily helping MRS, Sun and Wang Ying to sit down. Then he fetched hot water and helped Hu Yufen wipe the bloodstains off her body. Once she was tidied up, Zhao Xuan also arrived with Sun Fuchen. I'm heading out for a bit. MRS, Sun heard the noise, trembled as she stood up, and headed outside. Shen Yuan and Wang Ying also followed her out. How is it? Sun Fuchen asked gravely. As a healer, he understood the dangers of giving birth to twins. Families with resources would prepare blood ginseng and other nourishing medicines for childbirth to prevent the mother from fainting due to exhaustion. And that's only with one child. When Zhao Xuan said Shen Yuan's wife was having twins, Sun Fuchen immediately brought along a piece of his treasured blood ginseng. Mother and children are safe, thanks to Yuan having a piece of blood toad's shedding. MRS, Sun spoke with a smile. As a midwife, she had delivered many children and witnessed tragedies of 2 lives lost. To successfully save the mother and children this time made her very pleased. Blood toad's shedding. Sun Fuchen glanced at Shen Yuan. With his knowledge of medicine, he instantly understood that a fast-acting blood toad's shedding must be at least a century old. Shen Yuan was quite fortunate to obtain a piece of 100-year blood toad's shedding. Being safe is good, being safe is good. Yuan, congratulations! Learning the mother and children were safe, Zhao Xuan hurriedly extended his congratulations. Shen Yuan returned the courtesy, then turned back inside to find a red cloth, tearing it into 2 pieces. From the wooden box under the bed, he took out 4 taels of silver and wrapped them separately. In the courtyard, he handed the silver to MRS, Sun and Wang Ying. Thanks to aunt and sister-in-law today, this is celebratory money. Wang Ying initially wanted to refuse, but MRS, Sun smiled and said, this is celebratory money, it's a must accept, it brings good luck. Shen Yuan also urged her to take it. Only then did Wang Ying accept the silver with a smile. Uncle Sun, should we prescribe some medicine to replenish Yufen's qi? After distributing the celebratory money, he was still worried about his wife's health. Having one child damages the primordial qi, and giving birth to 2 must severely deplete it. Sun Fuchen slightly nodded, I will prescribe some medicine when I return, fetch it when you're available. After some idle chat, the Sun couple left first. Wang Ying washed the bloodstains off her hands and let Zhao Xuan return home, staying herself to help care for Hu Yufen. In the evening, Zhao Xuan helped bring Shen Vinian back from Lu Ziwen's house. The little guy was overjoyed to hear his mother had given him a little brother and sister. In bed, Hu Yufen was already awake. Seeing Shen Vinian tentatively poking his sibling's cheeks with his little hand, she couldn't help but laugh. Anu, don't bother your little brother and sister. The child stood up, turned his head to Shen Yuan, and asked, Dai, do my brother and sister have names yet? Shen Yuan was taken aback, realizing he hadn't named the 2 little ones yet. Your mother managed to safely give birth to your brother and sister. Your sister will be called Shen Wenping, and your brother Shen Wenan, meaning peace and safety. Beloved wife, what do you think? On the bed, Hu Yufen smiled softly, as my husband decides. With the name settled, Shen Yuan was contemplating what to prepare for his wife to nourish her body when suddenly, there was a slight ripple within his sea of consciousness. Direct lineage increased to 5 members, family promoted to 9th grade clan. Chapter 19. The sudden notification left Shen Yuan slightly surprised. His consciousness submerged into the sea of consciousness, and only then did he notice 2 lines of text appearing on the white jade turtle shell, which previously only displayed hexagrams. 9th grade clan, current family members have a 10% chance to undergo bloodline refinement, transforming their bloodline to 9th grade. Newly born members have a 20% chance to directly acquire a 9th grade bloodline. As the patriarch, you can directly obtain a 9th grade bloodline. 9th grade bloodline allows better affinity with the power of heaven and earth, enhancing comprehension and physical strength. Seeing this scene, Shen Yuan's inner excitement was beyond words. Before he could calm his emotions, a mysterious power began to overflow from within, flooding into all his limbs and bones. This power was extremely gentle, and while circulating throughout his body, it was gradually changing it. Shen Yuan closed his eyes, feeling his flesh and blood slowly transform, while vaguely sensing an unfamiliar energy in the surrounding air drifting around. "Dai, what's wrong?" A small hand tugged at his sleeve. Shen Yuan snapped back to reality and, suppressing his inner joy, looked at Shen Vinian. "Anu, do you feel any change in your body?" The system showed that current family members have a 10% chance of experiencing a bloodline transformation. Counting himself, his family now only had 5 people, and he was eager to confirm if his youngest son's bloodline had changed. Shen Vinian looked at him strangely. "Dai, I just feel a bit hungry." Hearing his answer, Shen Yuan was a bit disappointed. Clearly, the 10% good fortune had not befallen Anu. "Is husband sick?" Seeing her husband's odd words, Hu Yufen asked with concern. She knew that after today's danger, Shen Yuan's mood was definitely fluctuating, and such emotional ups and downs could easily make one ill. Shen Yuan smiled and shook his head. He felt very well now. "I'll go to Brother Xuan's house to borrow an old hen to cook some chicken soup for you to restore your strength." "Dai, I want chicken soup noodles." The little guy became excited upon hearing they would have chicken tonight. "All right, we'll have chicken soup noodles then." Shen Yuan ruffled his hair and said, "Take good care of your mother." Meanwhile, at the martial arts hall in Yunshui town, the day's training had ended, the other disciples went home or rested, but a figure persisted in the martial arts arena in the courtyard. This person was Shen Wengxing. As of today, Shen Wengxing had been learning martial arts at the martial arts hall for almost a year. Over the past year, his body had visibly grown taller and more robust. The last time he met Su Chong in town and was warned by him, Shen Wengxing heeded his father's advice and did not deliberately distance himself from Huang Lingxiu. The result of this was naturally Su Chang's targeting. Every time the disciples sparred with each other, Su Chong, being a senior apprentice, always chose Shen Wengxing as his opponent. Su Chong came from a prominent family and had money. Through his uncle's connections, he often managed to obtain the 100-year blood toad's exuvia and other precious herbs to brew and strengthen his body. Therefore, despite his usual frivolity, with the support of numerous precious herbs, he had reached the level of a high-tier martial artist over the years, about to break through to the postnatal martial artist realm. In battles against him, Shen Wengxing would always end up with bruises and swelling. Despite his young age, Su Chong was quite malicious. He attacked with precision, only causing Shen Wengxing minor injuries without damaging his bones. This made it difficult for the instructors at the martial arts hall to say anything. It could be said that Shen Wengxing's life had not been easy for the past half-year. But he remembered his father's words and continued to work hard in secret. In the martial arts arena, after finishing his posture exercise, Shen Wengxing began practicing his boxing with the wooden man target. Starting stance, punching, swinging arm and turning punch, raising leg to block, right hook followed by left straight punch. At his young age, he already displayed tiger-like strength when practicing the mountain shaking fist, making the wooden man target resound with thuds. In the distant room, Huang Qingzhou stood quietly by the window, watching with a satisfied expression. "Father, you need to deal with Su Chong, he bullies junior brother Shi Tou every day." A girl in a pale yellow vest and a light pink martial outfit with a beautiful face spoke. "After all, there's a verbal engagement, when you come of age, you might have to marry into the Su family." Huang Qingzhou turned slightly, speaking seriously, "Your uncle is about to be transferred to the position of county captain of Anyang County, and he will inevitably be in contact with the Su family. The county magistrate governs, the county captain commands troops. Although nominally on the same level, the county magistrate had greater authority. If, without considering external factors, he had to choose between Shen Wengxing and Su Chang, Huang Qingzhou would not choose Su Chang. But the fact remained that Su Chang's good family background was of great use to the Huang family. Whoever wants to marry him can, but I won't. Upon hearing her father's words, Huang Lingziu was instantly displeased. With Su Chang's family background, he could have found a better martial arts hall in Anyang County to learn martial arts. The reason he came to their martial arts hall was to get closer to Huang Lingziu. But she really disliked Su Chang's type and looked down on him from the bottom of her heart. Among the hundreds of senior brothers and junior brothers in the martial arts hall, she disliked Su Chang the most. You can't be willful. Huang Qingzhou reprimanded, ready to speak further, but suddenly noticed something unusual with Shen Wengxing in the martial arts arena. At this moment, Shen Wengxing, who was practicing boxing, suddenly felt a mysterious power surge from within him. This power, once emerged, quickly spread to all his limbs and bones. He could clearly feel his strength increasing significantly, and the fatigue from stance practice and boxing instantly vanished. An unprecedented sense of exhilaration surged, giving Shen Wengxing an instant impulse to release. With a flash of his figure, he dodged the rotating wooden man target and, with his right hand prepared, delivered a powerful straight punch to the target's head. Crack! A sharp cracking sound erupted, and the wooden man target leaned noticeably. Seeing the fractured base of the wooden man target, Shen Wengxing looked at his fist in shock, unable to believe that his punch had such power. It's important to know that these wooden man targets were made of extremely hard sandalwood, wrapped in hemp rope. During daily training, none of the senior brothers and junior brothers could damage it. Could it be that this wooden man target, after long use, had a rotten base? Shen Wengxing, doubtful, squatted down to check, but suddenly sensed someone approaching. He quickly stood up, seeing it was Huang Qingzhou and Huang Lingziu. Uncle, senior sister. Huang Qingzhou nodded slightly, glancing at the wooden man target. Shen Wengxing scratched his head awkwardly. Uncle, I didn't mean it. Although he couldn't confirm if it was due to wood decay, the fact that he broke the wooden man target was undeniable, and he didn't intend to make excuses. No matter, Huang Qingzhou smiled faintly, then bent down to look at the base of the wooden man target. The robust wood showed a new crack, although the surface of the surrounding wood was somewhat decayed, the interior was intact, leaving him somewhat amazed. Such thick sandalwood, trying to break it with one punch would be difficult even for a martial artist newly entering the postnatal realm. Although Shen Wengxing's punch didn't completely break the target, it was already terrifying. Shi Tiaoyu, did you sense Qi blood power? Huang Qingzhou asked. Shen Wengxing hesitated for a moment and slightly shook his head. He had felt an inexplicable power surging from within earlier, but he knew it wasn't Qi blood power. Seeing this, Huang Qingzhou was somewhat puzzled. He had thought Shen Wengxing had broken through to the postnatal martial artist realm on the spot, unleashing a fearsome power. Come, attack with all your might, let uncle see your limits. Huang Qingzhou stepped back 2 paces and set his stance. He wanted to see just how powerful Shen Wengxing had become now. Chapter 20. Uncle. Shen Wengxing hesitated a bit and didn't strike immediately. What is it? Are you afraid of hurting your uncle? Huang Qingzhou smiled confidently and said, stop talking nonsense, just make your move. He had seen the strange strength Shen Wengxing had displayed, but as a postnatal peak martial artist, he didn't care at all. Seeing him ready, Shen Wengxing stopped talking and immediately took his stance. With a push of his foot, his body shot forward like a swift cheetah. The explosive power is quite good. Seeing this, Huang Qingzhou felt impressed. He had already thought highly of Shen Wengxing, knowing he was a promising martial arts talent. But over the past year, Shen Wengxing had surprised him far beyond expectations. Huang Qingzhou even suspected that this kid might break through to become a postnatal martial artist before reaching adulthood. Such a prodigy is rare in this remote town. The fist, carrying a gust of wind, whistled in as it smashed forward. Huang Qingzhou didn't evade. He wanted to test Shen Wengxing's strength, so he naturally had to confront it head-on to know for sure. He reached out with his hand to grab the incoming punch. Boom! A dull sound came, and Huang Qingzhou frowned slightly. While blocking the subsequent moves, he smiled and cursed, "You brat, don't hold back, attack with all your strength." Having taken a punch, Huang Qingzhou could clearly feel that this kid was still holding back a bit. Upon hearing this, Shen Wengxing knew he couldn't hurt the opponent, so he stopped holding back and attacked with full force. The mountain-shaking fist emphasizes an explosion of power, using the full body to fight more and more courageously. Shen Wengxing's offensive was swift. Over the past year, he had put in twice the effort of his other senior brothers, and the results were evident. His mountain-shaking fist was more skillful than his other senior brothers, with a smooth flow from move to move, even grasping some techniques to enhance punching power by leveraging the body's strength. Now, with someone like Huang Qingzhou, an experienced postnatal peak martial artist, feeding him moves, Shen Wengxing fought more freely, gradually gaining new insights into the mountain-shaking fist. Boom! His body half-rotated, using the momentum to land a punch that forced Huang Qingzhou to retreat slightly. He then used the momentum for another spin, bringing down his left fist. Spin, right fist, spin, left fist. Using his legs as an axis, leveraging the body's rotation, he channeled all his power into the punching fist, each hit heavier than the last. While Huang Qingzhou blocked, the smile on his face grew wider. Bang! After using qi blood power to force Shen Wengxing back, he finally spoke, "All right." Hearing this, Shen Wengxing withdrew his fists, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. The exchange just now had given him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Huang Qingzhou also generously praised, "You little brat, you truly surprised your uncle. If I didn't know your family background, this master would have thought you've been secretly consuming some rare delights." After the exchange, he could already judge that although Shen Wengxing hadn't broken through to a postnatal martial artist yet, he could definitely be considered a high-tier martial artist. With his understanding of the mountain-shaking fist, probably few in the martial arts hall could match him as an opponent. Looking at the youngster in front of him, Huang Qingzhou's expression was somewhat complex. The current emperor Yu venerated martial prowess. With Shen Wengxing's talent, he could very well become an innate martial artist in the future. And an innate martial artist is far more valuable than the county magistrate in this small Anyang county. Lingxiu, make sure to learn well from your junior brother, and stop playing around all day. After thinking for a moment, Huang Qingzhou glanced at his daughter, who was looking on with admiration. Huang Lingxiu's eyes turned into crescent moons, and she nodded quickly. "All right, rest early." In cultivation, one needs to balance tension and relaxation, paying attention to the combination of work and rest. Besides Huang Lingxiu, there were no witnesses to their exchange. Days passed as usual. That day, as the sun slanted westward, over a dozen martial arts hall disciples finished their postures in the martial arts arena. Liao Yunfan, the hefty martial arts master dressed in a short GE cloth shirt in front, spoke up, "It's been a while since I've assessed your cultivation. Since there's a bit of time, pair up and spar, let me see your capabilities." These dozen or so disciples have been continuously consuming medicinal food. In the eyes of Liao Yunfan and a few others, these were the real disciples. As for those who didn't plan to use medicines to refine their bodies, they were not worth nurturing. Upon hearing they were to spar again, Su Chang's face immediately lit up with a smile. He stood up right away, "Junior brother Shen, let your senior brother see if you've made any progress in your cultivation lately." Liao Yunfan saw this and frowned slightly. He knew the two did not get along and had heard that every time they sparred, Su Chang would take the opportunity to find Shen Wengxing and beat him up. "Su Chang, as a senior of 6 years, don't always bully your junior brother." Knowing Su Chang's background, while Liao Yunfan didn't appreciate his behavior, he couldn't say anything too harsh. In comparison to Su Chang, he preferred the hard-working Shen Wengxing. This little guy, although he only studied martial arts for a year, exceeded others significantly in both talent and dedication. Such a person would not achieve anything mediocre in the future. "Master Liao, disciple isn't bullying him. You and all the masters often say that sparring with experts leads to faster growth, this disciple only wants to help junior brother Shen." Hearing this, a look of annoyance flashed across Liao Yunfan's face. It made sense, but Su Chang always took advantage of his strength, making it more of a humiliation to torment Shen Wengxing, which wasn't sparring anymore. He was really afraid that such a promising talent would lose confidence and get ruined this way. "Shen Wengxing, do you want to spar with Su Chang?" Liao Yunfan's gaze turned towards him. He had already made up his mind that if Shen Wengxing refused, he could justifiably stop it. Sitting cross-legged, Shen Wengxing glanced at Su Chang, feeling a bit hesitant internally. After sparring with Huang Qingzhou, he felt that he wouldn't be weaker than Su Chang now. But Shen Yuan had taught him to be humble and low-key in dealing with the world. He hesitated over whether to step forward. "Shi Tiu, don't be afraid, beat him up. Beside him, Huang Lingziu, knowing his capability, whispered encouragement in his ear, suggesting Shen Wengxing give Su Chong a good beating to vent his anger. Their intimacy couldn't hide from Su Chong, whose anger was hard to conceal. Without waiting for him to rise, Su Chong walked straight over. Forced, Shen Wengxing had no choice but to rise and confront him. Su Chong spread his stance, his eyes slightly twitching. He had already decided that regardless of anything else, he must give this kid a painful lesson this time. The two didn't spend much time confronting each other before engaging in a brawl. Although Su Chong was a dandy, his body had been nourished for a long time with medicinal food and various precious herbs, giving him a strong foundation. Although his techniques were full of flaws, his brute strength was miraculous. The reason Shen Wengxing usually lost to him was due to a lack of foundation. Often, after blocking a few moves, his arms would go numb, allowing Su Chong to break through and beat him up. But now his bloodline had been tempered, and his body had been transformed by the 9th grade bloodline, becoming much stronger. His weaknesses were covered, and Su Chang's previous way of using brute force to break his defense no longer worked. The two exchanged more than a dozen moves in an instant, at which point Shen Wengxing would usually have been overwhelmed. But this time, there were no signs of falling behind. Seeing this, Su Chong gradually grew anxious. The more anxious he got, the more flaws appeared in his techniques. Eventually, Shen Wengxing could easily neutralize his offensive with a dodge or a single-hand block. This sight left Liao Yunfen greatly surprised. Ultimately, when Su Chong was panting heavily, Shen Wengxing finally stepped back a few paces, creating some distance between them. From start to finish, he had countless opportunities to give a harsh lesson to Su Chong, but he held back. "Senior brother Su, I accept your concession." Shen Wengxing gave a slight cupped fist salute, then returned to his seat. Huang Lingziu was somewhat dissatisfied. "Why did you hold back? Think about how he used to target you, you should have knocked him out with a punch and then beaten him until he was like a pig's head." Shen Wengxing shook his head with a wry smile. "It's not that he didn't want to, he just couldn't." Chapter 21. His forbearance did not earn Su Chong any gratitude. Instead, Su Chong felt that Shen Wengxing was mocking and insulting him. Su Chong, though angry, was also secretly surprised. The last time, more than 10 days ago during practice, he had beaten Shen Wengxing soundly. Yet, in the mere 10 days that have passed, how has this lad suddenly become so much stronger? With doubt in his mind, Su Chong returned to his seat. On the surface, it seemed that the two were evenly matched, but anyone with a keen eye could tell that Shen Wengxing's strength had already surpassed his. If they were similar in age and family background, it wouldn't be that surprising. The key point is that he was older than Shen Wengxing and came from a better family. More importantly, being mocked in front of his fiancée made Su Chong feel humiliated. With such a dazzling display, the subsequent paired practice seemed bland and tasteless. At the end of a day's training, many disciples left the martial arts arena. Only Shen Wengxing stayed behind to continue his training. His calm demeanor was his strength. The sudden surge of power in his body over the past few days had greatly increased his strength, a change that might have made other children of the same age arrogant. Shen Wengxing did not. He always believed that this unexpected power was the result of his efforts and hard work, so he worked even harder than before. In the courtyard behind the martial arts hall, after finishing her training, Huang Lingziu eagerly ran back and reported today's events to Huang Qingzhou. "Ah Dai, Shi Tiou junior brother is a fool. He could have defeated Su Chong and avenged his previous insults, yet he chose to be lenient. If it were me, I'd beat him so badly that even his parents wouldn't recognize him." Huang Lingziu said indignantly. She simply could not understand why Shen Wengxing did not seize the chance for revenge when he had it. Looking at his daughter's angry expression, Huang Qingzhou softly shook his head. "Let's go see the boy." The father and daughter went to the front courtyard of the martial arts arena. Seeing Shen Wengxing still training, Huang Qingzhou whispered, "See, even though Shi Tiou is already strong enough, he continues to work hard. In terms of talent, you are no worse than Shi Tiou, in terms of resources, you are far superior. If you could work as hard as he does, you might break through to postnatal martial artist upon reaching the ceremonial age." At these words, Huang Lingziu pouted slightly. She knew that hard work brings rewards, but the thought of the dullness and pain of training made her lose her enthusiasm. "Ah Dai, let's go over." Not wanting to discuss the topic with her father, Huang Lingziu quickly tugged him over to the martial arts arena. Seeing them arrive, Shen Wengxing slowly concluded his practice, approached them, and saluted, "Uncle, senior sister." Huang Qingzhou nodded slightly and said, "Lingziu said you sparred with Su Chong today." Shen Wengxing nodded. "Although you had a chance to win, why did you choose to be lenient? In a martial arts contest, the goal is to defeat the opponent in one move. Mercy and softness will only put you in danger." Shen Wengxing was slightly taken aback but, seeing no reproach in Huang Qingzu's expression, immediately saluted, "Uncle, I could easily defeat senior brother Su Chong, but I cannot do so." "Why?" Huang Lingziu asked, puzzled. Shen Wengxing sighed, "Senior sister should know that my family is just a regular farming household in Jinliu village, whereas Su Chang's uncle is the county magistrate of our Anyang County. He represents the authority in Anyang County. If I were to defeat him publicly and damage his reputation out of anger, he would likely bear a grudge. He seeking revenge is one thing, but if my family were to be dragged down. By now, mother should be due soon, and father has enough to handle with feeding the whole family. I can't add more trouble." Hearing these words, Huang Lingziu fell silent. In actuality, she was 3 years older than Shen Wengxing but had never considered such things. To her, if a problem arose, her father would handle it, and if needed, her uncle in the military would intervene. In Anyang County, as long as something wasn't a severe violation of Great Yu's laws, it wasn't considered a big problem. She never thought there could be so many hidden troubles. Huang Qingzu's eyes were full of admiration. He secretly envied Shen Yuan. Such a young boy, yet calm and composed, shrewd and thoughtful, he is destined for extraordinary achievements. To have such a son, how could one not prosper? Regrettably, he had only 2 daughters. The elder one left home after becoming a postnatal martial artist, sending letters occasionally detailing her safety, but her whereabouts remained unknown. "Your concerns aren't incorrect, but there's one thing you've neglected." Huang Qingzu's expression suddenly turned serious as he spoke. Shen Wengxing was confused and quickly saluted, "Please advise me, uncle." "You have neglected human nature." Huang Qingzhou sighed with his hands behind his back. "Human nature is the most complex thing. You thought that not defeating Su Chong publicly was saving his reputation. But Su Chong won't necessarily view it that way. With his character, he will only feel that you are mocking and humiliating him. This is far more difficult to accept than being defeated. That's how interactions between people work. If you're just a bit better than him, he'll envy you and plot against you. But if you're much stronger, so much so that it's unattainable, he'll simply admire and fear you. While restraint has its merits, excessive restraint only makes others think your sword isn't sharp and can't kill. This balance is yours alone to ponder and control." Huang Qingzu's advice conflicted slightly with Shen Yuan's teachings, leaving Shen Wengxing somewhat confused. His father told him to be humble and low-key, yet Huang Qingzhou advocated appropriate assertion. "Enough, don't disturb Shi Tianyu's training any further, let's go," Huang Qingzhou said, then left with his daughter. Shen Wengxing stood alone in the martial arts arena, contemplating for a long time, and suddenly smiled. Whether restraint or appropriate assertion is needed, isn't it up to oneself to control? Ultimately, the power to decide comes down to one's own skills. Skills are the greatest confidence. With skills, you can choose freely, and without them, you have no choice. After understanding these principles, he resumed his training. The next day, it was time to return home. In the early morning, Shen Yuan drove the ox cart to the entrance of the martial arts hall. Shen Wengxing bade farewell to the masters at the martial arts hall and boarded the ox cart, following Shen Yuan back to Jinliu village. "Ah Dai, has mother given birth yet?" On this subject, Shen Yuan turned around with a smile, "Guess whether it's a brother or a sister." Shen Wengxing tilted his head and thought for a moment, "If it's a brother, I can teach him martial arts in the future, if it's a sister, she'll surely be as beautiful as mom." "Haha." Shen Yuan turned around and mockingly scolded, "You little rascal, where did you learn such smooth talk?" Shen Wengxing chuckled and scratched his head. Senior sister Lingziu said, "A martial artist is not a brute, they must be literate and knowledgeable." Over the past year at the martial arts hall, in spare time, I sought advice from senior sister Lingziu and borrowed some books from uncle to read. Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan rubbed his head affectionately. At that moment, he felt that his son had grown up quite a bit. "Your mother has given birth to both a brother and a sister." "Ah!" Shen Wengxing was astonished, opening his mouth wide. Apparently, he didn't quite understand how one could give birth to 2 children at once. "Your sister's name is Shen Wenping, and your brother's name is Shen Wenan." Upon receiving confirmation, Shen Yuan was filled with excitement. His heart had already flown back to Jinlia village, impatient to meet his brother and sister. Chapter 22. The longing to return home was intense, and the ox cart moved slowly. This familiar road home seemed to have lengthened considerably. Along the way, Shen Yuan frequently stood up, looking towards Jinlia village. When the village's outline appeared in sight, he jumped directly off the ox cart. "Ah die, the cart is too slow, I'll go ahead." The sound came as he had already started running forward. "That rascal!" Watching his son's back, Shen Yuan smiled and cursed, snapping the whip on the old ox's back. "Giddy up!" In the small courtyard, when Shen Yuan finally arrived home with the ox cart, Shen Yuan was carefully holding his younger sister Shen Wenping, foolishly smiling. Though he said he was fine with either a younger brother or sister, he truly preferred his sister a bit more in his heart. Shen Yuan washed his hands simply and took his little son from his wife's hands. "He's growing more and more like Shi Tou when he was little." Hearing this, Shen Yuan immediately leaned in. "Ah die, did I look like this when I was little?" Shen Yuan nodded. By evening, as the sun slanted west, Shen Yuan went to bring Anu back. With this, the family of 6 was fully gathered for the first time. "Ah die, Master Lu asked me to ask you, when will you hold the full moon celebration for my little brother and sister?" During dinner, Anu asked while poking at the rice in his bowl. "Full moon celebration?" The couple exchanged glances. In this era, there are traditions that only the birth of the firstborn son in the family warranted a full moon celebration. When Shi Tou had his full moon, they already held a celebration. For the eldest daughter and the second son, they normally wouldn't hold another, unless they were from a prominent family with many connections. They might hold a symbolic few tables to strengthen ties. Shen Wenping and Shen Wenan's full moon celebrations were something the couple hadn't planned for. But now that Master Lu asked Anu to inquire, he probably wanted to partake in the celebration. It wouldn't look good to refuse. Hu Yufen looked at the pair of children in the cradle, hesitating. "Husband, why don't we just have a simple 2-table feast? There are neighbors who sent congratulatory gifts recently, we can invite them for a meal and a celebratory drink." Shen Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing to this plan. "Wenping and Wenan will have their full moon in 20 days, I'll prepare in a few days. We can slaughter a piglet from the pen and get some other vegetables, and it should be enough." After dinner, Anu played with his mother and siblings in the room. Shen Yuan quietly pulled Shen Yuan into the courtyard. "Shi Tou, there's something I want to ask you. Have you noticed any changes in your body lately?" He was still concerned about the matter of bloodline refinement. The second child, Anu, wasn't so fortunate. He wanted to see if the eldest got any blessings. "How does I know?" Shen Yuan was a bit surprised. He hadn't yet mentioned the bodily changes and the sudden surge in strength. "So, your body has changed." Shen Yuan's face showed a hint of delight. The eldest learning martial arts and the bloodline being refined seemed to be quite beneficial. Shen Yuan didn't hide from his father and described the bodily changes in detail. After listening, Shen Yuan compared it secretly and found it similar to what he felt. When he heard about his son's sudden burst of power from the bloodline advancement, a wave of excitement rose in his heart. "Shi Tou, can the pile skill you're practicing really be taught to others?" Shen Yuan nodded without hesitation. "It's just pile skill, without the auxiliary herbal meals, it's basically just for health, not very useful to outsiders." "Does Adai want to learn?" He always hoped his father could practice pile skill. The family had dozens of acres and numerous matters that all relied on his father. If he could practice pile skill in his spare time to nurture his health, he wouldn't be so exhausted. After some hesitation, Shen Yuan nodded, "Then demonstrate it for me." Father and son began practicing pile skill in the courtyard. The movements weren't complicated, but given Shen Yuan's age of 27 and his long years of labor, some of his joints and muscles had stiffened and hardened. After practicing, he was sweating heavily. "Adai, you have to practice this pile skill diligently in the future, or when you're older, your health will suffer." Shen Yuan supported him, feeling heartbroken, as he sat down. "Alas!" Shen Yuan sighed heavily, holding his back. "Pile skill combined with some boxing would be better, but I dare not teach you martial arts halls boxing. However, I can show you some simple military boxing." Shen Yuan stood in the courtyard, demonstrating some basic moves commonly used by soldiers. Watching his son's coordinated movements, Shen Yuan felt very gratified. In this way, in the previous life, this would at least be a martial hero level national athlete. The silver coins were well spent. The military boxing moves were simple. After roughly remembering them, Shen Yuan planned to practice after doing pile skill for some time to warm up the body. Early the next morning, he first took Shen Yuan to Liu Ziwen and solemnly handed over an invitation, inviting Liu Ziwen to come and enjoy the celebration. Liu Ziwen accepted the invitation joyfully. On returning home, Shen Yuan stared at a blank invitation, deep in thought. This invitation was initially meant to be given to Huang Qingzhou when he sent Shi Tou to the martial arts hall later, but he worried it might seem too forward. Although the two families had some interactions due to Shen Wengxing learning martial arts in the hall, their previous connections hadn't been re-established. Sending an invitation abruptly would inevitably seem abrupt. After much consideration, he finally started writing. Once the ink dried, Shen Yuan placed the invitation in his pocket. At Yunshui Town's martial arts hall entrance, Shen Yuan pulled out the invitation from his pocket. Shi Tou, keep this with you. He handed over the invitation. Is it for Uncle Huang? Shi Tou asked in confusion. Shen Yuan shook his head slightly, yes and no. Keep this invitation, and don't tell others. If your Uncle Huang asks about your younger siblings, give him the invitation. Tell him it's something odd I asked you to deliver, but you forgot. If he doesn't ask, then after your siblings' full moon, you can throw this invitation away. Though puzzled, Shen Wengxing nodded seriously. He had inadvertently mentioned his wife's pregnancy to Huang Qingzhou before. If the latter paid attention, he should remember. If they didn't ask, it meant they weren't very interested, and he didn't need to push it. Go on in, then. Watching his son's silhouette disappear at the martial arts hall's entrance, Shen Yuan drove the ox cart to the town market. They didn't have any prominent or influential friends to invite others for a meal. Simple seasonal vegetables accompanied by some chicken, fish, pork, and eggs would suffice. In this season, the vegetables were nothing more than radishes and cabbages. Slaughtering a pig at home and getting some fish should almost cover it. By evening, Shen Yuan returned home with a cart full of purchased ingredients. Hu Yufen came over, glanced, and asked puzzled, didn't husband buy some wine? One can't invite guests for celebratory drinks without wine. Shen Yuan smiled wryly, buying these vegetables, fruits, and seasonings already cost several taels of silver. The town's distillery wines are too pricey. I plan to dig out our homemade rice wine instead. Those rice wines were brewed when Shi Tou was born, originally intended to be saved until Shi Tou's wedding, but with the current financial constraints, they could only use it to tide over this event. Wouldn't that be a bit lacking? Hu Yufen was a little worried, especially since there were not only neighborhood friends but also someone like Liu Ziwen, a great scholar. However, Shen Yuan was quite confident. As a native of Hebei in his past life, brewing rice wine was a skill he had mastered from a young age. While not a masterpiece, he was confident it would surpass the inferior liquors from the town's distillery. Chapter 23. Let me take a look first. Picking up a shovel and heading to the corner of the yard, Shen Yuan quickly dug out the wine jar buried underground. Seeing the intact mud seal, a slight smile appeared on his face, and he carried a jar of wine into the yard. The moment the mud seal was knocked off, a rich aroma of wine instantly filled the air. What a fragrant wine! Hu Yufen couldn't help but exclaim as she caught a whiff of the rich fragrance. Shen Yuan brought a bowl from the kitchen and carefully poured out a bowl of rice wine. In the white porcelain bowl, the rice wine appeared a crystalline translucent pale yellow, its elegant aroma wafting up, enticing him to take a sip. Tisk! The wine, sweet but not cloying, had a perfect balance of sweet and sour, reminiscent of the taste he was familiar with in his previous life. Though the richness was slightly lacking. Shen Yuan knew this was because he didn't have good wine yeast, and to completely recreate the taste from his past life required time to develop. Hu Yufen moved closer, seemingly tempted. But Shen Yuan downed the bowl of rice wine in one go and sealed the jar again. Having just given birth, you can't drink alcohol yet. Besides, if you drink, it could affect the little ones when they nurse. Hearing this, Hu Yufen couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She knew she shouldn't drink alcohol now, but the aroma was so tempting she had wanted a taste. Promise you'll save some for me. I have to try it when Wenping and Wenan are a bit older. As Hu Yufen made her request, there was a sudden knock on the door. Curiously, Shen Yuan put down the wine jar and opened the yard gate to see Zhao Xuan. Zhao Xuan stood at the door, taking a deep sniff towards the yard and smiling. I was busy in the yard when I caught the scent of wine. I followed the aroma here. Ah Yuan, did you make this good wine? Shen Yuan chuckled and said, Brother Xuan, you have a keen nose. It's homemade rice wine, come in and try it. He stepped aside, and Zhao Xuan came in eagerly. Sister-in-law, hee hee. Seeing Hu Yufen, Zhao Xuan greeted her with a bashful smile. Hurriedly, Hu Yufen fetched another bowl from the kitchen, and Shen Yuan poured him a bowl. Smelling the aroma and looking at the pale yellow rice wine, Zhao Xuan's eyes lit up. Tisk tisk, this color, this aroma. He lifted the bowl, inhaled the fragrance with a content sigh, and took a large gulp. Good wine, good wine. After savoring it, Zhao Xuan couldn't help but praise, this wine is much better than the apricot leaf yellow from Kang's winery in town. Sipping the last of his bowl, Zhao Xuan gazed at the wine jar but felt too embarrassed to ask for more. Yuan, did you really brew this yourself? Shen Yuan pointed at the unearthed spot and said, I made a few jars when Shi Tou was born, planning to use them for guests when Wenping and Wen turn a month old. Don't forget to come, Brother Xuan. Zhao Xuan eagerly promised, I'll definitely be there, and you'll let me drink as much as I want. Hu Yufen laughed, there'll be plenty of wine. Hearing this, Zhao Xuan reluctantly put down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and bade goodbye to the two. He really didn't dare to stay any longer, afraid he'd end up asking for another bowl. In the evening, after bringing Anu back and finishing dinner with the family, Shen Yuan went to the yard to train in pile skill. Though the training was excruciating, Shen Yuan knew that once he got used to it, practicing would only bring benefits and no harm. Late at night, on the bed, the two little ones, full and satisfied, had fallen into a deep sleep. How much silver coins do we have left at home? Shen Yuan suddenly asked. Hu Yufen pursed her lips, we still have 116 taels. Hearing this, Shen Yuan sighed lightly. Around this time last year, they had 180 taels of silver. Over the year, reporting the Barbarian Race invasion earned them 100 taels from the government, and selling firewood and grain earned over 60 taels. Yet, in the end, their savings continued to dwindle. Fortunately, they've waived the tuition for Shi Tou's martial arts lessons, otherwise, they'd be down to 2 digits in savings. Making money, still need to find a way to make money. Otherwise, once the little ones are weaned, they won't have enough to cover daily necessities. The pigs we kept are all grown now, what if we keep one male and one female and sell the rest? Hu Yufen suggested. She knew the pressure her husband was under. It's not time yet. The piglets are only a year old and still have room for growth. Besides, those pigs are kept as an emergency backup, and he doesn't plan to sell them unless absolutely necessary. With nothing to do in the fall, I'll go to the river tomorrow to catch some fish, hoping to save on buying fish for the full moon banquet. Hu Yufen sighed softly. The stretch of the Leshui River near Jinlia village is only a few dozen miles, other parts belong to other villages. With no farming tasks after the fall, the village's common people all have the same idea as Shen Yuan, aiming to catch some fish from the Leshui River, either to sell for some money or to improve their family's diet. With many people and few fish, it's not easy to catch any. The night passed in silence. The next day, at dawn, Shen Yuan packed up his fishing nets and other tools, tossed some flatbread as dry rations, took his water pouch, and headed to the Leshui River. He thought he was early, but upon reaching the riverbank, he found that more than a dozen villagers had already taken up good spots to cast their nets. These were all common people from Jinlia village, and after exchanging greetings, Shen Yuan could only pick a decent spot and start casting his net. But after several attempts, he caught only a few small fish and some loaches. Seeing others not faring much better, Shen Yuan lost interest. Yuan, you're done fishing. A villager saw him packing up his net and asked with a smile. Just loaches and small fry, not even enough to fill a tooth gap. The villager laughed, we don't rely on this for a living, as long as we can take something back to give the kids a little treat. Shen Yuan nodded in agreement, shouldered his net, and bid goodbye to a few villagers before leaving. At the crossroads, Shen Yuan hesitated, turning to look in the direction of the black water pool. The last time he went to the black water pool, he caught a few green fish, which inadvertently provided Anu an opportunity to study under a great scholar. Now he was thinking about trying his luck at the black water pool again. It's not that he wasn't afraid of the Tuo dragon, but recent hexagrams showed peace, suggesting he wouldn't encounter any fatal dangers. If he's lucky this time and gets a catch, it would cover the fish for the full moon banquet and perhaps earn a little extra. With this thought, he didn't hesitate further and headed towards the black water pool with his fishing net. Chapter 24. Perhaps because of the disturbance caused by the Toad dragon, there was no one on this road. As he approached the black water pool, the sun was already high overhead. Shen Yuan ate a simple flatbread and drank some water, preparing for a major effort when the time came. By the time of the autumn equinox, most of the surrounding leaves had turned yellow, but the shrubs near the black water pool were still very lush. In his past and present lives, he was never a botanist, so he couldn't understand the secret behind this. He could only attribute it to the deep mountains and spiritual land, nourishing these plants well. Cautiously approaching the black water pool, Shen Yuan chose a less shrubby, more open spot. Without shrubs blocking the view, any lurking toad dragons could be spotted at a glance, making it relatively safe. After scouting a good spot, he immediately set down the fishing net on his shoulder to get started, but suddenly noticed a silhouette on a large rock not far away. Frowning, Shen Yuan squinted to get a better look. There was indeed a person there, wearing a brown long robe and a conical hat, sitting cross-legged on the rock, with a fishing rod in front. It was hard to tell their age. The two were not far apart, but the dense shrubs surrounding the person made them difficult to notice. Seeing the other person fishing, Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided not to cast his net here. Those who come to the black water pool are all common people from nearby villages. People are fishing, and the noise from net casting would disturb the surrounding fish. Putting the fishing net back on his shoulder, Shen Yuan was about to move to a further spot, when the figure with the conical hat seemed to notice him too, taking off the hat to reveal a head full of silver hair, smiling. "Young man, go ahead and cast, don't mind this old man." It was an elder, although his voice was not loud, it was very clear. Shen Yuan slightly clasped his hands. "Since elder is fishing here, it would be inappropriate for me to cast a net. The black water pool has many toad dragons and giant pythons, with dense shrubs around you, be more cautious." The elder either didn't hear him or didn't care, as he didn't continue to respond. Without saying much more, Shen Yuan turned to find another good spot further away, ensuring he wouldn't disturb the elder before starting to cast his net. The fishing net formed a perfect circle and quickly fell into the water. A moment later, he started collecting the net. Feeling the weight of the fishing net in his hands, a slight smile appeared on his face. "There's a catch. And it seems to be quite a lot." When the fishing net was lifted from the water, 7 or 8 blue fish, each estimated to weigh 2 to 3 jins, were struggling fiercely in the net. After acquiring the 9th grade bloodline, his strength had increased significantly, easily lifting the net. With big risks come great rewards. The nearby villagers feared the toad dragons and giant pythons of the black water pool, not daring to fish here, resulting in more and more fish accumulating in the pool. Happily, Shen Yuan took out a hemp cord to string up the blue fish from the net one by one. "I'll send 2 to Master Lu later." Selecting 2 larger, more vibrant blue fish, Shen Yuan thought to himself. Lu Ziwan, being Anu's teacher, was very dedicated to Anu, even helping to buy Niu Urja's land and Uncle Ya caring for the orchard. Not having anything decent to offer as thanks, he enjoyed eating fish, so perhaps he would send over a couple later. Hanging the fish on a branch nearby, Shen Yuan sorted out the fishing net and cast it again. This time, the haul was not as big as the first, but there were still 2 blue fish and 4 or 5 half-jin grass carp. After organizing the catch, Shen Yuan was tidying up the net when a voice sounded behind him. "Young man, you're lucky." The sudden voice startled him, turning around to find it was the elderly fisherman he had seen before. "Does this old man walk soundlessly?" He internally complained, then cheerfully asked, "How's your catch today, elder?" The elder stroked his snow-white beard and shook his head slightly. "Not a single fish has bitten so far." "That bad?" Shen Yuan was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. "Hehe, there's nothing surprising about it. The creatures in this black dragon pool are imbued with dragon chi, very shrewd," the old man said, almost comforting himself. Shen Yuan didn't respond. Rookies often make excuses, like blaming bad weather. "Young man, this old man has an unreasonable request." The elder glanced at the fish catch hanging on the tree as he spoke. "Is he asking to buy fish again?" Looking at him, Shen Yuan felt a bit troubled. These fish were intended for the full moon banquet, and the leftovers were for Master Lu. Even if he were to sell them, he'd need more catch to feel comfortable doing that. The elder seemed to see his dilemma and smiled. "This old man offers 20 silver ingots to buy your 3rd net's haul. No matter how much this net yields, it belongs to this old man, what do you say? Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan frowned lightly. Buy the net? This is gambling on luck. Elder, this doesn't seem right. He wasn't worried about a loss on this third net. Even if it yields as good a catch as the first net, it wouldn't be worth 20 silver ingots. His concern was if the catch were too small, the elder might become unhappy, causing needless trouble. Young man, don't worry, the elder said, pulling out 2 10 silver ingots from his pouch. Even if this third net doesn't yield a single fish, this old man won't go back on his word. With that, he placed the 2 silver ingots in Shen Yuan's hand. This. Initially, Shen Yuan thought the elder was joking, but the weight of the silver made him hesitate. Go ahead and cast, but let me make it clear, if this third net yields many fish, young man, you can't regret it. With that, Shen Yuan laughed too. The black water pool's fish are more expensive than those from the Leshui River, but with 20 silver ingots, one could buy 100 jins of fish. He didn't believe he could catch 100 jins worth of fish in one cast. As long as the elder doesn't mind a loss, that's fine. How about this, if this net has no yield, I'll give the elder a blue fish and a few grass carp. Can't let you go empty-handed. Thinking it over, Shen Yuan ultimately chose a way that he could live with his conscience. Hearing this, the elder showed a satisfied smile. Young man, you're kind-hearted, well then, let's begin. Shen Yuan nodded slightly, organizing the fishing net before casting it vigorously. Perhaps truly not wanting the elder to lose out, he cast the net a bit farther than usual. With a splash, the net sank into the water swiftly. The elder quietly watched the water surface, and after a moment, Shen Yuan began to carefully reel in the net. Hey! As he pulled the net rope, he suddenly let out a surprised sound. Before he could even react, the net rope suddenly went taut. A massive force pulled Shen Yuan off balance, almost causing him to fall into the water. What is this? Panicking, Shen Yuan quickly stabilized himself and held onto the net rope tightly, trying to pull it back. But whatever was caught in the net had terrifying strength, holding firm without moving an inch. Shen Yuan tried a few times and found he couldn't budge it, so he quickly tied the net rope around a nearby tree trunk to prevent himself from being dragged into the water. The old man behind him noticed this, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light, before coming over to take hold of the end of the net rope. Young man, let me help you, he said. Elder, it's dangerous, please step back. Shen Yuan quickly shouted, worrying that his 9th grade bloodline modified body couldn't even move it, and this elderly man was clearly already advanced in age. If something happened, wouldn't he be unwittingly dragged into trouble? Chapter 25. The elderly man seemed not to hear his words and had already stepped forward to grasp the net rope and began pulling back. The thick hemp rope creaked under the strain, causing Shen Yuan to feel somewhat anxious. With such a force, could it be that they've netted a toad dragon? This is really unfortunate, the fishing net might not hold up. The two of them and the thing in the water struggled for quite a while, gradually pulling the net back. As the fishing net slowly emerged from the water, the thing caught in the net began to struggle violently. Amid the splashing water, Shen Yuan vaguely saw a hint of bluish-gray. It's a toad dragon. Boom! Just as he finished speaking, the net rope in his hand snapped suddenly under the strain. Watching as the creature rolled and dragged the fishing net away into the distance, Shen Yuan's face looked grim. This time, it's truly a loss, they didn't catch the fish, and the net is also gone. Unlike the discouraged Shen Yuan, the old man behind him looked at the struggling toad dragon in the pool, squinting slightly with a faint smile on his lips. Shen Yuan sighed, took out the 20 taels of silver that hadn't warmed in his pocket, and handed it to the elderly man. Sir, please take the money back. They had agreed upon splitting the catch from this third net. But now that the fish from the third net was lost, naturally, he couldn't keep the money. The elderly man didn't take the silver, chuckling, young brother, what is this about? It's long been rumored that there's a toad dragon in the black water pool. Today, the old man and young brother almost caught one. Just this experience is interesting enough. Besides, young brother lost the fishing net because of this event. I can't take the money. He waved his hand and then pointed at a few green fish hanging on a tree. Does young brother still intend to keep his earlier words? Shen Yuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly stepped forward and picked out 2 plump green fish. Haha, thank you very much. The elderly man took the 2 green fish, nodding in satisfaction. Will young brother be coming here to fish again soon? Shen Yuan said uncertainly, we'll see, I need to buy a new fishing net first. The elderly man nodded, said nothing more, and turned to walk away. In the distance, the creature caught entangled in the fishing net was still struggling, its huge movements churning the whole water surface into a splash. Shen Yuan took one last look, helplessly picked up his catch, and headed towards Jinlia village. He hadn't gone far when the old man, who had left, came back, gazing at the Tuo dragon still thrashing in the water. He tapped the tip of his toes, surprisingly flying over lightly. Shen Yuan naturally didn't see the scene. Returning home, Hu Yufen came forward to greet him, surprised to see the catch in his hands. Husband, today you caught quite a lot. Shen Yuan tossed the fish into a wooden tub, sighing, don't mention it, I lost the fishing net, too. He briefly recounted what happened at the black water pool, and Hu Yufen was greatly alarmed. She had always heard that the Tuo dragon at the black water pool was fierce and could swallow humans and livestock whole, to think her husband actually netted one today. It's good that you're safe, the net can be replaced, said Hu Yufen with some relief, but also with curiosity. Who is that generous elderly man? 20 taels of silver is not a small amount. Hearing this, Shen Yuan was equally curious. Among the wealthy in the surrounding villages, he'd heard of most, but this elderly man was completely unfamiliar. Thinking it over, he couldn't figure out the old man's origin. Never mind that, Master Lu likes fish, I'll take 2 to him first. Handing the silver to Hu Yufen, Shen Yuan took the 2 selected green fish and headed towards Lu Ziwen's small courtyard. At this time, in the small courtyard pavilion, Lu Ziwen sat uncharacteristically stern. Across from him, Anu sat with his head drooping, as if he had done something wrong, occasionally stealing glances at Uncle Ye, hoping for him to intercede. Uncle Ye quickly shook his head when he saw this. A gem of a stone, not hidden even in the deepest mountains, a gentleman embraces simplicity, not dulled by a chaotic world. A gentle spirit shone through, shining under the sun and moon, this is cultivation. A calm water that reflects only the surface, the deep pool will reveal the heart of the heavens. Those who cultivate must build a 9-foot deep pool to hold the North Star. How can a gentleman roam the world without self-cultivation? Do you recognize your mistake? In a stern voice, Anu quickly bowed, student recognizes the error, please punish me, master. Having said this, he carefully extended his palm. Seeing this, Lu Ziwen picked up the ruler beside him and delivered 3 strikes to his small hand. The little guy grimaced in pain but didn't dare to make a sound. Go. Write down every word I said, and always reflect upon it, remembering it in your heart. After the punishment, Lu Ziwen's tone softened slightly. Anu quickly bowed, enduring the stinging pain in his palm, and knelt in front of the desk, starting to carefully write down what Lu Ziwen had said. Master, Uncle Ye. At this moment, Shen Yuan had already reached the courtyard gate. Lu Ziwen's earlier scolding and punishment had been witnessed by him, and he didn't intervene because he believed only strict teachers can produce good students. Anu's lively nature indeed needed self-restraint and some changes. Seeing him arrive, Lu Ziwen stood up and saluted in return. I caught some fish at Black Water Pool today, and knowing you enjoy fish, I've brought 2 for you to try, Shen Yuan said, raising the fish in his hand with a smile. Uncle Ye hurriedly took the 2 fishes and headed to the kitchen. Lu Ziwen walked out of the pavilion, with Shen Yuan following behind. The 2 of them walked outside the courtyard, where Shen Yuan saluted. Was Anu being naughty and annoying you, master? Lu Ziwen sighed lightly, turning to say, younger brother Shen, do you think that I am too strict with Anu? Shen Yuan shook his head quickly, discipline is Anu's blessing. I am just a common man, ignorant of the ways of a gentleman, but I know well that one must be strict with oneself and lenient with others, this is nurturing. Master, raising without teaching is the father's fault. It is my failure in teaching him well, please do not be angry. His answer surprised Lu Ziwen a bit. Younger brother Shen, I have lived in Jinlia village for 6 years, and among the common people here, rarely have I seen someone like you. Shen Yuan quickly saluted, I am also a common person, educated by a village school as a child. In my youth, I was playful and forgot most in a few years. Later, by fortune, I met my humble wife, influenced day and night. I heard some sage philosophies, which now amuse the master. He could only attribute everything to Hu Yufen, making up a reason. After all, her identity as a wealthy young lady was no secret in the village. Lu Ziwen suddenly understood. After chatting for a while longer, Shen Yuan finally returned home. After lunch, Having nothing to do, Shen Yuan thought about going to the town as soon as possible to buy another fishing net. Before the weather turns completely cold, he has the chance to fish a few more times. Yet as he passed by Black Water Pool with his ox cart, a thought suddenly struck him to see if the toad dragon caught in the fishing net had escaped. He parked the ox cart some distance from Black Water Pool and quietly approached the high slope by the pool. From afar, he noticed several ferocious toad dragons lying on rocks, resting. Not daring to approach, just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly noticed a fragment of a fishing net hanging from a nearby bush. Frowning, Shen Yuan recognized at once that the fishing net was his. He cautiously approached, pulling down the net only to find it stained with fresh blood and a large cut made by a sharp object. The entire net was in tatters. Chapter 26. Could it be, someone captured that toad dragon? Shen Yuan had an unbelievable idea in his mind. The dangers of the Black Water Pool were well known, and at that time, the toad dragon had already dragged the fishing net and swum towards the depths of the Black Water Pool. Who among ordinary people would dare to go deep into such a place to catch a powerful toad dragon? This creature is far more formidable in water than on land, with terrifying biting power, and a death roll that even a plow ox couldn't withstand. Shen Yuan shook his head, estimating that the fishing net in his hand didn't have much repair value left. He threw the tattered fishing net onto the ox cart and continued on to Yunshui town. By the time he returned home with a new fishing net, Hu Yufen had already brought a new back. The little guy was tearfully complaining to his mother about being hit today. Shen Yuan stood aside, not interrupting, wanting to see how his wife would handle it. The teacher only hit you 3 times. Hu Yufen asked after hearing the story. The little guy seemed to miss the meaning behind her words, stretching out his red, swollen little hands for comfort, saying, "Mother, I was just playing around." Ah! Before he could finish, his ear was already being pulled. "Mother! Mother! Gently! I was wrong!" The little guy shouted in pain, while Hu Yufen sternly said, "Being accepted by the teacher is an opportunity many people wish for but can't get, yet here you are, not appreciating your blessings. Let me tell you, if you act up and make the teacher angry, and get expelled, I'll have your father break your legs." Having never seen his mother angry, Shen Yuan was instantly frightened into silence, nodding in agreement. "Mother, Anu knows he was wrong, please don't be angry." Hu Yufen's expression softened slightly, and she rose to head towards the kitchen. Shen Yuan hurried after her to comfort her. "You've punished him, so let it go. You haven't finished your month's confinement, don't upset yourself." Hu Yufen sighed slightly upon hearing this. This little rascal is far less reliable than Shi Tou. Luckily, the teacher is strict, I hope he can temper his temperament. Shen Yuan agreed as he pushed her outside the kitchen. As agreed, you're not to enter the kitchen before your confinement is over, I'll do it, you go look after the children. The town's martial arts hall. Shen Wengxing was as diligent in his practice as ever. These days, he always felt like he was sensing the breath of qi blood but could never quite grasp it. At the hour of Chen, after practicing for a long time, the somewhat restless Shen Wengxing finished his training and, after a simple wash-up, headed to the backyard of the martial arts hall. The backyard is where the Huang Qingzhou family lived. Usually, Shen Wengxing rarely ventured there. After knocking on the gate of the backyard and hearing Huang Qingzhou's voice, he pushed the door open and entered. At this moment, in the courtyard, Huang Qingzhou was practicing pile skill bare-chested. Shen Wengxing immediately saw that Huang Qingzhou's pile skill was not the kind they usually practiced. "Uncle, it's quite late, I apologize for disturbing you." Huang Qingzhou finished his pile skill, wiped the sweat from his face, and smiled, "You rascal, since your father entrusted you to me, don't be a stranger. Having trouble with your practice?" He understood Shen Wengxing, without something important, he wouldn't set foot in the backyard. Shen Wengxing nodded, "I've been practicing pile skill recently and vaguely feel a qi blood power flowing within me. But whenever I try to grasp it, it seems to suddenly disappear. I came to ask for uncle's advice, whether it's my illusion or..." Hearing his description, Huang Qingzhou was somewhat surprised. "If I remember correctly, you're not even 10 yet, right?" Shen Wengxing cupped his hands, 2 months short. Having confirmed this, Huang Qingzhou's expression became complex as he gestured for Shen Wengxing to sit down. "Give me your hand." Taking Shen Wengxing's hand, he felt carefully and said, "Indeed, it's qi sensing. Your talent is even better than I imagined." Shen Wengxing was puzzled, "Uncle, what is qi sensing?" Huang Qingzhou put on a shirt and explained, "We martial artists train qi blood. Everyone has qi blood, but the power of qi blood in ordinary people is very weak. Through pile skill training, medicinal herbs, and some supplements, martial artists continuously strengthen their qi blood until they can sense and control its power. You're at the stage where you're about to break through to postnatal martial artist, also known as qi sensing. This is not an illusion, train well, and I'll make sure someone sends you 3 servings of medicinal boosts monthly to help you break through soon." Add medicinal boosts? Shen Wengxing was a bit hesitant after hearing this. 3 servings of medicinal boosts would cost 10 taels of silver. He was well aware of his family's current financial state and really didn't want to spend more money. "Uncle, wouldn't it be possible to break through without the medicinal boosts?" In his eyes, not adding medicinal boosts at most would just delay the breakthrough a little longer, and he was not yet 10, so there was no rush. "You rascal, I know your family is struggling, consider these medicinal boosts a gift from me, so don't overthink it." Huang Qingzhou saw through his little concerns and couldn't help but scold with a smile. Having witnessed Shen Wengxing's talent, he already had plans in mind. It was time to renew his relationship with the Shen family. 3 servings of medicinal boosts would be his initial investment. "By the way, I heard your mother was about to give birth. How are things now?" Shen Wengxing was slightly taken aback, recalling what his father asked him to relay, and hurriedly cupped his hands. "Uncle, forgive my absent-mindedness from all the martial practice, please excuse me for a moment, uncle," he said, then hurried back to his room, took out the invitation from under his pillow. "When I came here, my father couldn't meet uncle, so he entrusted me to deliver this invitation to you. I was negligent and almost missed something important." Huang Qingzhou opened the invitation after receiving it and glanced inside, laughing. "There is plenty of time, you're not late at all." Relieved, Shen Wengxing slightly cupped his hands, "Then I won't disturb uncle any further." After he left, Huang Qingzhou looked at the invitation in his hand again, chuckling and shaking his head. How could he not see that this was a show put on by father and son? But the show didn't arouse any aversion in people. In fact, Huang Qingzhou appreciated Shen Yuan's awareness. If Shen Yuan had delivered it to him directly, and he refused, it would have been awkward, but if he agreed, he would feel uncomfortable. Now, just as he was thinking of renewing ties with the Shen family, this invitation arrived. It's perfectly timed. Interacting with smart people is truly enjoyable. Huang Qingzhou smiled, put away the invitation, and walked into the house. Time passed swiftly, and soon Shen Wenping and Shen Wenan's full moon banquet was approaching. During this period, Shen Yuan had gone to the black water pool a few more times but hadn't caught a single fish. Because, for some reason, the Tuo dragon from the pool had all climbed onto the shore. All around the black water pool, ferocious Tuo dragons could be found everywhere, and he dared not approach. As for the old man who used to fish, perhaps also afraid of these Tuo dragons, Shen Yuan hadn't seen him again. By the end of October, the courtyard of the house was bustling with joy. As it wasn't the full moon banquet for the first son, not many people were invited, including Liu Ziwen with his companion and the Huang Qingzhou family. There were only 3 tables of food. The dishes were simple. With the help of a skilled cook from the village, Shen Yuan stood at the door greeting the arriving guests. In the distance, Uncle Ye was leading a donkey, wooden box in hand, with Liu Ziwen sitting on the donkey's back, slowly approaching. "Father, the teacher has arrived," Shi Tiaoyu reminded, and Shen Yuan hurried up to greet them. "Teacher, Uncle Ye." Liu Ziwen dismounted, cupped his hands, and smiled, "Congratulations, younger brother Shen." Uncle Ye seized the opportunity to hand over the wooden box, chuckling and cupping his hands. "Teacher, please come inside." Shen Yuan accepted the wooden box with a smile, then turned and saw a carriage slowly approaching on the distant village road. Following the carriage were 2 figures on horseback. "Shi Tiaoyu, accompany the teacher inside first, your uncle Huang has arrived, I'll go greet him." "Excuse me, teacher." Liu Ziwen nodded slightly and followed Shi Tiaoyu into the courtyard. By then, the carriage had already almost arrived, and Shen Yuan saw that the rider following behind was Huang Yongxiao alongside another robust man with a full beard. Chapter 27. As the carriage approached, Huang Lingxiao was the first to jump down from the carriage. She then opened the curtain to assist an elderly woman. "Grandmother, be careful." At the same time, Brother Qingzhou and another burly figure dismounted from their horses. Shen Yuan approached and greeted with cupped hands, "Brothers." Huang Qingzhou cupped his hands in return and assisted Huang Lingzia with the elderly woman, saying, "Dear brother, this is my mother." Upon hearing we were coming to Jinlia village, she insisted on accompanying us. Huang Qingzhu's mother? Shen Yuan felt a hint of surprise, then quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. "Nephew Shen Yuan, greets aunt." The elderly woman was beyond her 60th year, but still in good health with a rosy complexion. Seeing Shen Yuan, she cheerfully took his hand and said, "Ah Yuan, is it? I used to hold you when you were little. I can't believe it's been over 20 years already." Shen Yuan held her hand and said, "Has aunt been well lately?" The elderly woman smiled and nodded, very well, very well. Over 20 years ago, Grandpa was still alive, and the Shen and Huang families had good relations. After Grandpa passed away, his father took over the Shen family, their noble title was revoked, and the relationships between the families gradually faded. "Aunt, please come inside." The elderly woman nodded slightly. "Lingzia will take me in, you brothers can chat." Huang Lingzia supported the elderly woman as they walked inside the courtyard, at which point Huang Yongxiao introduced, "Dear brother, this is Zhang Bin, Captain Zhang, my brother." Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan quickly cupped his hands, "Greetings, Captain Zhang." Zhang Bin, a forthright man, waved his hand, "I am brothers with old Huang, so don't stand on ceremony, little brother Shen." "Thank you once again for the last time, little brother Shen." Hearing this, Shen Yuan looked at Huang Yongxiao in confusion. "Dear brother, you misunderstood me, it was brother Zhang who figured it out himself, I didn't reveal a word of it," Huang Yongxiao explained hastily. Shen Yuan thought for a moment and understood. That day, he and Huang Qingzhou went to the mountain patrol captain camp, and the soldiers guarding the gate clearly saw them enter. Afterwards, the mountain patrol captain camp mobilized and attacked that small barbarian squad. Anyone with common sense could infer the story behind it. As a captain of the mountain patrol captain camp, learning about this wouldn't be difficult for Zhang Bin. "Please forgive me, Captain Zhang, I kept it secret because..." I understand," Zhang Bin waved his hand with a smile. Seeing that he understood his concerns, Shen Yuan didn't say more and gestured, "Brothers, please come inside." With 3 guests in the courtyard, everyone was present, and the feast officially began. He specially seated Huang Qingzhu's family and Lu Ziwen at one table, accompanied by village chief Yang Changlin and physician Sun Fuchen. After introducing everyone, Huang Qingzhou was somewhat surprised. As village chief Yang Changlin previously mentioned, Lu Ziwen, as a great scholar of the Imperial Academy, had significant influence in Yunzhong County, and even in Yu Country. He hadn't specifically followed the Shen family's affairs before, and didn't know that Shen Vinian, the second son of the Shen family, had become a student of the great scholar Lu Ziwen. Huang Qingzhou understood well that being a student of a great scholar meant limitless future achievements for Shen Vinian. Thinking of this, he felt grateful for his previous decision. If Shen Wengxing's talent for martial Dao had stirred his interest to try, then it was the promising future of the student Shen Vinian that showed him the potential of the Shen family. During the feast, Shen Yuan brought out some homemade fine wine. Huang Qingzhou jokingly said if he had known there wouldn't be enough good wine, he'd have brought some fine apricot leaf yellow from the town's Kang's winery. But once the seal of the wine jar was opened, he was immediately rendered speechless. The fragrant rice wine was so delectable that Zhang Bin couldn't help but exclaim, "Only after tasting this wine do I realize that Kang's winery's apricot leaf yellow is nothing but cat's urine." This remark sparked a laugh from Huang Yongxiao, "Brother Zhang, Master Lu is here, mind your words." But Lu Ziwen just smiled gently and continued sipping his wine in silence. The banquet ended quickly, and as they parted, Zhang Bin thickened his face to ask Shen Yuan for a jar of rice wine. Not wanting to show favoritism, Shen Yuan also gifted a jar each to Master Lu and the Huang brothers. As for others, they apparently didn't hold enough esteem to warrant such favors. "Brother Shen, if you were to sell this wine in town, it would surely be more popular than Kang's winery's apricot leaf yellow." At the courtyard gate, Zhang Bin, slightly tipsy, draped an arm over Shen Yuan's shoulder and joked. Huang Yongxiao quickly pulled him away, "What nonsense are you spouting, brother Zhang? To open a commercial business, dear brother would have to give up his farmer status. Once he becomes a merchant, his descendants cannot pursue scholarly honors or join the military. Don't bring harm to him. All right, we're heading back now." With a wave, they mounted their horses. "Shi Tiu, why don't you come back with us?" It'll save Uncle Shen from having to take you tomorrow. In the carriage, Huang Lingziu called to Shen Wengxing. Shen Wengxing didn't answer immediately but turned to look at Shen Yuan. Go on. The fact that Huang Qingzhou came to attend the full moon banquet indicated the renewal of ties between the two families. Given this, if the younger ones could bond, it seemed promising. I'll just go tell mother. Shen Wengxing joyfully ran back into the courtyard, and in no time, returned with his bundle and boarded the carriage. After sending off Huang Qingzhu's group, Shen Yuan escorted Master Lu to the edge of the village before returning home. In the courtyard, Brother Xuan and his wife were helping clean up the aftermath, warming Shen Yuan's heart, who hurried to help. Wasn't enough drink today, Brother Xuan. Just wait. Shen Yuan said, as he went into the kitchen and returned with a sealed jar of wine. Zhao Xuan's eyes lit up instantly. His wife, Wang Ying, had particularly reminded him the night before that, given the good terms between the families, he shouldn't overindulge at the banquet and should help Shen Yuan and his wife clean up. Thus, at the banquet, Zhao Xuan had watched helplessly as others drank all the good wine. Little did he expect for Shen Yuan to have saved a jar especially for him. Yuan understands his brother. Zhao Xuan carefully received the jar. I'll take this home first and then come back to see if there's anything else to help with. As night fell, the couple changed the diapers of the two little ones and lulled them to sleep. Husband, can you guess how much gift money we received today? Hu Yufan asked with a smile. Shen Yuan, washing his hands, replied, there shouldn't be much, right? 340 taels, Hu Yufan revealed a surprising sum. How could it be so much? For today's banquet, there were only 3 tables of guests counted. 2 tables consisted of neighbors with good relationships in the village, who had previously sent gifts, or who followed the custom of bringing eggs and candies. If there was any gifting, it would mostly be from Master Lu, the Huang family, and Captain Zhang from the Mountain Patrol Captain Camp. Captain Zhang, Master Huang and Master Lu each gave 100 taels as gifts. The old lady gave 30 taels, and the remaining 10 taels came from village chief Uncle Yang and Uncle Sun. A total of 340 taels. Listening to his wife, Shen Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head. Social interactions require reciprocity. A substantial gift from the 3 might not be an entirely good thing. Chapter 28. The reason why Captain Zhang Bin of the Mountain Patrol Captain Camp gave a gift of 100 taels of silver was probably due to the previous incident. Back then, both he and Huang Yongxiao prepared a thank you gift of 100 taels of patterned silver for me, which I refused. Huang Yongxiao decided on the spot to waive Shi Tiuyu's martial arts tuition at the martial arts hall as a way to return a part of the favor. This time, Zhang Bin's offering of 100 taels of gift money was also equivalent to returning the favor. As for Huang Qingzhou and Master Lu, it seems both knew that I was in financial difficulty, so the 100 taels of patterned silver presented as a gift was actually a way of lending me money. In the future, this gift must be repaid, and the favor must be returned. Right now, I can only hope that our orchard will have a good harvest in the coming spring. If not, let alone repaying the gift, it will be a problem to feed the whole family. Days continue to pass by one after another. In the blink of an eye, it was the annual sacrificial festival again. Perhaps because we were prepared in advance and Hu Yufan consumed a piece of the Centennial Blood Toad's exuvia during childbirth, she recovered quickly after the postpartum period. Knowing the pressure Shen Yuan was under, she took on embroidery work from the textile workshop in town again. Martial Arts Hall. It was already deep winter, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. With the holiday approaching and the cold weather, the disciples inevitably became somewhat slack. Only Shen Wengxing remained as diligent as ever. In the martial arts arena, the young boy in thin clothes was waving his fists, training frantically. Just a little more. Just a little more. Sweat covered his somewhat immature face, and a touch of madness was in his determined expression. Ha! With a punch, Shen Wengxing let out a burst of explosive shouting. His right fist suddenly erupted with a terrifying force. In front of him, the wooden man target made of hard sandalwood was directly broken with a punch. It's done. Clearly feeling the flow of qi blood power within, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Since consulting with Huang Qingzhou and after more than a month aided by 3 free medicated meals, he finally crossed into the qi sensing realm, successfully grasping that thread of qi blood power to become a postnatal martial artist. The huge commotion caught the attention of Huang Qingzhou, who was up early in the backyard. He came to the martial arts arena and, seeing the fallen wooden man target, had a look of amazement on his face. Uncle! Upon seeing Huang Qingzhou, Shen Wengxing quickly restrained his joy and bowed in salute. Breakthrough! With his hands behind his back, Huang Qingzhou asked with a smile. Shen Wengxing cupped his hands, luck had it I broke through. Successfully feeling the power of qi blood within and simply being able to control it has already met the standard of a postnatal martial artist. Looking at the humble and calm Shen Wengxing before him, Huang Qingzhou couldn't help but sigh. He still remembered his pride when he himself had broken through as a postnatal martial artist. He wanted to run around shouting in the streets, letting the entire Yunshui town know he had become a postnatal martial artist. In contrast, Shen Wengxing was only 10, having made such a significant breakthrough in martial dao, yet remained so composed, which was truly rare. A 10-year-old postnatal martial artist isn't much different from the offspring of those great noble families in the county government and royal city, is it? It seems I really need to reconsider. Not bad, keep working hard. A postnatal martial artist is just the beginning. Next, you need to strengthen the qi and blood, open the 8 extraordinary meridians, and comprehend the power of heaven and earth to break through to innate. Do not slack off. Huang Qingzhou said solemnly. Innate. Shen Wengxing's heart tightened. That was the realm pursued by most martial artists in the world, innate true qi to temper the body, life expectancy could reach 200 years, and capable of controlling the sky by hand, smashing stones to pieces, possessing the courage against 10,000. Outside Yunshui town, at the Mountain Patrol Captain Camp's office, Huang Yongxiao, who was about to be transferred to Anyang County to serve as county captain after the sacrificial festival, was preparing for the handover. For Yunshui town is the root of the Huang family, he still had to instruct the incoming mountain patrol captain to establish a good relationship for the Huang family. Sir, the second master has arrived. A soldier from the mountain patrol captain camp reported. Huang Yongxiao nodded slightly and rose to go outside the office. Big brother. Huang Qingzhou said directly, Shi Tou has broken through to a postnatal martial artist. So quickly. Huang Yongxiao was somewhat incredulous. Initially, Huang Qingzhou had only mentioned that the kid was talented and had hopes of breaking through to a postnatal martial artist before reaching adulthood. Reaching the postnatal stage before adulthood meant there was still hope to touch the threshold of the innate in this lifetime. For people like them who only broke through post-adulthood, with age and the gradual decline of qi and blood, it's very hard to challenge the innate realm without a significant opportunity. Huang Qingzhou smiled wryly. Over a month ago, Shi Tou entered the qi sensing realm, but I was busy and forgot to mention it to you. These days, I've had people enhance his meals with medicated ingredients, but I didn't expect him to break through this morning. Big brother, I wanted to discuss Lingxiu with you this time. Lingxiu. Huang Yongxiao was a little surprised about the marriage with Su's family. Huang Qingzhou nodded. Lingxiu doesn't like Su Chong, instead, she has quite a fondness for Shi Tou. After the sacrificial festival, she will be 13, and the Su family will surely push to finalize the marriage. The two families had only made a verbal agreement about this marriage back then, and now that both Huang Lingxiu and Su Chong were of age, it was time to formalize with the 3 letters and 6 rites. The eldest daughter had been away from home for nearly 10 years, now only having Huang Lingxiu as his daughter, he didn't want her to be unhappy. Are you thinking of annulling the engagement? Huang Yongxiao asked with a frown. The sacrificial festival was only a few days away, and after it, he would officially assume his position as the county captain of Anyang County. Su Chang's uncle was the county magistrate of Anyang. As a county captain, moving further would require building a good relationship with the county magistrate. Annulling the engagement would be equivalent to slapping the Su family in the face. Big brother. Huang Qingzhou was about to say more, but Huang Yongxiao interrupted. It's not that the engagement can't be broken. Although Su Jingshan is the county magistrate of Anyang County, he wouldn't dare make things too difficult with the county captain, or else neither party would benefit. I'm just worried that if the Su family can't do anything to us, they'll turn their attention against the Shen family. Huang Qingzhou smiled lightly. Big brother, don't forget that the second son of the Shen family is now Master Lu's prized pupil. With Master Lu's prestige. Huang Yongxiao shook his head solemnly. There are things you don't quite understand yet. Master Lu is both an opportunity and a hidden danger for the Shen family. A hidden danger? Huang Qingzhou was puzzled. All you need to know is, Master Lu is a respected Confucian scholar revered by the literati across the land, but also an intimidating presence to them. Here's what we'll do, you go to Jinlia village and inform Shen Yuan, see how he decides. Huang Qingzhou nodded, it was indeed a good approach. By the way, tell Shen Yuan that after the sacrificial festival, he and Shi Tou are invited to visit our home. Cheer and Liner have already sent letters, they'll be back in 2 days for a family visit, might as well let the two rascals meet their future brother-in-law. Huang Qi and Huang Lin, Huang Yongxiao's sons, were both in the border army. Cheer and Liner are returning. Huang Qingzhou was surprised, those two rascals haven't been back for 4 or 5 years, right? Huang Yongxiao nodded with a smile, they've just been promoted to 100 generals, in a couple of years, once I'm established in Anyang County, I'll find a way to pull some strings to bring one of them back. The border army is too dangerous, the Huang family needs someone to carry on. Huang Qingzhou nodded, all right. Big brother, I'll head to Jinlia village now. After arriving in Jinlia village and seeing Shen Yuan, Huang Qingzhou did not conceal anything and directly explained the situation, including the possible retaliation from the Sui family against the Shen family. After listening, Shen Yuan stated that he would follow the decision of the two children in all matters. If the two children were truly in love, he had no objections. When Huang Qingzhou mentioned the potential retaliation from the Sui family, Shen Yuan merely nodded, without saying a word. After seeing Huang Qingzhou off, Shen Yuan returned home with a solemn expression. He knew that Huang Qingzhou's special trip, besides being a reminder, also held a slight taste of a test, to see the father and son's courage. This didn't trouble Shen Yuan, he was more concerned about the children's future. If facing such difficulties would teach them to bow their heads and lose their courage, then they should never consider competing in martial Dao again. Therefore, in the face of potential retaliation from the Sui family, they must withstand it if they can, and even if they can't, strive to endure it. Chapter 29. Anyang County, Sui family. Su Jingshan, as the county magistrate of Anyang County, is the parental official of Anyang County. The Sui family is the largest noble family in the entire Anyang County. The Sui family mansion is a massive 3-entry courtyard, with dozens of maids and servants in the residence. With the annual festival approaching, the martial arts hall is on holiday. Su Chong follows his father, Su Jinghong, back to the city residence. At the hour of U, the government office is on recess, and when Su Jingshan returns home, he sees Su Chong teasing a maid from the residence. Young master! Young master! The master has returned. The attendant notices Su Jingshan and hurriedly alerts him. Su Chong immediately withdraws his hand, tidies his disheveled clothing, and comes up to salute, uncle. Su Jingshan passes by him with a cold face, not acknowledging him. In the back courtyard hall, Su Jinghong is accompanying an elderly woman in conversation. Upon seeing Su Jingshan enter, he hurriedly stands up to salute, brother. The elderly woman also smiles and says, Jingshan, you came just in time. Su Jingshan puts away the displeasure on his face and promptly salutes his mother, mother. The elderly woman nods with a smile, sit down. The brothers sit together, and the elderly woman takes Su Jingshan's hand, saying, Jinghong was just telling me that after the annual festival he plans to send a betrothal gift to the Huang family. As the elder brother, you must keep an eye on this matter. Su Jingshan nods in response, mother, rest assured, I remember this matter. Saying this, he turns to Su Jinghong, how is Chang'er's relationship with the Huang family's girl after spending a few years in Yunshui town? Su Jinghong touches his bald head, laughs awkwardly, and says nothing. Mother, please rest, Jinghong and I will discuss this matter. Su Jingshan also knows of his nephew's character and does not want to mention it in front of his mother. Just then, Su Chong rushes in anxiously from outside, noticing Su Jingshan is present, he slows down, approaches respectfully and salutes the elderly woman, grandmother, I have ordered the cook to prepare your favorite deer antler soup, it will be ready soon. The elderly woman nods happily, Chang'er is filial, come and chat with grandmother. Upon hearing this, Su Chong hurriedly moves closer and kneels down. Su Jingshan gives him a glance, says nothing, and rises to leave. Su Jinghong follows closely. The two come to the pavilion in the courtyard. Su Jingshan, with hands behind his back and a sullen face, says, such a wastrel, how can he be of any great use? Did you know that the news has come, after the annual festival, Huang Yongxiao from the Huang family will be assigned as the county captain of Anyang? Facing his elder brother's questioning, Su Jinghong nods somewhat nervously. Though they are blood brothers, Su Jingshan is 10 years older than him, coupled with years in officialdom, carrying an aura of authority that makes Su Jinghong somewhat respectful. And do you know that the Huang family already harbors the intention to cancel the marriage? Su Jingshan speaks again, his voice growing colder. Huang Yongxiao sent an official disc to the government office today, and the two met unexpectedly. After some pleasantries, Su Jingshan naturally brought up the marriage contract. However, Huang Yongxiao's reaction was subtle, merely deferring repeatedly, saying the children are still young and need more time. Su Jingshan is not foolish. How could he not understand that the Huang family already intends to annul the marriage? Previously, Huang Yongxiao was merely a captain in the mountain patrol captain camp, equivalent to 100 generals in the military, and their families had a marriage agreement, which meant the Huang family was reaching high. But now, due to military achievements from intercepting a barbarian race squad, Huang Yongxiao was reassigned as the Anyang County captain, and they are nominally of equal rank. The marriage between the two families would allow him to better control Anyang County. By then, whether for family development or political career advancement, there would be significant benefits. But now, tell me, what exactly happened? Su Jingshan sighs and asks. He understands that the biggest reason for the Huang family's decision to cancel the marriage is probably because this nephew is too incorrigible. Over the years, Su Jinghong's family has been living in the old residence in Yunshui town to foster good relations with the Huang family, and he is unaware of what exactly has transpired. Su Jinghong dares not conceal anything and speaks directly. Chang Er may lack ambition, but he is indeed devoted to the Huang family girl. Brother, I believe the Huang family wants to cancel the marriage because they've found a better backing. A better backing? Su Jingshan scoffs. Given the Huang family's connections, there aren't many who would entertain them. The Huang family girl is neither an extraordinary beauty nor possesses any startling talent. How could she attract those from great noble families? In his view, his brother is merely shielding his son. After 6 years of martial arts study, consuming countless resources, he has yet to break through to the realm of postnatal martial artist. At a young age, he indulges in brothels, teases maids, and is uninformed. Such a person, even he wouldn't dare marry a daughter to him. Brother, there truly is. Su Jinghong quickly says, I heard from Chang Er that the Huang family girl has been spending time with a boy named Shen Yuan recently. Before that boy went to the martial arts hall, their relationship was quite harmonious. After he went there, the Huang family girl stopped paying attention to Chang Er. Surname Shen? Su Jingshan frowns, reflecting carefully, but can't think of a family that fits. What is this Shen Wengxing's background? He comes from Jinliu village in Yunshui town. Su Jinghong is apparently informed and responds immediately. Shen family's ancestors had military merit, once bestowed noble rank, but now it's been stripped. They are just ordinary farmers. But Su Jinghong glances at his brother and continues, but the second child of the Shen family managed to somehow become a student of the great scholar Master Lu from the Imperial Academy. Master Lu? Su Jingshan is slightly stunned, unable to suppress the memory of a letter he received some time ago. It was Lu Ziwen personally writing to him about purchasing a field from Jinliu village. Recall back in the day, upon learning Lu Ziwen had secluded himself in Jinliu village, he brought generous gifts, hoping to have his youngest son accepted as a student, becoming a disciple of a great scholar. But at that time, he couldn't even meet Lu Ziwen. And for that, Su Jingshan dares not harbor any resentment. After all, Lu Ziwen is a great scholar of the time, a literary giant, and the Imperial Academy and officials are replete with scholars and students from his tutelage. Reportedly, even the current Emperor Yu, when he was the crown prince, sought advice from him at the Imperial Academy. Though over a decade ago it was rumored that Lu Ziwen intended to commit a betrayal against his master and ancestors, leading numerous radical scholars to condemn him, that doesn't diminish his status as a great scholar. Is there more? Su Jingshan asks in a deep voice. Shen family's second child becoming a disciple of a great scholar is still far from a reason for the Huang family to annul the marriage. After all, it is Shen family's eldest who has a good relationship with the Huang family girl. This, Su Jinghong runs out of words momentarily. Investigating the Shen family is easy, but Su Chong certainly wouldn't reveal what happened at the martial arts hall concerning Shen Wengxing. Enough, make sure to discipline this kid in the meantime, don't disgrace the Su family. These recent years, heaven's favor has brought continuous harvests with no disasters, thinking of accomplishing significant governance achievements and advancing further. He absolutely cannot allow this scoundrel nephew to ruin anything. Su Jinghong quickly bows, Rest assured, brother, I will certainly discipline him well. Su Jingshan waves him away, signaling him to leave. After he departs, Su Jingshan's face reveals a hint of contemplation. Regarding the Huang family, he still wants to strive for it. After all, if the two families successfully marry, it could smooth his path to advancement. Chapter 30. Yunshui Town Martial Arts Hall. Huang Qingzhou looked somewhat restrained at Su Jingshan, who was savoring tea in front of him. In 2 days, it would be the annual festival, and for Su Jingshan to have travelled all the way to Yunshui Town at this time, there must be something on his mind. He had already sent someone to fetch his elder brother. Brother Qingzhou, this martial arts hall has indeed cultivated many talents for Anyang County. Su Jingshan set down his teacup, speaking with a half-smile. Huang Qingzhou slightly cupped his hands. County Magistrate suggests, they're just rural kids learning some techniques, hardly what one would call talents. No need for such modesty, Su Jingshan chuckled. I heard your martial arts hall recently has some promising candidates who might become postnatal martial artists. Brother Qingzhou, when the time comes, do let me know so that I can recommend them for positions in the army. They are, after all, citizens of Anyang County, and I must think of their future. This, Huang Qingzhou's face slightly changed, then he gave a dry laugh as he cupped his hands. Certainly, certainly. Oh yes, brother Qingzhou, if I'm not mistaken, your daughter is about to reach her coming of age, isn't she? Su Jingshan suddenly inquired, his tone casual, but his gaze was fixed intently on Qingzhou's reaction. Huang Qingzhou was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Jingshan's question was clearly aimed at understanding the status of the marriage arrangement. Huang Lingxiu would turn 13 after the annual festival and was indeed approaching her coming of age, but Qingzhou had already decided to annul the marriage agreement with the Su family. County Magistrate Su. What wind brought you here? Just as Huang Qingzhou was struggling to respond, the side room's door was pushed open, and Huang Yongxiao walked in with a smile. His sudden appearance broke the tense atmosphere, and Su Jingshan withdrew his gaze, smiling as he cupped his hands. Brother Yongxiao. After exchanging pleasantries, Huang Yongxiao sat down. Brother Yongxiao arrived just in time. My intention in coming here was to discuss the two families' marriage arrangement. My mother at home has been longing to see grandchildren soon, haha. Judging by Huang Qingzhou's previous reaction, he had already discerned the Huang family's decision to break off the engagement, choosing not to mention it outright out of consideration for him. Brother Yongxiao is about to assume the position of county captain. By then, as in-laws and colleagues, we will jointly govern Anyang County, surely meeting the Emperor's grace faithfully and serving the people well. Huang Yongxiao, not naive, could clearly interpret the layers of meaning within those words. However, with his mind made up, he would not easily alter his decision. Moreover, Huang Lingxiu is his brother's daughter, and for the sake of family, he had no right to unilaterally decide to marry his niece off to someone like Su Chong. Brother Su, indeed in earlier years, our families verbally agreed to an engagement, and young nephew Su Chong has spent much time with Lingxiu and Yunshui Town over the years. Yet today's youth have their own minds, and in matters of marriage, mutual affection is paramount. As elders, we should not force our will. Otherwise, it's just chaos and discord, and we would still have to worry about the aftermath, wouldn't we? Besides, even if not related by marriage, Yongxiao would naturally cooperate fully with County Magistrate Su in governing Anyang County under the Emperor's grace. The teacup at Su Jingshan's lips paused slightly, a fleeting smile appearing on his face. Indeed, indeed. Alas! As patriarch of the Su family and parental official of Anyang County, I've been preoccupied with duties and have poorly supervised my own. Chang'er, being Jinghong's only child, has been doted on excessively. This child's obstinate yet not malevolent. As the sage said, one at 20 is like a sapling, yet can reach the clouds well. Placing his teacup on the table, Su Jingshan slowly rose, cupping his hands towards the two. Pardon today's disturbance, I shall return home and ensure that Jinghong applies strict discipline. The matter of the marriage can be discussed another day. The two promptly rose and cupped their hands, escorting Su Jingshan to the door. After he left, Huang Qingzhou spoke with a grave face. Elder brother, Su Jingshan is still unwilling to let this go. Who knows what his next move will be? Huang Yongxiao replied with a faint smile, we'll deal with soldiers when they come and water when it flows. Jinliu village. These past days, Shen Yuan's heart had been troubled with worry. Ever since Huang Qingzhou came to warn of possible retaliation from the Sui family, he pondered over it again and again, realizing that the only one who might resolve this was Master Lu. Still, he was reluctant to burden Lu Ziwen. Recently, the white jade turtle shell's hexagram had indicated misfortune looming over him, yet also assured that calamity would turn into peace, suggesting no dire mishaps should unfold. Additionally, the Sui family hadn't made any moves lately, so for now, he had no choice but to suppress his concerns until they commenced any real aggression. As winter passed and spring arrived, life began anew. On this day, while taking Anu to Lu Ziwen's home, he discovered Uncle Ye pruning 2 sturdy peach trees at the entrance. He contemplated offering his help, only to be waved off by Uncle Ye. Resigning, he stood aside, observing quietly. As Uncle Ye meticulously organized the pruned branches, Shen Yuan curiously asked, "Are these peach branches still useful?" Uncle Ye grinned, picking up a branch to write on the ground. "Prepared for you, of great use." Glancing at it, Shen Yuan was baffled. Uncle Ye quickly wrote more, "Don't plan anything else tomorrow, we're going to the mountain." Witnessing this, Shen Yuan guessed partially but immediately cupped his hands in response. The next day, arriving early, Shen Yuan spotted Uncle Ye, who had already bundled the peach branches, clearly keeping them moist with water. The two each hoisted a bundle of peach branches, bringing tools and provisions as they journeyed uphill. By the beginning of the hour of SI, 9 a.m., within the forest orchard. Upon arrival, they found Fu Gui weeding the garden, and noticing Shen Yuan's arrival, hurriedly put down his hoe to greet him. "Master, these fruit trees should bear fruit this year, right?" Setting down the peach branches he carried, Shen Yuan nodded, "They can bear some, but Uncle Ye advised that to protect the roots, most of the fruits need removing. You go and rest first, Uncle Ye and I will inspect these fruit trees." After sending Fu Gui away, Uncle Ye crouched, meticulously removing a single branch, using a sharp knife to shave off a sprouting piece of bark tissue. Shen Yuan watched silently from the side. It wasn't until Uncle Ye adeptly tied the branch with hemp rope and applied some mud that Shen Yuan realized. It truly was grafting, specifically a type of budding grafting. This grafting method he vaguely recalled learning in school, though the specific procedures completely eluded him now. All he remembered was that budding grafting had the highest survival rate, yet demanded very stringent processes. With practiced ease, Uncle Ye worked, and gradually, Shen Yuan began assisting where he could. Through their collaboration, it only took 2 days to complete grafting all the peach trees in the orchard. This year's fruit trees can bear some fruit, but only 1 in 10 should remain, to prompt quick growth. Following labor, Uncle Ye wrote a sentence on the ground. Shen Yuan nodded understandingly. This principle was something he learned in school too. If young fruit trees bear too many fruits, the nutrients all go to the fruits, stunting the growth of the tree itself. Sitting under the cool shade, gazing over the progressing orchard, Shen Yuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This year's yield might not be promising, but starting next year, with these trees laden with fruit, the burdens he carried might lessen, and days would surely become better. Come evening, just as the pair returned from the orchard, they noticed several horses tied to the jujube tree at the courtyard entrance, with a few officials in black robes, blades at their sides, quietly seated within the yard. Upon seeing Shen Yuan, one official slowly approached and questioned, "Are you Shen Yuan?" Shen Yuan cupped his hands, "This commoner is Shen Yuan, gentlemen officers, may I ask?" The official maintained a stern face, motioning for those behind him to affix a yoke upon him, quickly escorting him out. Chapter 31. Husband. Seeing the situation, Hu Yufen hurriedly rushed forward, trying to hold on to Shen Yuan, but was blocked by 2 officials. "We are under orders to arrest him, if you hinder us, don't blame us for being rude." The official gave Hu Yufen a fierce look. Although Shen Yuan didn't understand why he was being arrested, he knew he couldn't act impulsively. He called to Hu Yufen, "Wife, don't act rashly, go find someone." Uncle Ye hurried over, gestured for a while, and then quickly left the courtyard. On the path at the village entrance, several officials were escorting Shen Yuan towards Yunshui town. Behind them, Uncle Ye was leading a donkey in a hurry, with Lu Ziwen sitting on the donkey's back. "Please wait a moment." Lu Ziwen's voice came, causing the officials to turn back with confusion. "Old man, we are under orders to arrest someone, so don't bring trouble upon yourself." They clearly didn't recognize Lu Ziwen's identity. Seeing him catch up on a donkey, they couldn't help but frown. Lu Ziwen glanced at the group, dismounted, and said, I am not here to obstruct your arrest. However, according to the laws of Great Yu, when arresting a person, you must state the charges. May I ask, what crime has Shen Yuan committed? Since Shen Yuan joined his door a year ago, Liu Ziwen could discern that Shen Yuan was a diligent and hard-working person, unlikely to engage in criminal activity. Humph! The leading official snorted coldly when Liu Ziwen brought up the laws of Great Yu. Since you're asking, I'll tell you. According to the laws of Great Yu, it is a serious crime for common people to unlawfully destroy forests and excessively cut down trees. Unlawfully destroy forests? Shen Yuan frowned slightly, he really wasn't aware of this. Moreover, the forest land was his family's, was it really a crime to chop down trees on his property? He looked to Liu Ziwen for help, but Liu Ziwen just frowned and said nothing, indicating that it was true. Old man, do you have any other questions? Seeing his silence, the official sneered and asked. Liu Ziwen said nothing, only watched helplessly as they took Shen Yuan away. Ugh! Beside him, Uncle Ye gestured excitedly. Liu Ziwen gently stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and said, no need to rush, there's still room to maneuver in this matter. Let's go back first. Meanwhile, Hu Yufen had already asked Wang Ying to help watch the children and had caught up to the village entrance. She happened to meet Liu Ziwen and quickly went to him, Master. Liu Ziwen sighed, younger brother Shen violated the laws of Great Yu by cutting down the forest. Hu Yufen's face turned pale upon hearing this. Then, Master, what can we do now? Madam, don't worry, I'll write a letter when I return, there's still room to maneuver. Hu Yufen nodded in agreement. She knew very well that if Master Liu couldn't help, relying on her family's connections would be useless. When she returned home in despair, Zhao Xuan was also in the courtyard. Sister-in-law, where is Yuan? Hu Yufen shook her head slightly, then seemed to remember something, quickly turning to Zhao Xuan, Brother Xuan, please go to the martial arts hall in town and inform Master Huang that Yuan has been arrested. Earlier, she'd heard that Huang Qingzu's elder brother, Huang Yongxiao, had been appointed the county captain of Anyang County. Now that Shen Yuan was taken away, even though Master Liu agreed to help find a solution, it would take time. The jail of the county magistrate's office is a place that swallows people whole, if not handled properly, Shen Yuan would definitely suffer. Although Shen Yuan always avoided owing too many favors, he couldn't afford to worry about that now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xuan dared not delay, and hurriedly ran out of the courtyard. At the hour of Su, he arrived at the martial arts hall, panting. Upon receiving the news, Huang Qingzhou, Huang Lingziu and Shen Wengxing came outside the martial arts hall. Uncle, what happened to my father? Hearing that his father was taken by the officials, Shen Wengxing was very anxious. Shi Tiu, don't worry, listen to your uncle first, Huang Qingzhou comforted. Zhao Xuan caught his breath and recounted the general course of events. But as for why exactly Shen Yuan was arrested, he couldn't say for sure either. After hearing this, Huang Qingzhou pondered for a moment, I'll go to Anyang County to ask your uncle Yongxiao. Shi Tiu, you return to Jinlia village with Zhao Xuan and take good care of your mother, don't let her worry too much. Shen Wengxing nodded and bowed to Huang Qingzhou, thank you, uncle. Sujia in Anyang County. Su Jinghong looked at Su Jingshan and said, elder brother, the crime of illegal logging won't destroy that boy, should we? Su Jingshan glanced at him, you want me to coerce confessions and falsely accuse him? Su Jinghong nodded repeatedly. Stupid. The inspector from the Royal City Inspection Bureau is currently in Yunzhong County, do you want to jeopardize my career over a commoner? Su Jinghong's expression stiffened, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. He wished he could accuse Shen Yuan of a serious crime, best if the entire family was exiled. What punishment can be imposed for illegal logging? Su Jinghong asked. A fine of 100 taels of silver, imprisonment for 2 years at most, Su Jingshan said flatly. So light. Su Jinghong muttered under his breath. The punishment isn't important, I just want to show Shen Yuan an attitude. Besides, with Master Liu backing him, this matter will likely be resolved quietly. Su Jinghong was puzzled, elder brother is strictly following the law, is there still room for maneuver? Shen Yuan is the Shen family's pillar, a fine of 100 taels and 2 years in prison. When the time comes, the family will have no income, forced to sell land and property, eventually becoming tenant farmers with no hope of recovery. Sigh. Looking at his brother, Su Jingshan sighed deeply. I recently met Liang Kaijian from Liang's pharmacy. The Liang family's youngest daughter is about the same age as Chang Er. He hopes to connect. You should move back to the county and let Chang Er interact more with the Liang family's daughter. Hearing this, Su Jinghong was stunned. Liang family's youngest daughter. How can a lowly merchant's daughter be worthy of Chang Er? He was met with Su Jingshan's stern gaze as soon as he finished speaking. As a father, you know Su Chang's nature best. This matter is settled, don't cause me more trouble. Su Jingshan said harshly and left the room, brushing his sleeve. He realized that he couldn't count on this nephew for the family's development. While the Liang family is of merchant status, with the rise of martial arts culture in Great Yu, their business thrives. Compromising, if they cannot become in-laws with the Huang family, allying with the Liang family is a good alternative. The county captain's office in Anyang County. When Huang Qingzhou arrived, it was already a quarter past high hour. The brothers met, and after listening to his account, Huang Yongxiao frowned tightly. This must be the doing of that old dog Su Jingshan. With Master Lu in Jinliu village, yet the officials could take Shen Yuan away, it seems he indeed has some evidence against him. Don't rush, stay at the government office, I'll investigate tomorrow. Huang Qingzhou nodded, having no choice but to wait for the next day. Chapter 32. The next morning, at the county captain's office. Huang Yongxiao sipped his tea and sneered, that old man is asserting his authority. Huang Qingzhou also looked displeased and said, is he targeting you, big brother? The two brothers had initially thought Shen Yuan was taken by the officials for some serious crime. Who would have thought, after Huang Yongxiao investigated this morning, that it was merely for cutting down 5 acres of forest? The laws of Great Yu do stipulate that destroying private forests is a crime, but that law was established at the beginning of the founding for the well-being of the people. In today's prosperous Great Yu, as long as one doesn't deliberately set fire to mountains or recklessly destroy government forest trees, actions like Shen Yuan's cutting down one's own forest are generally not pursued by the government. Su Jingshan's arrest of Shen Yuan for this crime was clearly an intentional provocation. I'm going to see Su Jingshan. After pondering for a moment, Huang Yongxiao stood up and spoke. He guessed that Su Jingshan was waiting for him, wanting to see his stance. At the county magistrate's office, when Huang Yongxiao arrived, Su Jingshan was handling official business. County Captain Huang, what brings you here today? Seeing Huang Yongxiao, Su Jingshan smiled faintly and did not stand to greet him. Huang Yongxiao cupped his hands slightly, Brother Su, let's not speak in riddles, you know why I'm here. Hearing this, Su Jingshan finally put down his pen and asked in confusion, is there an official matter requiring the cooperation of this county magistrate? Seeing him play dumb, Huang Yongxiao went straight to the point, it's not about official matters, it's regarding Shen Yuan. Su Jingshan feigned realization, then appeared very helpless, saying, I do remember that matter. You say privately destroying forest isn't a big deal, as long as it's not too severe, the various government offices don't blame it heavily. As the saying goes, the government doesn't pursue what the people don't report, but since someone reported it to me, I have to give them an explanation. Someone reported it? Huang Yongxiao sneered inwardly after hearing this. He didn't believe anyone would go out of their way to the county town to report Shen Yuan for cutting down his own forest. This was clearly an excuse. By the way, I heard that your younger brother and the Shen family have known each other for a long time, is that true? Huang Yongxiao resisted the urge to beat this old man up, smiling as he cupped his hands, our ancestors fought side by side, and we've been in contact over the years. Brother Su, since this is not a big deal, could you please? He understood very well that what Su Jingshan wanted was for him to plead and soften. Ha ha ha. Su Jingshan laughed. It's not a big deal after all, and since you ask, of course, I'll give some leniency. How about this, he'll be spared from prison, but the fine must be paid. Looking at the shifting expressions on Huang Yongxiao's face, Su Jingshan sighed and said, we have to give people an account and let the common people know that the law doesn't bend. Good, the law doesn't bend. Huang Yongxiao was infuriated inside, but he also understood that since privately destroying forest was in the law, he couldn't say anything about Su Jingshan's actions. Being able to spare Shen Yuan from prison was already fortunate. In that case, Brother Su, can you release him first? I'll pay the fine up front. After Huang Yongxiao spoke, Su Jingshan pretended to be in a difficult position, but then nodded, though this is against the rules, it doesn't matter. While speaking, he wrote a note, called over an official, and ordered him to release Shen Yuan from the prison. At the government office, Shen Yuan glanced thankfully at Huang Yongxiao. Su Jingshan glanced at him seriously and said, Shen Yuan, in the future, you must be more careful in your actions and don't easily offend others. Today's matter wasn't a big deal, if no one had reported it, I wouldn't have troubled you. Shen Yuan understood the implication in his words, cupping his hands slightly, the humble citizen will remember, thank you, county magistrate, for your leniency. Su Jingshan waved his hand, all right, since it's over, go back quickly, don't let your family worry. Huang Yongxiao also rose and cupped his hands, now that this is settled, I won't delay Brother Su from handling his official duties any longer, I'll take my leave. The two walked out of the government office, and Shen Yuan immediately cupped his hands, thank you, Brother Yongxiao, for rescuing me. The people cannot fight with the officials. If not for Huang Yongxiao stepping in today, Su Jingshan could easily have ruined their family. At this moment, a profound sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. Little brother, you don't need to be so formal, this matter is in part due to me. Luckily, this Su Jingshan is somewhat apprehensive, this matter should be considered over. You should return quickly so as not to make your wife worry. Shen Yuan nodded, returned to the county captain's office, and then took a carriage with Huang Qingzhou back to Jinlia village. Seeing him return safely, Hu Yufen was finally able to relax her anxious heart. After some small talk, Huang Qingzhou looked at Shen Wengxing and said, Shi Tiu, would you like to come back to the martial arts hall with uncle? Shen Wengxing glanced at his parents behind him and cupped his hands, Uncle, I want to stay at home and, besides training in martial arts, help my parents with some work. Huang Qingzhou nodded slightly. Having broken through to a postnatal martial artist, the masters at the martial arts hall wouldn't be of much help anymore, whether he could break through to the innate realm in the future depended on his own opportunities and efforts. That's fine, how about this, when the family isn't busy, you can visit the martial arts hall. You can discuss training problems with the masters, and you might also help Uncle manage the affairs at the hall and guide the disciples. As compensation, Uncle will waive the cost of medicinal meals for you in the future. The masters at the martial arts hall were only at the early and middle stages of postnatal development, with only Huang Qingzhou at the peak of postnatal. Shen Wengxing's current realm was already on par with the masters, and he was more than capable of helping guide the ordinary disciples. Thank you, Uncle. Shen Wengxing quickly cupped his hands. The family watched Huang Qingzhou leave, and Shen Yuan turned to his son and asked, will not going to the martial arts hall affect your training? Shen Wengxing smiled and shook his head, I want to stay here to protect my parents. Training in martial arts is the same everywhere, it won't affect anything. Shen Yuan smiled with relief and gently patted his shoulder. The little rascal was just over 10 years old and already nearly as tall as him. In the evening, the father and son went to Lu Ziwan's house to pick up Shen Vinian. Upon seeing Shen Yuan, Lu Ziwan was a bit surprised. They didn't trouble you? Shen Yuan shook his head slightly, then cupped his hands, thank you for your help today, sir. Lu Ziwan waved his hand, I didn't really do anything helpful. The letter he wrote probably hadn't reached the county government yet. Luckily, it was a false alarm, over and done with, you should be able to live well now. Shen Yuan nodded, and the father and sons walked home along the path through the fields. At night, after dinner, Shen Yuan practiced the pile skill with his son. Through this period of training, he had adapted to the pile skill, and no longer experienced full body aches after practice. After half an hour of pile skill, the two took a simple wash and then went to sleep in their respective rooms. On the bed, after the intimacy, Hu Yufen, with a blush on her face, gently nestled in his arms. Was today's matter because of Shi Tiu and the Lingxia girl? Shen Yuan sighed and said nothing. Husband, will they come again? Hu Yufen looked up, her face showing worry. Shen Yuan gently arranged her hair, pressing his cheek against hers and whispering, it's all over, the Su family's goal has been achieved. He could naturally see that what Su Jingshan did was likely a warning both to him and the Huang family. Being able to sit in the county magistrate's position, Su Jingshan was no fool, targeting an ordinary commoner without reason would only cause unnecessary trouble. Sleep. He gently patted his wife's fragrant shoulder and whispered. Deep at night, just after midnight, a golden light suddenly flashed in the sea of consciousness from the white jade turtle shell. The hexagram has been refreshed. Today's hexagram great luck. When you take your son Shen Yuan to Black Water Pool for fishing, you will encounter a great opportunity. Shen Yuan habitually glanced at the hexagram, a bit surprised. This was the first time the hexagram showed something so ambiguous. A great opportunity? What could it be? Chapter 33. Early the next morning, when Hu Yufen woke up, Shen Yuan had already finished practicing his punches in the courtyard. After washing up, he helped take care of his younger siblings. After the family finished breakfast, Shen Yuan looked at him and said, "Accompany me out for a while later." "Okay," Shen Yuan nodded in agreement and got up to change his clothes. At dawn, Shen Yuan prepared the fishing net and took Shen Vinian to Master Lu's place. On the village path, Shen Yuan curiously asked, "Carrying the fishing net, Dai, where are we going?" The villagers usually fished in the Leshui River, which is to the south of Jinliu village, but the father and son were heading west. To the Black Water Pool. Shen Yuan replied as he walked ahead. The hexagram in his sea of consciousness clearly indicated that taking Shen Yuan to fish at Black Water Pool today would be a great opportunity. Although he didn't know exactly what the opportunity was, it was definitely beneficial, so they had to check it out. Hearing that his father wanted to go to Black Water Pool, a hint of worry appeared on Shen Yuan's face. "Dai, I heard from the martial arts hall masters that the Tuo dragon in Black Water Pool is very fierce. It's spring now, the season when the Tuo dragon comes ashore to lay eggs. Could it be dangerous?" Shen Yuan turned back with a faint smile. "You rascal, you know quite a lot, did you read about it?" This son of his was truly becoming more and more reassuring. He was very gratified. Shen Yuan scratched his head and giggled. "Don't worry, we'll be cautious, if things can't be done, we won't force it, just go with the flow," Shen Yuan comforted. Since the hexagram was very auspicious, there shouldn't be any danger going there this time. If it was truly as he said, with the Tuo dragon out of the water, they would not approach it and just search around the area. The father and son's pace was quick, and they reached Black Water Pool in just half an hour. "You wait here first, let me go take a look." Leaving Shen Yuan to wait on a small hill a good distance from Black Water Pool, Shen Yuan planned to quietly go over and check the situation himself. "Dai, let's go together, now that I'm a postnatal martial artist, if there's real danger, we can look out for each other." Shen Yuan was eager to try. Since becoming a postnatal martial artist, he had considerable confidence in his abilities. "All right then," Shen Yuan thought it over, then agreed to check it out together. The two of them climbed over the small hill and carefully reached the edge of Black Water Pool, but didn't find any sign of the Tuo dragon. Strange, could it be that what's in the books is false? Looking at the calm pool water, Shen Yuan scratched his head. Believing completely in books is worse than having no books at all, Shen Yuan said, taking the fishing net off his shoulder with a smile. "Sometimes the truths in books still need to be verified by oneself. The paths walked by our predecessors are certainly correct, but they may not be the most suitable for us." As he organized the fishing net, he taught his son. This was his way of raising his child, helping his kids understand these truths through practice. Shen Yuan nodded. Just as he was about to help his father organize the fishing net, he suddenly turned his head toward the left rear. "Who's there?" His sudden shout startled Shen Yuan slightly. "What's wrong?" Shen Yuan frowned and stared intently through the thick bushes in that direction. It seemed like someone was just there. Shen Yuan heard this and looked over, but saw no one. Just when he thought his son was mistaken, a familiar voice suddenly came. "What a vigilant little fellow!" A figure accompanied the voice, emerging from behind the bushes, smiling at Shen Yuan. "Little brother, we meet again." Shen Yuan clearly saw the person and was somewhat surprised. "Sir, is that you?" This was the old fisherman he had encountered the last time when fishing at Black Water Pool. The old man had paid 20 silver ingots for a catch, but that net had entangled a Tuo dragon, and they ended up losing even the net. "You came just in time, sir, you suffered a big loss last time, so this time, the first catch is on me." Shen Yuan spoke with a smile. Since last time, he had always felt he owed the old man. For 20 silver ingots, he only got 2 carps. If they caught anything today, he definitely wanted to make it up to him. The old man seemed somewhat surprised by this. "Little brother, are you still bothered by that last time?" "I didn't feel it was a loss, in fact, I think I gained something." Shen Yuan was intrigued by where the gain was and was about to ask, but the old man turned his gaze to Shen Yuan. "And this lad is?" "This is my son," Shen Wengxing, Shen Yuan introduced him, and Shen Wengxing clasped his hands respectfully, "Old master." The old man chuckled while stroking his beard and said, "Ah, so this is your son, already reaching the body-tempering realm at such a young age, quite remarkable." Both Shen Yuan and Shen Wengxing were a bit caught off guard by this. "Are you also a martial artist, sir? What does senior mean by body-tempering realm?" Both father and son asked what was on their minds. From the moment the old man appeared, Shen Wengxing sensed that he wasn't an ordinary person, suspecting he might be a martial arts elder. But the old man spoke of his realm as body-tempering rather than postnatal, which inevitably made him puzzled. Body-tempering realm is what you martial artists refer to as the postnatal realm. Just a different name, that's all. The old man chuckled and then turned to Shen Yuan, "Little brother, this time, I'd still like to spend 20 silver ingots for your first catch, how about it?" Clearly, this old man seemed to really love the fish from Blackwater Pool, willing to spend a large sum again for Shen Yuan's first net. As he spoke, he took out 2 10 silver ingots and handed them over. Seeing this, Shen Yuan shook his head slightly, "Sir, I mentioned earlier that this catch is to make up for your loss last time, you've already paid for it. Please wait a moment, I'll cast the net now." The old man, upon hearing this, didn't insist and simply put the silver ingots back into his pouch with a pleasant smile, retreating a little. Having organized the fishing net, Shen Yuan looked at the water's surface and swung with force. The net formed a large circle, splashing into the water. As the net slowly sank, Shen Yuan estimated the time and was ready to slowly pull back the net rope. Then, out of nowhere, an immense force suddenly surged from the net rope. The strength was swift and terrifying. Unprepared, Shen Yuan was directly pulled and flung forward. "Ah, die!" Seeing this, Shen Wengxing leaped forward, trying to grab his father's body. But everything happened too quickly. By the time he reacted, Shen Yuan had already been pulled into the water. The water in early spring was icy cold. Feeling the terrifying force on the net rope, Shen Yuan immediately tried to let go of the rope. But unfortunately, the rope had been looped around his wrist, and with the immense force pulling him, he couldn't break free in a short time. Plunging into the water. Seeing his father fall in, Shen Wengxing didn't hesitate and jumped straight in, swimming quickly towards Shen Yuan. "Father!" Upon reaching him, Shen Wengxing couldn't care about anything else, focusing on quickly untying the rope to pull his father to shore. "Bold creature!" On the bank, the old man suddenly shouted, and then leapt into the air, soaring like a great rock toward the left side of the two. Controlling the sky. An innate martial artist? Shocked by the sight, Shen Wengxing was astounded. The old man leapt over a dozen meters and slapped his palm toward the water's surface on the left side of the two. Bang! The water erupted, and the Toad dragon, which had been slowly approaching, was struck by the slap and rolled away into the distance. With the counterforce from the slap, the old man flipped in mid-air, then landed beside the two, grabbing them from the water and tossing them to the shore. After landing, they noticed the old man was pulling on the net rope, flying toward the bank. Chapter 34. "Young man, come help us." The net rope was too short, the old man barely managed to return to the shore, grabbing hold of the rope with one hand, yet unable to contend with the Toad dragon that was determined to escape. Upon hearing the call, Shen Wengxing immediately dashed forward to help the old man with all his might. The two of them together resisted a wave of struggle from the Toad dragon, gradually pulling back some of the net rope. The still shaken Shen Yuan finally came to his senses, hurriedly rushing to join in pulling back. The combined efforts of the three gradually dragged the fishing net to the shore. Seeing the massive Toad dragon tangled in the net still struggling and showing signs of breaking free, Shen Wengxing jumped directly onto its back and unleashed a punch to its head. Bang! Even though Shen Wengxing was just a postnatal martial artist, the force of the punch was still terrifying. The Toad dragon's head received a punch, opening its large mouth in pain. Bang! Bang! Shen Wengxing landed 2 more consecutive punches, directly leaving the creature seeing stars, ceasing its struggle. On the shore, the old man and Shen Yuan combined their strength to finally haul the Toad dragon ashore. The old man flashed forward, smashing his palm onto the Toad dragon's head. Crack! The sickening sound of bones breaking brought the huge Toad dragon to instant stillness. Sigh! Shen Yuan slumped to the ground, looking at the giant creature nearly 2 jong long, feeling a bit heart palpitated. The Toad dragon is essentially just a crocodile. But this one was terrifying, nearly 6 meters long and weighing as much as 2 oxen. Under the sunlight, its heavy scaly armor glistened with a metallic sheen. Ordinary swords and knives likely couldn't harm it at all. This thing, even on land, let alone in water, is not something human strength could subdue. Father, we caught a Tuo dragon. Shen Yuan excitedly approached, stroking the Tuo dragon's scales, calling out. The old man's eyes were fixed on the Tuo dragon, unable to hide his joy, murmuring. Much bigger than last time. Wonder what effect it has. Shen Yuan calmed himself, rose, and respectfully said to the old man, "Thank you, elder, for saving my father and me earlier." If not for the old man's intervention, with the father and son in the water facing another Tuo dragon's attack, even though Shen Yuan was a postnatal martial artist, he might not have been able to handle it. The old man waved his hand with a smile. "Young brother, I wish to discuss something with you. How about selling this Tuo dragon to me?" Upon hearing this, Shen Yuan was momentarily stunned, then replied, "This Tuo dragon is originally elder's, so why would it be sold to you?" The old man repeatedly waved his hand. To be precise, this Tuo dragon was obtained by the efforts of the three of us, and it should be divided equally. I hope to exchange your share and your father's share for silver coins. What do you think of that? His intention was clear. He wanted the Tuo dragon all to himself and would pay for the 2 shares of Shen Yuan and his father. Yet Shen Yuan was adamant about not accepting money. Before casting the net, he had said it would be the old man's catch. Moreover, the man just saved their lives. There was no way he could accept the money. Both were firm in their resolve. One insisted on paying, the other refused to accept. Ultimately, neither could convince the other. How about lighting a fire to roast it first? Seeing the two arguing endlessly, Shen Yuan noticed his father's soaked clothes and feared he might catch a cold, so he spoke up. The two could only temporarily cease debating. The 3 of them sat around the campfire, where the old man took out a sharp dagger from who knows where, carving a piece of meat from the massive Tuo dragon and putting it over the flames. "Are you an innate martial artist, sir?" Shen Yuan curiously asked. He had never encountered an innate martial artist but heard that once a martial artist entered the innate realm, they could traverse the air, leaping dozens or even hundreds of zhang, a terrifying feat. The old man had just flown through the air like a grand bird spreading its wings, a feat no ordinary martial artist could achieve. One could say that. The old man smiled faintly. "Actually, even I don't know what realm I would fall into nowadays. I am Su Xiu, from Han City." Han City? Shen Yuan was somewhat surprised, saying, "Is that the Han City in the western regions that was sacked and destroyed?" Su Xiu nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a touch of reminiscence. After a long while, he looked at the father and son, asking, "Do you two believe there are immortals in this world?" The father and son exchanged a glance, neither answering. Su Xiu went on to tell them a story. 120 years ago, he was a soldier stationed at the border army guard of Han City. Once, while pursuing Barbarian Race scouts with the 100 Generals captain, they ventured into the depths of Hidden Dragon Mountain. After several battles, the team was scattered. He accidentally fell into a valley, where he saw an elderly figure meditating under an ancient tree, a faint radiance surrounding his body. He intended to approach and awaken the old man to ask for directions, yet no matter how much he called, the elder seemed like a corpse, unresponsive. With no alternative, he sat nearby, intending to wait until the elder woke up. Exhausted from the travel and battles, he drifted into sleep unknowingly. When he awoke, the elder was gone, leaving behind only an unnamed book. Su Xiu scoured the valley but found no trace of the elder and, unable to leave the valley, he began to read the unnamed book. It was a kind of breathing technique, Su Xiu said wistfully. Breathing technique. Shen Yuan was somewhat unfamiliar with the term. "I named it the breathing technique because the book taught one how to breathe. I practiced according to that technique, and my body became increasingly light until, 80 years ago, I left the valley. In the Timeless Mountain, I only found out after leaving that 40 years had passed, and my homeland was in ruins, my family killed by the Barbarian Race. For decades, I cultivated the breathing technique, yet seemed to reach a bottleneck, unable to advance further. The innate martial artist you mentioned I have seen before, they were weaker than imagined." "Weaker still?" Shen Yuan felt astonished upon hearing this. An innate in martial arts was a legendary figure. People like Huang Qingzhou and Huang Yongxiao had been unable to advance past the postnatal martial artist phase in decades, never reaching innate martial artist status. Su Xiu's tale seemed implausible, yet Shen Yuan found it intriguing. May I ask, sir, is there anything special about the fish in Black Water Pool? Su Xiu shook his head with a smile. I'm not exactly sure what makes them peculiar. When passing by Black Water Pool, I felt the power of heaven and earth was denser here than elsewhere. The fish in the pool seemed quite spiritual, so I thought of fishing some to try, but oddly enough, both fish and Tuo Dragon seemed to deliberately avoid me. Were it not for young brother's help last time, I might still not know the wonders of Black Water Pool's fish. Chuckling, Su Xiu added, mentioning last time, I feel somewhat ashamed. After you left, I happened to capture that Tuo Dragon. Shen Yuan realized. No wonder he found his fishing net thrown aside in the bushes last time he was at Black Water Pool. Although I don't know the exact special qualities of Black Water Pool's fish, after consuming them, I did feel an increase in the power of heaven and earth within my body. During their conversation, the Tuo Dragon meat on the campfire was cooked. After sharing the meal, Shen Yuan did not feel the so-called power of heaven and earth, only a noticeable rise in strength. Shen Wengxing carefully sensed but unfortunately also felt no difference. I have a dull aptitude, a century of earnest practice to no avail, and in recent years have realized somewhat faintly that to go further, one must cultivate the mind. Meeting is fate, since young brother refuses to take silver, I'll give this breathing technique and my cultivation insights to your son, as a goodwill gesture. If one day, he understands the path ahead, may he guide me a little if I haven't passed away. Su Xiu finished, taking out an ancient book from his bosom, handing it to Shen Wengxing. Chapter 35. Looking at the book in front of him, Shen Wengxing did not reach out to take it, but instead, looked at his father. Shen Yuan didn't know how to start speaking for a moment. If what Su Xiu just said was true, then this breathing technique was passed down by the immortal he mentioned. He cultivated for 40 years following the breathing technique and became a cultivator stronger than an innate martial artist. It was enough to prove the strength of this breathing technique. Could this be the great opportunity mentioned in the hexagram? But he had only met Su Xiu twice in total, with no deep friendship, why would he give such a precious thing to him? Moreover, this thing was like a hot potato, one misstep could absolutely bring ruin to his family. Seeing neither of them reaching out to take it, Su Xiu laughed. He placed the book on a stone beside him and murmured, ever since I came out of the valley and found my family gone, I have had no more attachments in this world. All I seek for the rest of my life is to break through my current realm and explore the outside world. Yet, like looking up to high mountains, after decades of hard cultivation, I finally realized my own aptitude is so dull. Today, seeing your son reach the body-tempering realm at such a young age, I had the thought of taking a gamble. If you have any doubts, little brother, you can throw this book into the Black Water Pool, I won't blame you. After saying this, he got up and walked to the body of the Tuo Dragon, his sharp blade flying, quickly peeling off the dragon's hide and cutting out the finest meat piece by piece. Little brother, lend me your fishing net rope, please. Shen Yuan nodded slightly in a daze, watching him use a piece of the fishing net rope to tie up several 100 pounds of meat, carrying it on his back and walking away. For a long while, the father and son looked at the mess of Tuo Dragon hide and viscera on the ground. Ah Dai, what should we do? Shen Yuan stood up, took the book Su Xiu had left, and flipped through a few pages, finding them filled with obscure and difficult to understand text. You take a look. He handed the book to his son. After browsing for a while, Shen Wengxing shook his head slightly, there shouldn't be any problems, but I can't understand it at the moment, it needs time to study. Shen Yuan sighed, then bring it back. Though he still had worries in his heart, this opportunity could not be missed. Using this so-called breathing technique, if Shi Tiu could reach the realm of Su Xiu, it would be a tremendous opportunity for the family. At that time, don't mention matching the Huang family, even the Sui family with a county magistrate wouldn't be much. This was an opportunity for them. Shen Wengxing nodded and carefully stored the book. With their clothes almost dry, Shen Yuan glanced at the fishing net beside him, wanting to see if he could cast it twice to catch some fish to bring back, however, he found the new fishing net had already been torn with several large holes. Ah Dai, the Tuo Dragon. At the same time, Shen Wengxing noticed heads of Tuo Dragons emerging one after another from the once calm water of the pool, slowly swimming towards the shore. It's strange, when the old senior was here, these guys didn't come out. Now that the old senior is gone, they're all popping up. Shen Wengxing stood up, guarding his father behind him, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Seeing this, Shen Yuan frowned slightly, suddenly recalling Su Xiu saying the creatures of the black water pool deliberately avoided him. Could it be due to the so-called aura of a strong person? In this way, saying the fish in the black water pool all have spiritual nature isn't false. Shi Tiu, pack these up, let's go. With the fishing net damaged and 12 dragons surfacing, it seemed they couldn't catch any fish. Fortunately, Su Xiu only took the finest meat from the 12 dragon, there was still plenty left, along with its hide and many of its viscera, they could sell and eat whatever they could take back, and use the rest as compost material. The father and son hastily cleaned up everything before the 12 dragons reached the shore. Before leaving, Shen Wengxing caught a glimpse of several large 12 dragon eggs in the bushes and couldn't help but wrap them up in his clothes and take them away. In the courtyard, Hu Yufen was embroidering. Shen Wenping and Shen Wenan were sleeping soundly in a cradle nearby. Hearing movement, she got up to greet them and saw that the father and son were carrying torn fishing nets, with various bloody viscera and meat. Especially the 12 dragon hide on Shen Wengxing's shoulder, which looked alarming, causing Hu Yufen's eyes to widen in shock. What have you two been up to? She didn't know what they had gone through. Shen Wengxing threw the 12 dragon hide on his shoulder to the ground, then assisted in unloading the things from Shen Yuan's shoulder before smiling and saying, "Mother, Dai and I caught a 12 dragon today." A 12 dragon? Hu Yufen looked in shock at the bloody 12 dragon hide on the ground, then again at the meat. She couldn't believe that her husband and son had caught such a terrifying creature. Don't listen to his nonsense, we encountered an expert. Shen Yuan laughed as he went to the well, drew a large bucket of water, and the father and son began washing the blood off themselves. This time we encountered the elder I told you about before. You know, that elder is a very formidable martial artist. If it weren't for him, Shi Tiu and I wouldn't have been able to handle the 12 dragon. He briefly recounted the events but didn't mention the most dangerous parts. Last time we made him suffer a loss, and this time he helped us again, most of the 12 dragon's meat was given to him. Look at what's left, pickle what can be eaten, and send some to the front yard. What can't be eaten, use it for compost. He hadn't figured out how to talk about the breathing technique yet. A common man without a weapon is not guilty, harboring a jade is a crime. The last time, just having a sheet of 100-year blood toad's exuvia was enough to attract martial artist's attention, almost bringing ruin to his family. This breathing technique was much more precious than the blood toad's shedding. Even without the hexagram's reminder, he knew it must not be leaked. Startled out of her shock, Hu Yufen quickly put down her embroidery and needle, brought a wooden basin from the kitchen, and prepared to sort through the meat on the ground. The father and son changed into clean clothes and joined to help. Su Xiu only took the most refined parts of the 12 dragon meat. There was still a lot left. After some selection, there was more than 100 pounds of good quality meat, most of the viscera was discarded. Dai, this 12 dragon hide is so tough. Shen Wengxing stroked the fully peeled 12 dragon hide in amazement. Shen Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing. If it were in the old times, it would be top-grade leather, sewing a bag, making a leather jacket or shoes, all would be genuine material. Hang it up to dry first, and check if it can be sold for some money when we go to town someday. Once everything was processed, Shen Yuan picked out a 2 or 3 pound piece of hind leg meat and headed towards Zhao Xuan's house. In the courtyard, Zhao Xuan was splitting firewood. Seeing Shen Yuan carrying a piece of meat over, he curiously asked, Yuan, what kind of meat is this? 12 dragon meat was different from ordinary meat, appearing entirely white, something Zhao Xuan had never seen before. Shen Yuan lifted the meat with a mysterious smile, good stuff, you've definitely never tasted it. Zhao Xuan, his curiosity piqued, hurried closer to inspect it carefully. Hurry, tell me, what kind of meat is this? 12 dragon. Shen Yuan said in a low voice. What? Zhao Xuan exclaimed, jaw dropping in disbelief. Shen Yuan explained, this morning, I took Shi Tiu to fish at the black water pool, and we found a 12 dragon dead on the shore, with half its body gnawed away by something unknown. We carried what was left back. We skinned and gutted it, and there's not much left, so we're giving you some to try. Zhao Xuan sighed in relief after hearing this. Oh wow! I almost thought you killed a 12 dragon. Receiving the meat, he was quite pleased. Wow, lived for so many years, and never tasted 12 dragon meat, gotta savor it tonight. Yuan, thank you so much. Shen Yuan waved his hand, I'm off. That evening, they brought back Shen Vinian, and the family cooked a pot of 12 dragon meat, finding it especially delicious. After dinner, Shen Wenzing approached Shen Yuan and said, "Ah Dai, tomorrow I want to visit Master Lu with Anu." The breathing technique left behind by Su Xiu was too complex, and to understand it quickly, he needed Lu Ziwan's help. "You can go, but you must never disclose the breathing technique to anyone. If word gets out, it will surely bring ruin to our family, do you understand?" Shen Wenzing solemnly nodded. Chapter 36. In the days that followed, Shen Wenzing spent every morning seeking guidance from Lu Ziwan, practiced martial dao in the afternoon, and studied the breathing technique at night. 2 months passed in a blur. One evening, after the family finished dinner, Shen Wenzing pulled Shen Yuan into the courtyard, his face lit with excitement. "Ah Dai, I can understand the breathing technique now." Upon hearing this, a hint of joy passed over Shen Yuan's face, and he quickly asked, "How is it?" Su Xiu cultivated this very breathing technique, enabling him to become a master comparable to the innate. He eagerly anticipated whether his son could match or even surpass Su Xiu one day. "I tried it, but I can't feel any effects just yet, it might take some time." "Ah Dai, I want you, Anyang, and Anu to practice together. Even if the effects aren't significant, extending lifespan and strengthening the body is always beneficial." Shen Yuan nodded with satisfaction. This son of his always thinks of his family first when there's a benefit to be had. His filial piety as the eldest son and loving care as the elder brother are perfectly embodied in him. "All right, but don't tell your mother and Anu it's the breathing technique, just say it's the body strengthening skill taught by the martial arts hall instructors." Shen Wenzing was a bit puzzled. To him, they were the closest people, so there was no need to hide it. However, Shen Yuan told him that knowing some things was a burden and informing them would be harming them. The father and son could bear the pressure themselves without letting the others carry it in their hearts. Shen Wenzing nodded thoughtfully. The next day, he verbally taught the breathing technique to Hu Yufen and Shen Vinian. "Anyang, this is taught by the martial arts hall instructors, you can practice it when you have free time but never teach it to others, or the instructors will get angry." Hu Yufen smiled gently, "Anyang won't practice, at my age, it won't come to anything significant." Shen Yuan immediately put on a stern face, "The child is filial and wants you to be healthy, don't be stubborn." Shen Wenzing also looked over expectantly. Hu Yufen hesitated for a moment and then nodded, "All right, Anyang will practice." Spring came and went, autumn arrived, and time flew by. 3 years passed in a blink. During these years, Shen Wenzing no longer needed to spend the family's silver coins to learn martial arts. Instead, by frequently helping Huang Qingzhou look after the martial arts hall and teaching disciples, he earned some silver taels for the family. The orchard on the mountain also matured thoroughly after 3 years of cultivation. The 2 peach trees in front of Lu Ziwan's house, whose seeds were unknowingly brought by Uncle Ye, produced peaches that were large and sweet thanks to grafting, becoming popular in Yunshui town. Additionally, Shen Yuan went hunting in the mountains occasionally based on the hexagram, fishing at Blackwater Pool, earning some money to support the family. With no significant expenses, the family's savings unexpectedly reached nearly 700 taels in 3 years. Regarding cultivation, Shen Wenzing was almost 14 years old now. He hadn't broken through to the so-called innate realm yet, but after practicing the breathing technique for 3 years, his strength had reached the peak of postnatal, slightly stronger than Huang Qingzhou. As for Shen Yuan, his wife, and Shen Vinian, aside from Shen Yuan breaking through to the postnatal realm with the help of bloodline power, the other 2 saw significant improvement in their health thanks to the breathing technique, but due to not having the bloodline and lacking training in pile skill, they hadn't made any breakthroughs. Instead, the 3.5-year-old Shen Wenan showed good talent in martial arts. The little guy, since becoming slightly sensible, would stand in posture daily with his elder brother in the courtyard. At first, everyone thought he was mischievous, unable to persist for several days. Unexpectedly, he practiced for half a year, from 3 years old till now, every morning and evening, whenever Shen Wenzing started posture practice in the courtyard, he would follow along. No matter the weather, and never complained of fatigue. This made Shen Yuan feel both surprised and gratified. With the arrival of midsummer, it was again the season for the orchard's peaches to ripen. With Fu Gui's help, the family harvested a cartload of fresh peaches, and the father and son prepared to deliver them to the traders in town, with the little girl Shen Wenping insisting on coming along, leaving Shen Yuan no choice but to bring her along. On the road, the little girl sat in her elder brother's arms, munching happily on a huge peach, her big eyes curiously observing the roadside scenery. Shen Wenzing spoke, "Ah Dai, senior sister Lingzia really likes our peaches, should we send her some later? Sure, save a basket for them. Shen Yuan, driving the ox cart, smiled heartily, let Uncle Huang and Uncle Yongxiao taste them too. As he said this, he slightly turned and asked, are you and Lingxia girl still getting along well? Shen Wengxing, unsure of what he meant, nodded with a smile, just like always. To care for the family and alleviate his father's burden, he had spent these years cultivating at home. Every month, I would go to town for a few days to help Huang Qingzhou teach disciples. Huang Lingxiu, who had already broken through to the postnatal martial artist realm, often ran to Jinlia village when she was free. Both families had tacitly acknowledged their relationship, but it had not been completely confirmed yet. Life has gotten a bit better these past 2 years, your father plans to find some time to talk to your uncle Huang. You're both not young anymore, it's time to settle the marriage first, and then you can get married in a couple of years. That's just how it was in those days. The son of Zhao Xuan in the front yard is only 2 years older than Shen Wengxing, and now they're already expecting a child. Zhao Xuan became a grandfather before reaching middle age, so I must hurry too. The hexagram system is bound to the entire Shen family. Now, there are only 5 direct lineage bloodlines. To spare his wife, he doesn't plan on having more children himself, so the task of branching out falls on the brothers. I'm still young. Shen Wengxing said in a somewhat startled manner, as if he were not ready yet. I want to think about this after breaking through to the innate realm. After breaking through to the innate realm, the Shen family would become a prominent family, at least in Anyang County. By then, he would have the confidence to protect his wife and children or shelter his parents and siblings. Innate. Shen Yuan glanced back at him and said, Old man Su Xiu took 40 years to break through to innate, do you plan to get married 40 years later too? Would Lingxia be willing to wait for you until then? It's different, Shen Wengxing argued, I will definitely not take 40 years to break through. Shen Yuan did not deny what he said. After pondering for a moment, he asked, then how long do you think it would take? 3 years. Shen Wengxing said confidently, give me 3 more years, by then, whether or not I've broken through to innate, I will marry senior sister Lingxiu. 3 years. Shen Yuan thought for a moment and nodded, all right, it's settled then. The ox cart quickly arrived at the town street. Their peaches were famous for their superior quality. When the vendors in town saw Shen Yuan arrive, they swarmed around, not even bargaining over the price, and quickly bought up the whole cart of peaches. Shen Wengxing guarded the last basket with all his might to prevent the vendors from taking it away. Younger brother Shen, next time I'll directly go to Jinlia village to collect your peaches, saving you and your father a trip. A slightly plump man over 50 came over and said in a low voice, seeing the peaches were all sold. This man was named Tao Shun, and he owned a fruit shop called Fresh Fruit Shop in town. After seeing Shen Yuan's peaches 2 years ago, he had a hard time accepting peaches from other fruit farmers. Once he collected Shen family's peaches, he secretly transported them to the commandery city, where the dignitaries loved them, and the prices often multiplied. No. Before Shen Yuan could respond, Shen Wenping suddenly stood up on the ox cart, hands on her hips. Tao Shun looked at her in surprise, this kid. Why won't it work? Shen Wenping tilted her head and said, the peaches are limited, if you take them all, what about the others? If you want them, bring more money next time and come early, if you offer a higher price, naturally you can buy more. Hey! Tao Shun looked at her in amazement, then turned to Shen Yuan, younger brother Shen, your daughter, at such a young age, she's truly remarkable. Shen Yuan smiled and patted the little girl's head. This girl had been clever and spirited since she was young, very endearing. In that case, next time younger brother Shen brings peaches, save half a cart for me, and I'll buy them at a 20% higher price, how about it? After they agreed, Shen Yuan drove the ox cart towards the martial arts hall. On the ox cart, Shen Wengxing asked curiously, girl, why not let him collect from home? Wouldn't it save father the trouble of bringing the peaches to town? Brother, are you silly? The little girl rolled her eyes at him, our peaches are good, and everyone wants them. But there are only so many peaches, and if more people want them, they'll pay more. If you let him take them all and sell them at a high price to others, wouldn't he make off with all the money? Not only shouldn't we let him collect them, but next time we should bring even fewer peaches, to make people think our supply is limited so they'll be more anxious. The father and son were stunned by her words. Shen Yuan glanced back at his daughter, a bit bewildered that this 4-year-old girl understood valuing and scarcity marketing strategies. Did Meng Po's soup get diluted? Chapter 37. Shen Wengxing was honest and sincere, obviously not thinking too much. Where did you learn all this from? Shen Yuan asked. Hu Yufen was in charge of teaching the children, and he generally didn't intervene unless it was a matter of great importance. The key was that his wife, Hu Yufen, wasn't skilled in business, so naturally, she couldn't have taught this. Second brother taught me, Shen Wenping answered, looking up. Anu? Shen Yuan was a little surprised. Over the years, the second brother, Shen Vinian, had been learning from Lu Ziwan, but he wasn't sure exactly what was being taught. But in his imagination, a scholar should look down upon merchants engaged in buying and selling. Why would Master Lu teach him these things? Master Lu's house has a lot of books, second brother brought some back for me to read. Upon hearing this, Shen Wengxing immediately got a little angry, saying, Dai, we need to properly teach that brat a lesson, teaching the big sister conniving business tactics. Big pot is bad. Not playing with you anymore. Hearing he wanted to reprimand the second brother, the little girl pouted and struggled out of his embrace, sitting alone on the other side of the ox cart. Seeing this, Shen Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Shi Tou, don't just think cunning and trickery when it comes to merchants. The way of commerce lies in mutual consent, as long as it doesn't go against your conscience, benefiting oneself without harming others, ensuring no losses in buying and selling is a profound knowledge. As soon as Shen Yuan finished speaking, the little girl provocatively looked at Shen Wengxing. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Dai said so. Looking at her innocent face, Shen Wengxing helplessly smiled, pulled her into his arms, squeezed her little face, and said, Big brother was wrong, okay. Then, will Big Pot still reprimand second brother later? Shen Wengxing shook his head slightly. Over the years, he and his father had been busy earning money for the family, practicing martial arts, and it was Shen Vinian who helped with educating the younger siblings. His ideas deep down weren't as open-minded as his father's. The three merrily arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall soon. Shen Wengxing jumped off the cart first, then carried his little sister down and with the basket of peaches, walked towards the martial arts hall. The little girl ran ahead, soon spotting Huang Lingziu who was teaching disciples at the martial arts arena. Sister! Hearing the call, Huang Lingziu turned around, and upon seeing Shen Wenping, her face instantly bloomed into a smile as she knelt down to pick her up. Little girl, did your big brother come? She kissed her small cheeks and looked towards the distance. Unhappy, the little girl used her little hands to turn her face back. Look at me, I missed you very much too. Huang Lingziu was amused, gently tapping her nose with her finger. Okay, I'll look at you. At this time, Shen Wengxing and Shen Yuan carrying peaches also stepped through the courtyard gate. Seeing them, Huang Lingziu promptly came up to greet them. Uncle Shen. Shen Yuan smiled and nodded. Shi Tou, give me the peaches, you guys chat. Huang Lingziu quickly said, Dai is in the backyard, an elder brother is also here. Shen Yuan nodded, that's good. With that, he carried the peaches towards the backyard. In the backyard, Huang Yongxiao gently brushed the foam on his teacup, his expression somewhat heavy. Beside him, Huang Qingzhou frowned in thought for a moment and said, Does elder brother mean that your majesty plans to use force against the western wilderness barbarian race? Most likely, putting down the teacup, Huang Yongxiao sighed. 100 years ago, the 3 counties of the western regions were breached by the barbarian race, a humiliation for Great Yu. For 100 years, we in Great Yu have let the people recuperate without raising arms. Now, with consecutive years of bountiful harvests and stockpiles overflowing, the current majesty is ambitious and certainly intends to reclaim the 3 counties of the western regions. This recruitment of soldiers, in my opinion, is undoubtedly for this purpose. Huang Qingzhou sighed slightly. Just a few years of peace, and war is about to start again, likely affecting quite a few common people. Qi Er and Lin Er are both in the border army, this time. Mentioning the 2 brothers, Huang Yongxiao was also full of worry. Now the Huang family only has these 2 male members, and he originally planned to use connections this year to transfer them out of the border army, but unexpectedly, this situation arose. Second brother, there is one more thing I am quite concerned about. Just as he finished speaking, Shen Yuan's knock at the door sounded from outside. Brother Huang. Hearing it was him, Huang Qingzhou immediately opened the door. Yuan is here. Shen Yuan put down the basket of peaches, smiling, homegrown peaches, brought a basket for you to try. How come brother Yongxiao has time to come back today? Huang Yongxiao smiled slightly, there are some matters to discuss with Qingzhou. On hearing this, Shen Yuan instantly bowed and said, then you chat first, I'll go outside and take a walk. No need, Huang Yongxiao opened his mouth, this matter is also related to you, listen in. Shen Yuan sat down with the teacup in hand, his brows tightly furrowed, recruitment. Huang Yongxiao nodded slightly, this matter has not yet been officially documented but has already been determined. Yuan, what do you think? Me? Shen Yuan was slightly taken aback, a little puzzled. Huang Yongxiao said, according to Great Yu Law, under 40, you are still within the conscription age range, once the recruitment document is issued, you must go to serve. Don't you know? Shen Yuan was dumbfounded. He truly hadn't understood this, not knowing he still had military service obligations. At home, the kids were still too young, though Shen Wengxing could now help care for the family temporarily, he was ultimately not yet 14. If he were to serve in the army and something happened, what would become of this family? Yuan, I have an idea. Seeing his concerns, Huang Yongxiao thought for a moment before saying, Shi Tiu is already over 13, right? Shen Yuan nodded slightly, and then his expression changed, shaking his head repeatedly, no way. No way, no way. He vaguely guessed Huang Yongxiao's meaning, which was nothing but letting Shi Tiu go to the army in place of his father. Let me finish, Huang Yongxiao said solemnly, firstly, as Qingzhou told me, Shi Tiu's current strength has already reached the peak of postnatal, he is a very capable martial artist. Secondly, Shi Tiu is composed, not reckless like a typical adolescent. Lastly, do you remember Zhang Bin? Captain Zhang? Shen Yuan thought of that hardy man. Back when Shen Wenping and Shen Wenan were having their one-month celebrations, Zhang Bin went with Huang Yongxiao brothers to his house. Brother Zhang is now the left general of the Yunzong border guard camp, if you agree, I will use connections to send Shi Tiu to him, have brother Zhang take him as a personal guard. Thus, staying by brother Zhang's side, firstly, he will be looked after, secondly, without special cases, he doesn't have to engage directly in fighting. After some years, perhaps he might earn some military merit, then find a way to transfer him back. Shen Yuan fell silent. He knew Huang Yongxiao was thinking of him. But Shi Tiu was only 13, in a previous life, such a child would need to be escorted even to school by parents. How could he bear to send him to the military, facing brutal combat? In the room, all three were silent. Dai. The door was pushed open, and Shen Wengxing's voice came through. The three turned their heads and saw Huang Lingxiu and Shen Wengxing standing quietly outside the room. Dai, Uncle Yongxiao is right. This home cannot be without you, let your son go for military service. Both were clearly already outside the room, listening to their conversation. Shen Yuan stood up, meeting his son's resolute gaze, his mouth slightly opened, eventually turning into a sigh. Elder brothers, little brother will take his leave first. He turned and bowed to brother Huang Qingzhou and then led Shen Wengxing outside. Chapter 38. The ox cart moved slowly, and the atmosphere was a bit oppressive. Shen Wengxing sat on the cart holding his younger sister, looked at his father driving the cart, hesitated for a moment, then spoke. The masters say that fighting for life and death is one of the quickest ways for a martial artist to break through. I've been stuck at my current realm for a year. But you can't gamble with your life. Shen Yuan shouted angrily in a rare display of anger. Having been in this world for more than 30 years, he had dreamed of making a name for himself and giving his family a good life. But the thought of sending his not yet 14-year-old son to the battlefield filled his heart with wrenching pain. Father! Despite being scolded, Shen Wengxing did not stop talking, instead, he smiled and said, Wenping and Wenan are only 4, and Anu is just 8. We have more than 70 acres of land, as well as orchards and forests to look after. Mother is weak, if you leave, all these things will fall on me and mother. Not to mention that my cultivation will be delayed, if mother gets worn out, what will happen to the rest of us? I don't want to neglect the martial dao. Shen Yuan did not speak. Suddenly, on the ox cart, Shen Wengxing knelt down and bowed toward his father's back, saying, Father, forgive your son's selfishness. With you at home, I can feel less worried in the army and focus on my cultivation. Shen Yuan listened without responding, only slowly bringing the ox cart to a halt. On the country path, he crouched alone by the roadside, looking towards Hidden Dragon Mountain and in the direction of Jinliu village. Daddy, Pinger can't bear to be apart from you, and neither can the big pot. A pair of children came up behind, and Shen Wenping cautiously nestled into his embrace, looking up. Shen Wengxing slowly crouched down beside them, smoothing his little sister's hair that was blown by the breeze, saying, "Father, your son is not as fragile as you think, a postnatal martial artist is highly valued in the army. If I can truly become a personal guard under General Zhang, perhaps I might secure an official position, and then our family could gain more lands. Don't complain that there's too much land to work when the time comes." Shen Yuan snorted and glared at him without speaking. After a long pause, "What does Lingziu think? Is she really willing to let you join the army?" Mentioning Huang Lingziu brought a smile to Shen Wengxing's face, and then he replied solemnly, "Senior sister Lingziu said that a good man should protect the country and expand territory. She wants the person she likes to be a great hero, a grand general." "Ha!" Shen Yuan suddenly stood up and laughed scoldingly, "That girl has quite an ambition." The oppressive atmosphere was somewhat eased by this jesting, and Shen Yuan sighed heavily, clasping his hands behind his back. He knew that letting his son serve in his place was indeed the best option. At the very least, Shen Wengxing's chances of surviving on the front lines were much greater than his own. Rationally speaking, the fortune-telling system was with him. As long as he was alive, it could help the Shen family continue to thrive. "Child, it's been hard on you." Looking at his son, already matching him in height, Shen Yuan gave a firm pat on his shoulder. As parents, who wouldn't want to shelter their children from the storm forever? Shen Wengxing understandingly shook his head. "Father has it tougher, the whole family relies on you for a living." At that moment, the father and son seemed like kindred spirits, exchanging smiles. Left in the dark, Shen Wenping clearly didn't understand the thoughts of her older brother and father. She looked up at the two of them, then glanced at the setting western sun and muttered, "Father, if we don't leave now, we won't make it for dinner." Shen Yuan squatted down, picked her up, and said, "Eat, eat, eat, you're just a little foodie. Let's go home." With that, the three of them got on the ox cart and headed back to Jinliu village. At night, Shen Yuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Though the decision regarding military service had been made, he remained tormented by family bonds, uncertain of how to explain it to his wife. "Something on your mind?" Hu Yufen turned over and gently wrapped her arms around his, asking. Having shared life for over a decade, they understood each other deeply. Shen Yuan gazed at the dark ceiling, sighed softly, and finally shared the matter of military service. Hu Yufen clearly hadn't grasped the severity, thinking military service was merely a routine duty. The Great Yu dynasty had a system of routine duties, requiring men over 14 to serve outside of peak farming seasons for 2 months. Such duties involved familiarization with military camp life and basic training. However, after the enthronement of the new Emperor Yu and his peaceful policies, these duties hadn't been enforced for nearly 30 years. Our Shi Tiu isn't even 14 yet, routine duty wouldn't include him, so why worry? Shen Yuan sighed, saying, "I'm talking about military service, not routine duty." Hu Yufen was stunned. "What's the difference?" Shen Yuan explained. Brother Yungziao said that this time the court intends to fight the Western Wilderness Barbarian Race, to reclaim the 3 counties taken by the barbarians. Military service requires all men not yet 40 to enlist. Which means those going might likely have to fight. What? Hu Yufen sat up abruptly upon hearing this. Does that mean you also have to serve? Shen Yuan nodded slightly, pulling her into his embrace. During the day at the martial arts hall, Brother Yungziao suggested letting Shi Tiu serve instead of me. He said Captain Zhang Bin is now a general in the Yunzong border army, and could arrange for Shi Tiu to become his personal guard. Have you agreed? Hu Yufen asked, somewhat tense. Shen Yuan shook his head. I haven't agreed yet, but Shi Tiu has been trying to persuade me all the way. That kid is so sensible it breaks your heart. Hu Yufen said nothing, her eyes already welling up with tears. She was a smart woman and knew how dangerous it would be for her husband to serve and face battle. By comparison, though young, their son was steady and stronger, making him the better choice. Yet, how could she bear to part with the flesh of her flesh? Neither spoke, both parents ensnared by guilt, unable to sleep. Early the next day, Hu Yufen, her eyes swollen, found Shen Wengxing practicing martial arts in the courtyard, unable to resist approaching him. Mother. Shen Yuan finished his practice and looked at her with a smile, seemingly without a worry in the world. The more he acted this way, the sadder Hu Yufan felt, and tears couldn't help but fall. Mother, what's wrong? Shen Yuan rushed over, caring and asking. Sniffling, Hu Yufan grabbed his arm. Your father told me last night. Son, you. Shen Yuan paused but then reassured her with a smile. Mother, it's okay, don't you trust in your son's abilities? Take good care of yourself. I've already arranged with senior sister Lingxiu that when I return from the front lines, I'll marry her and give you a big grandchild. Hu Yufan held back her tears and gently caressed his face. As Shen Yuan said last night, their son was so dutiful it made one's heart ache. What would you like for breakfast? I'll cook it for you. The decision was irreversible, and all she could do was fulfill her duties as a mother during this time, ensuring her son was well fed and cared for. How about some meat porridge? Little sister and third brother love it, and boil an egg for Anu, that brat is growing and needs nutrition. Hearing this, Hu Yufan felt another wave of heartache. All right, I'll also boil you 2 eggs, she said, then turned towards the kitchen. Chapter 39. The issue of military service was like a mountain, weighing heavily on the couple, suffocating them. In recent days, Shen Yuan constantly hoped for guidance from the hexagram, even considering depleting his lifespan to perform divination, to see if his child would face any danger after being conscripted. However, as soon as this thought emerged, a line of scarlet text appeared on the turtle shell in his sea of consciousness. Deducing this matter requires the consumption of 113 years of lifespan. The terrifying cost forced him to abandon the idea in his heart. More than 100 years of lifespan, that was practically asking for his own life. Yet, for this reason, Shen Yuan vaguely speculated that his son's time in military service might not end in the way he feared, dying on the battlefield. After all, if it were just a matter of death, the turtle shell likely wouldn't require so much lifespan. Over the years, he had roughly figured out the workings of the turtle shell. The greater the uncertainty, the higher the level involved, the greater the price to pay. Looking at it this way, could there be another opportunity if his son joined the military? With a heart full of anxiety, they waited half a month before village chief Yang Changlin finally struck the copper chime. The common people heard the sound of the copper chime and gathered at the square in front of Yang Changlin's house, faces full of curiosity. It wasn't even tax collection time anymore. Why had the copper chime suddenly sounded? When Shen Yuan and his son Shen Yuan arrived, Zhao Xuan was standing on tiptoe, craning his neck to see ahead. Uncle Zhao, Shen Yuan called, and Zhao Xuan turned around, smiling, giving him a playful punch to the chest. You rascal, you've grown taller again. Ah Yuan, what do you think the village chief is calling everyone for at this time? Zhao Xuan wasn't as well informed, so he naturally didn't know about the military service issue. Perhaps there's another decree from above, Shen Yuan didn't explicitly say. Just as he finished speaking, on the high platform in front, Yang Changlin struck the copper gong. Quiet, everyone. The upper officials have an important announcement. With his words, a robust soldier, clad in leather armor, stepped forward holding a cyan yellow scroll in his hand. By His Majesty's decree, from today onwards, recruitment for the military begins. All adults of the Great Yu, 1 in 3 males, 2 in 5 males, all those aged 14 and older and not yet 40, are subject to military service. The government office has the fish scale register as proof. I advise you against thinking of evading service, or else you will be severely punished. After the soldier finished speaking, the common people below were astounded. Among them, aside from some elderly, many had never served in the military, let alone performed any service. This sudden imperial decree left them feeling panicked. Military service, the court must be preparing for war again. An elderly villager, upon hearing of military service, shook his head and sighed. With war, who knows how many young men will be buried on the battlefield, such a pity for these children. An old man with one arm looked around at the familiar faces. Decades of peace, with heaven's favor and harvests year after year, had allowed Jinliu village's population to grow significantly. But after a war, how many of these young ones would return alive? Amid the villagers' discussions, the soldier on the high platform became a bit impatient, barking, "Everyone shut up! Before the start of next month, all those with military obligations should gather at the county captain's office willingly. Those who fail to do so will be deemed to be evading service." A few soldiers left, seemingly headed to the next village to announce the decree. Seeing this, the village people crowded in front of village chief Yang Changlin, clamoring. Yang Changlin, with a wry smile, explained, "This is an imperial order, an old man like me can't make the decisions, folks, it's best you go home and prepare." The villagers, having no other choice, slowly dispersed. By evening, Zhao Xuan was knocking on the door of Shen Yuan's courtyard. At first sight, Shen Yuan saw he was full of worry. Zhao Xuan had 2 sons, his eldest, Zhao Jinhua, had just started a family and had a son, while his youngest was just 10 years old. According to law, he himself was not yet 40, and his eldest son Zhao Jinhua was over 14, so both had military responsibilities. 1 in 3 males, meaning one of the father and sons had to serve. Yuan, what are you going to do about this?" Zhao Xuan casually asked. In Shen Yuan's family, there were 4 males, but all 3 brothers were under 14, for this military service, it seemed only he would have to go. The 2 families were on good terms, so Zhao Xuan naturally felt a bit concerned. "Uncle Zhao, I'll go serve on behalf of Adai," said Shen Wengxing, who was practicing martial arts nearby, with a smile. "You?" Zhao Xuan's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan smiled faintly, "This rascal wants some experience, so I'll let him go." Now that the conscription order had been issued, there wasn't much to think about. He planned to take Shen Wengxing to town in the afternoon, asking Huang Yongxiao for help to quickly arrange his son to be under Zhang Bin. Indeed. Zhao Xuan, somewhat envious, said, "Shi Tou might be young, but he has martial skills and is quite sensible." Sigh. After chatting for a while, Zhao Xuan got up and left. That night, there was another knock on the gate, this time from a young man as sturdy as an ox. "Brother Jinhu." Shen Wengxing opened the door, seeing it was Zhao Xuan's elder son Zhao Jinhua, and quickly invited him in. "Uncle Yuan, Aunt," Zhao Jinhua entered the courtyard, greeting Shen Yuan and Hu Yufen with a cheerful smile. "I'm here to see Shi Tou." Once Zhao Jinhua sat down, he looked at Shen Wengxing. "Jinhua, have you eaten?" Hu Yufen asked. "Auntie will get you a bowl of rice." "I have, Auntie, no need to trouble yourself." Zhao Jinhua quickly stood to stop her, then turned to Shen Wengxing, "I heard you're going to take Uncle Yuan's place to serve." Shen Wengxing nodded. Zhao Jinhua pondered for a moment before hesitantly saying, "My father's too old, if he goes to serve, he might not survive." "Shi Tou, brother knows you've trained hard in martial arts over the years, there's a favor I want to ask." Shen Wengxing didn't speak, slightly glancing at his father. Shen Yuan didn't seem inclined to speak, busily helping Hu Yufen tidy the tableware. "Brother Jinhu, go ahead and say it." Zhao Jinhua rubbed his hands and sighed, "I also intend to serve in place of my father, but, you know, my wife just had a baby, and the child shouldn't have to grow up without a father. So I came to ask if you have a way to secure a position that doesn't require going to the front line, at least to stay alive." Shen Wengxing hesitated. Zhao Jinhua had once studied martial arts for a few years at a town martial arts hall, but without consuming any medicinal meals, he just learned some skills without even breaking into the postnatal realm. The barbarian race was fierce in battle, and he himself might not even save his own life, let alone promise to help. Seeing the difficult expression on his face, Zhao Jinhua chuckled awkwardly, "Perhaps brother's asking too much. How about this, can you find a way for us brothers to be assigned together, at least we can look out for each other. I'll take care of whatever bribes need to be paid." The grim reality of war, though he was uncertain of Shen Wengxing's current realm, he heard from his younger brother that Shen Wengxing was now a master at the martial arts hall. If they could be grouped together, with the family ties, they'd at least have a better chance of survival on the battlefield. To be assigned together? Shen Wengxing thought about it and felt it shouldn't be difficult. Huang Yongxiao was the county captain of Anyang County, responsible for arranging all the military service in Anyang. Mentioning it to him so that Zhao Jinhua could be assigned under Zhang Bin shouldn't be a problem. "Brother Jinhu, let me inquire first, and if it works out, I'll let you know." Zhao Jinhua quickly cupped his fists. "All right. Then I'll count on you, if we make it back alive, brother will treat you to drinks." After seeing Zhao Jinhua off, Shen Wengxing approached his father. "Adai, did I do something wrong?" After reflecting a moment, Shen Yuan said, "When pressed, save yourself. When prospering, aid the world. Given our relationship with Uncle Zhao's family, helping them isn't wrong, but remember in the future, a gift of food can turn into resentment, sometimes helping others should be within your means. In a previous life, there was a famous psychological paradox known as the recipient resentment theory. These principles of dealing with the world were essential for the children to understand. Chapter 40. March 20th. The conscription order stipulates that everyone must report to the county captain's office by early April. The emperor's decree is hard to defy. After days of discussion, the villagers of Jinliu village all selected those from their families who needed to serve in the military. That day, Shen Wengxing, returning from the martial arts hall in town, received the concrete news. Zhang Bin had agreed to take him in as a personal guard and was also willing to take Zhao Jinhua under his command as a soldier. He shared the news with Zhao Jinhua, and the two brothers immediately packed their bags, ready to report to the county captain's mansion. At the farewell, families from both households personally escorted them to the village entrance. Zhao Jinhua's wife, holding a child still in swaddling clothes, wept bitterly. "Why cry? I'm not going off to die. Stay home, take care of the child, and be filial to our parents. When I come back with honors, we'll have more children and live a good life." Zhao Jinhua clumsily wiped the tears from his wife's face. The woman obediently nodded, though the worry in her eyes did not completely fade. On the other side, Shen Wengxing advised his younger siblings, saying, "The three of you must listen to our parents well and not be naughty and cause them anger. Anu, after I leave, help our father with work and study hard, understand?" Shen Venyan nodded solemnly, "Don't worry, eldest brother, I will take good care of our parents." Shen Wengxing patted him on the shoulder, then turned towards Shen Yuan and Hu Yufen, bowing, and said, "Mother, take care of yourselves after I'm gone." Hu Yufen, holding back her tears, handed him a money pouch and said, "Write home with peace reports often when you're in the army." Shen Wengxing nodded and looked towards Shen Yuan. "Go on, with me at home, you do not need to worry," Shen Yuan replied calmly. He understood that what he could do now was to take good care of the family, so his son need not be distracted. After a round of farewells, the two shouldered their bags and turned to head out of the village. Along the winding rural road, their two figures moved slowly. "Do not look back, keep going forward," Shen Yuan shouted with a trembling voice. Their feet, about to halt, ultimately did not stop, and they slowly walked towards the distance. March 24th, at Anyang County's County Captain's Office. "I have already recorded your names. Tomorrow, someone will send you to the border army camp. No need to wait to depart with these soldiers." In the side room, Huang Yongxiao spoke to Shen Wengxing and Zhao Jinhua. "Thank you, uncle," Shen Wengxing quickly cupped his hands in thanks. Alongside him, Zhao Jinhua somewhat woodenly followed suit. "Yes, remember that in the army, the military law is merciless. You must abide by the rules and listen to General Zhang. If you violate military law, not only you but even your family might be implicated." Huang Yongxiao's voice was stern, and his gaze fell on Shen Wengxing. "Especially you, never act rashly, remember that two fists cannot beat four hands, even martial artists might not gain the upper hand when faced with a military charge." Shen Wengxing nodded seriously, "I will keep uncle's teachings in mind. Go now, I've arranged accommodation for you. Oh, and Lingxiu should be returning soon. Once you've put down your things, come over." Huang Lingxiu was coming? When they passed by the martial arts hall in Yunshui town, he intended to say goodbye to Huang Lingxiu and Huang Qingzhou, but they weren't there, not knowing they had come to Anyang County ahead of time. Nodding in agreement, Shen Wengxing then took Zhao Jinhua to follow an official from the county captain's office to their lodging. "Brother Jinhu, how about I take you out for a meal?" After putting down their bags, Shen Wengxing suggested. Zhao Jinhua chuckled, "I'll find something on my own, don't let me hold you up with your important matters, go quickly, don't keep others waiting." Shen Wengxing scratched his head and giggled. "All right, I'm heading off first." When he returned to the county captain's office, Huang Qingzhou and Huang Lingxiu had indeed come back. "Uncle, senior sister." After saluting, Shen Wengxing said, "When I passed through Yunshui town, I went to the martial arts hall, but my masters said you weren't there." Huang Qingzhou smiled lightly, as the conscription approached. "Your senior sister was insistent on coming to the town to buy you some things. It's also been some time since I've been to Anyang County, so we came a bit early to have a look." "Father." Hearing Huang Qingzhu's blunt words, Huang Lingxiu's face flushed a little, and she glared at him playfully. Huang Qingzhou seemed unbothered. In his eyes, Shen Wengxing was his future son-in-law, so there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Girl, bring the items over and let Shi Yu have a look. Huang Lingziu shot him another annoyed glance before bringing the things she bought out from the back room. At the martial arts hall, I noticed you were particularly fond of the long staff, so I had someone specially make this for you, see if it suits you. Huang Lingziu first took out 2 iron short staffs, each 3 feet long, with grooves in the center that allowed them to be combined, forming a nearly 6-foot-long staff. Shen Wengxing took the long staff, weighed it, estimating it at around 30 to 40 pounds. Such weight, for an ordinary person, might be hard to use in a fight, but for him, it was just right. And this detachable design was more convenient for carrying. Thank you, senior sister. Seeing his satisfaction, Huang Lingziu smiled, then took out the large package one item at a time. Inside were clothes. There were close-fitting brown clothes, winter clothes for warmth, and several pairs of shoes. The fabric of these clothes is very soft and can be worn under armor. When you are out there, you must take good care of your health. First, try on the shoes to see if they fit. Ignoring her father and uncle, Huang Lingziu fussed over him like a gentle wife. Senior sister. Shen Wengxing, slightly embarrassed, reminded her, let's try them later. Huang Lingziu was slightly taken aback, then bashfully put the shoes back, standing aside with her head down. Haha. Seeing this, Huang Qingzhou couldn't help but laugh. Huang Yongxiao also smiled and shook his head. All right, I've asked someone to prepare a farewell banquet for you, my dear nephew. Since it's still early, why don't you two go for a walk? The young have their way of socializing, and the 2 old fellows didn't want to be in the way. Shen Wengxing cupped his hands toward the 2, Uncle, we'll head out first. After leaving the office, Huang Lingziu walked slowly with her hands behind her back. The spring breeze caressed her, lifting her hair. Shen Wengxing followed silently beside her. What did you and Uncle Shen talk about? Huang Lingziu tilted her head, looking at his side profile. Shen Wengxing appeared confused, about what? Seeing the slight annoyance on her face, he realized, and with a silly smile, said, I told them that once I return from the front lines, I'll marry you. Upon hearing the answer, Huang Lingziu smiled, her face bright like flowers swaying in the spring breeze. Those words that day were just a joke. The girl halted, seriously looking at him, I don't wish for you to become a great hero, a grand general. As long as you return safely, that is enough. Perceiving the affection in her eyes, Shen Wengxing nodded slightly, senior sister, wait for my return. Huang Lingziu's smile was gentle, she then drew a short blade from her waist, cut a lock of her hair, gently wrapped it, and handed it to him. A lock of hair, for one lifelong companion. Shen Wengxing glanced at the lock of hair in his hand, and carefully tucked it into his breast. I almost forgot something important. Huang Lingziu suddenly exclaimed, in battle, it's inevitable you might get injured and bleed. I heard the Liang family medicine workshop in the city has good medicine for injuries, shall we go take a look? Shen Wengxing nodded, and the 2 walked together towards the Liang family medicine workshop.